cavern like a silkworm cocoon. Ju shouts, "Brother, make it fall." Then the two of them jump down, weapons in hand, and severed the leader's wings, sending it plummeting to the ground. A thick cloud of dust billows up from the impact as Sungwoo appears in its sights, charging forward. "This must be the first time someone's been surprised by me, right?" He swung his scythe and declared, "Today we have conquered the sky." With one strike, the alpha wretch howled in agony, its disgusting maw wide open, then suddenly snapped shut. Shungyu strikes again, slicing at its neck, as he thinks about how strong its resistance is even when restrained. Suddenly Ju approaches with a grim look, forcing Zhengyu to retreat in surprise. "Huh." A strange power emanates from her body, and the Alpha W opens its mouth in agony. Jisu's power manifests on her body as she unleashes sharp sword strikes upon the Alpha Wiv. Its body is covered in bloody cuts, writhing in agony. Jisoo sheathes her sword nonchalantly, declaring that it's over and it can no longer move. Dongyu stood there, stunned, and muttered a thank you before turning to call out to Mink. Minok is saddened, feeling awful about the situation. "It feels like I'm relying on others." Then Mink gets stabbed in the head by the Alpha Weapon. A notification appears. "You've received 4333500 gold from Sunboss W Ven Alpha Male and a special reward for hunting the monster leader. Secret shop voucher, you have received the title Ruler of the Sky. Agility +2. Stamina +2, physical defense, up 10%. Wind resistance up 20%. Time until qualification remains. 2733 days." Minhyuk read, impressed. "That's worth 700 days. If he kills 4 more monsters like that, he'll be qualified." Youngyu thought there's still more rewards to come. "The level B experience card I got from killing the underworld shell has been activated, and the system window says I have enough experience to level up. Do you want to use the shopping card? You have leveled up to LV 21. He reaches out to receive the card. The level up reward is an increase of 3 summon slots. If it weren't for the constant resurrections, that increase would seem small. Jisoo happily announces that the skies are clear, and they've stopped the Wiv. A system notification appears announcing that the World Tree has reached its second growth phase. A certain stat will increase because of your connection to the World Tree. Strength +1. Kyung-shu looks up in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, is it really that much bigger?" Hanho wondered, "Has it reached the clouds yet?" Hanho picks up a leaf, lost in thought. "Am I the only one who thinks the color is a little off?" "The World Tree is apparently influenced by you," Dongwoo thought in astonishment as he stood by its trunk. Tendency. A system window appears, showing that the World Tree has gained a new skill, Divine Shadow. The World Tree has gained a new skill, Soul Holder. The magic of the sacred tree will create a powerful barrier around this area, providing protection and preventing unwanted intruders from entering. When someone blessed by the World Tree takes a life, that soul becomes bound to the tree. Hanho's father is worried. "But doesn't that make it sound more like a soul-devouring tree than a world tree?" Hanho asked, playfully winking. Is Dad worried? He brags about his village protection skills, but now he's been surpassed by the World Tree. He immediately got smacked for that. "Ah, domestic violence hurts. I don't even have any protective skills, and he's calling me a crazy fox. Why is this kid getting more and more talkative?" Du just smiles awkwardly. "The more protection, the better." Shungu smiled, thinking that if that terrorist had suddenly dropped a bomb, the World Tree would have been destroyed. "Now that we've increased our forces, no one can infiltrate us. And wouldn't a soul holder further enhance Anubis's power? If I neutralize Anubis, the souls used for skills will vanish. When facing a strong opponent, it must undergo transformation and gather souls. The World Tree providing me with souls is the best choice." Youngyu spoke up again. Though the World Tree strays further from its original form, it grows stronger, its power enveloping a vast space. System announcement. The Angel faction has increased your bounty to 70 million gold. The Demon faction has increased your bounty to 20 million gold. Your influence grows, and your bounty hunt shifts from a server quest to a world quest. From now on, players across the globe will target you. After hearing the announcement, Han Ho turned pale. "What now? Senior, you're heading out to the open sea. Is the international transfer because the Korean server can't handle it?" Han Ho exclaims that the pirates will go crazy if things continue like this. Jisoo adds that they hate them, so killing them would be even more rewarding, which would make them very happy. Wang Wado says the pirate community is buzzing about you, claiming they'll be the ones to punish the necromancer. They're already preparing to capture you, and there are 3000 players from the Angel faction. They intend to punish the necromancer and seize the Korean peninsula. Han Ho, still looking at his phone, exclaims that it must be a bandwagon effect, but people are calling for his death on the forums. "Senior, you, Psyhead. No matter where you go, you'll run into people like that. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out." Cut to a full moon night as the World Tree's power expands even further. Hanho, unable to decipher something, angrily shouts, "Nonsense. Even if you defeated us, there are still forces left. It says here that the pirates will also hold a parade, and they even want to broadcast it live. Is there nothing else to do?" Jisoo calmly says, "It's not just them. The top-ranked players from other servers are probably interested in the reward money too." Dong Yu, while working, adds that they must also be curious about the one who defeated the superior race. He figured that if they were going this far to target him, they must be planning something big. It was practically an attack on the entire Korean server. If angels and demons were pulling the strings, shouldn't he be compensated? Suddenly, a notification appears, startling everyone. The World Tree is watching you. A quest has been created. A strategic assignment type group mission attack and broadcast. Broadcast footage of you launching a powerful attack on the opposing faction to earn group skills and items. A superior race is worried about the rise of another force. They're using every means to control you, humiliating you in many ways, and challenging you without even forming a team. This will negatively impact your reputation, and the teams, so you must speak up, prove them wrong, broadcast it for many to see. The condition is that you must strike first or face a penalty if footage of your defeat goes viral. Dong Yu was shocked. Broadcast. Does the system want to make the game more exciting? Item information, mythic grade consumable item, Angel's Wing. Effect allows the user to approach an angel statue a certain distance once. This item is useless to the demons, but you can use it as a last resort if the orb is destroyed. He looked down at the glowing object in his hand and sighed. Looks like I have to deal with those pirates. A notification appeared. Sacred Tree Shade Shield 150-0 over 150-000 allowed entry 226. Looking at the list, it's currently blocking outsiders from entering. Sung Yu asked as he approached. You're saying the shield's range is about 2 kilometers. Kyung-shu turned back and replied, that's right, players who are allowed can come and go freely. He then looked at Father Hanho. You're using the funds to support the village, right? He confirmed and happily reported back. Currently the village holds about 10% of everyone's gold. With enough batteries and water purifiers, I'm looking forward to drones appearing in the store. Sergeant Kim added that spare parts could be used to select attack weapons or item blueprints, and Yang-woo agreed, saying it would be great if they could create something like Thor's hammer. Feel free to spend money on materials. Hanho called unexpectedly. Senior I received a message from Wang Wano. The pirates will begin their parade from the memorial at 3:00 p.m. And the outcast or despised beastmen also joined in to boost morale. Ju is ready. So they plan to use the beastmen I despise to defeat me. How disappointing. In the sky, the bone wyverns cry out. It seems I must participate discreetly and make it all the more spectacular. Then the scene shifts to the Alliance's towering building where someone taps their fingers on a table showing unease. A system notification appears announcing a group mission to eliminate the demon faction in the urban area. The mission: destroy the demon statue in the northern Undistrict. Rewards include team skills and items, as the demons must be eliminated for the sake of safety and growth. The angel faction will receive a blessing at the start of the battle, increasing defense by 20%. A similar mission will be assigned to the enemy, and failure means their statue will be destroyed. Shung Min-hung sighed helplessly. This four-winged angel statue is forcing me to fight. Gyani Manhwa added, Commander, even if the rewards aren't great, we can't avoid this fight. Choi Dong-hoon asked, who's guarding the northern statue? She replied, it's probably the Reconstruction Alliance. Choi Dong-hoon frowned in thought. After failing to attack Sunggu, they're holding me responsible, and if it's the demon faction, it's hard to avoid fighting. Suddenly a subordinate burst in panicked, Commander. The guard post in Dasan district has been attacked. Nearby surveillance witnessed it firsthand. It was a player, not a monster. Choi Dong-hoon was stunned. After all, who doesn't love a good war story? And right now, I'm the hottest topic in the Korean server. Player versus the Urban Warfare Quest. A key member of the Angel faction, Mr. Dump of Soon City versus the Devil faction of Ujanggu District, Ujanggu City. The reward attack and defense increased by 30% for 7 days. Conditions occupy the following areas: 1 Buhansan, 2 Wangun University, 3 Jungni Station. Aside from the key members, players from other factions can participate anonymously. The war begins, a chessboard is set, and though no one desires war, everyone is interested in it. In who's fighting, why, how it happened, who wins, who loses, how fierce it is, and what kind of heroes will emerge. Everyone's fascinated by such things. And right now, I'm the center of attention in the Korean server. Lee Kang-hyun excitedly passes by the camera wondering if it's ready. Make sure you get my face, this photo will be legendary. He's brimming with confidence, thinking he's a natural-born influencer. I used to be famous among the Korean online community as Kanggun. Even in this world, anything related to human society will become popular once the survival proposal is passed. Lee Kang-hyun wonders, how many views will I get today? Around 5,000 people, someone announced. 1 minute until we're live. Okay everyone, take your positions. In wartime, live streaming is incredibly dangerous, potentially revealing allied positions, military strength, and strategies to the public. But I never imagined Dong-hoon would propose it. Volunteers from other regions are ready to live stream for entertainment on the official Party Branch channel. I believe this broadcast method will attract people to join the fight. This is the perfect place for me. With that thought, Lee Kang-hyun began to put on an exaggerated display, believing he was now more important than even a necromancer. So everyone needs to focus on my face. Everyone felt awkward about that. All right. Okay. Geul, standing next to him, turned pale. I miss the battlefield. Kang-hyun continued to ponder. Even if the soulless could transform nothing compared to the war between two superior races. He bit his nails jealously, remembering how Jiang Jumeng had admired Yongwu. What the hell? A necromancer who can shapeshift. I'm on a whole other level now. The countdown echoes 5 seconds before airtime. 4, 3. He wonders if the battle between angels and demons continues, no one will care about the old summoner anymore. A third faction, damn it. Let's see how far they get, he thought, anxiously biting his nails as the countdown began again. Li Kang-hoon quickly gets into character, all smiles and friendliness. Hello, this is War God Kang. Did you see me ignite hellfire for my dark followers? What's Grang doing here now? Suddenly, the director hesitantly approached him with a phone. Team leader Li Kang-hyun is confused. Is something wrong? The director awkwardly held out his phone. You only have 12 viewers on your channel. The screen shows Li Kang-hyun's dumbfounded expression. Huh. No way. This is Ganggun's channel. Guan Zhok exclaimed, startling him. The necromancer hijacked his channel. I think all the viewers went over there. Li Kang-hoon roared, his expression twisted and terrifying. Another summoner. Is there anything more important than a live stream in the middle of a battle? The director says the summoner has moved, and Li Kang-hoon grabs the director by the neck, questioning him frantically. Where did he go? To the ocean. But I don't think he's in Gangwa. I think he's gone out to sea. Don't tell me that Shung Yu and his comrades are riding a wyvern across the sky. He looks so confident. After seeing this, Li Cheng-hoon's face turned pale as he shouted, a pirate! Is he planning to attack the main force? Out at sea, a fleet of ships gathers. On the nearby mainland, before a headless Buddha statue, stood none other than Tron Gong. An underling approached, reporting that the time had come, to which he replied, let's go. Then Cha Gong turned and stepped outside, overlooking the bustling crowd below from the city walls. A streamer began to speak into his mic. The Heavenly General and his men are here. We'll meet the Red Revolution Army now. We'll combine our strength to face the disaster. As the streamer blathered on, Cha Gong secretly plotted. Having come this far, he could chase them to the coast after losing in China server 2. But thanks to that, I now control the entire island. Several factions from other servers are sending envoys to broadcast live, and spies too. Meaning everyone on the mainland is watching us, and they will witness how I mercilessly crush other players with my power and compassion. With that thought, he grinned hideously, and the live streamer gestured towards him, saying, General Chan Gong has a message for us. He respectfully offered the microphone to Chan Gong with both hands, who took it, and began to speak with a solemn expression. I awoke in a sea of blood as doomsday began, and today more and more forces are retreating from the mainland. I'm sure the other factions are wary of me, but rest assured I have no intention of returning anytime soon. I will cross the sea to Korea tomorrow, and after conquering it, I will confidently declare that the true master of this continent is. But before he could finish, a spatial tremor bore down. They all start to panic. What is this Dongzhen thing? Could the explosion be the cause? Suddenly a force slams down on top of the Tron Gong, who looks up to see a werewolf-like Deng Yu riding a giant bone wyvern. The pirates point and shout, there, it's the Wens. Deng Yu points his scythe forward, and massive spectral figures appear in the sky. What is going on? Is he a necromancer? He's the necromancer from the Korean server. Tron Gong frowned, wondering, why is he here? Deng Yu held up a stone head for him to see. Isn't that the head of the angel statue? Damn it, explosions erupt, engulfing the area in flames as a system window appears, offering 3 options to destroy the superior race's statue. Chan Gong suddenly breaks into a maniacal grin. You showed up on enemy lines just to destroy the angel statue. You've got more nerve than I thought. A terrified scream echoes. They're summoned beasts. They look nothing like what they said. They said they were just walking skeletons. One of them calmly shouted an order. Mages and ranged fighters attack now. We must protect General Chonggong. Jisoo then called out to Song Yu, reporting snipers on the walls and outer buildings, and that the surrounding troops were beginning to mobilize. He responds they must have prepared for an external attack, and he's not the only one with a fragment of the angel's wing. He thought to himself that the longer this drags on, the harder it will be. Not everyone at the parade is an enemy, but we're surrounded. Deng Yu declared, I want you to continue the next part of Ta's plan, Ju. She quickly turned to carry it out. Okay, he calculates compromise with the snipers first, eliminate them. Immediately his army plunges towards the snipers. They screamed in agony as they were attacked. They're coming, damn it, retreat. Tron Gong looked up at the charging troops and exclaimed, a necromancer, how interesting. He stood amidst his army, eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity as the flying spirits descended like arrows. Simultaneously, system notifications appeared. You have earned 8,000 gold for killing a player. You have earned 11,000 gold for killing a player. You have received 12,000 gold for killing a player. Hanho, while live streaming, excitedly shouts, super strong is the best, that's my senior. But General Changong hasn't moved an inch. Could he be frozen in shock at the overwhelming power of our senior? Shung Yu declares, our air force has taken care of most of the archers and mages. Now it's time to face the pirate leader. Meanwhile, Chan Gong calmly remarks that the scene in the sky is an eyesore. He then ordered them to be shot down, and immediately the mages reached out and unleashed a surge of power, instantly crushing Yang Yu. Ugh, is this gravity magic? How can a regular player wield such powerful magic? Below, the mages strained with all their might, their faces contorted. Ugh. One of them, bleeding from every orifice, still managed to choke out, "Long live General Qian." Warning, a violent madness is spreading throughout the area, and the stunned crowd cries out as a sonic wave emanates. He is forced to the ground and the screaming resumes. One by one, the possessed fall, willing to sacrifice themselves for their general. He wonders if it's some kind of mind control. They're no different from those damn dragon-blooded bastards. Then he summons his pets to charge forward. Your undead have been upgraded with the souls you've absorbed. 12 increase attack rate by 30% plus 3. 2 increase defense rate by 30% plus 3. 3 increase magic resistance by 30% plus 3. 4 increase movement speed by 30% plus 3. The two sides clash, slaughtering each other as he ponders. Though the gravity attack was unexpected, the assault on the pirate camp is still going smoothly. Strange. He looked up at Changong standing on the wall, wondering why he hadn't moved yet. Was he that confident in his strategy? While the Eastern Army is indeed a considerable asset, surely he knows that I also possess an army of undead summoned without limit and capable of tireless combat. I don't know what he's planning, but let's end this in one fell swoop. A system window appears. Your weapon is fully loaded with magical bombs. Vanish, he shouts, unleashing a surge of immense power. The shockwave rippled through the city, as Ju approached with her sword, recalling Sung Yu's plan. The prisoners taken by the pirates during the island's invasion must be held somewhere nearby. I'll hold them off. Your mission is to rescue them. She closed her eyes, sensing. Was it there? She could feel the presence of so many people. Ju now stands before a dilapidated place. This must be it. Suddenly a voice echoes out. Who are you? She doesn't look like a pirate. Jisoo is confused. Where are the guards? Suddenly a giant monster appears behind Ju. She quickly jumps back to avoid it as the monster with root-like legs lunges forward. A giant centipede, she thought, frowning. If I remember correctly, Zhong Yu once said that the pirates manipulated their subordinates by using centipede poison. Don't tell me those disgusting people are using prisoners as bait to raise these things. Ju leaps into action, sword flashing, screaming, "Today your reign ends." Then with a single strike she cuts through the bars, imprisoning the others. The prisoners rushed out, one man panicking. "We have to get out of here. The monsters." Diu calmly replies, "If you're talking about the giant poison killers, I've already taken care of them. This only makes the others panic more." No, those weren't the real giant poison killers. Outside, Changong looked up with a smile as Deng Yu stared in confusion. "If you were a bit stronger, you might have left a scar on me. What a pity." He stood amidst the rubble, and Deng Yu was shocked, wondering if the magic bomb hadn't worked. A wall of flesh. Surely no human body could withstand such an attack, yet he used his subordinates as shields. Then Deng Yu speaks. "You've lost all your men, but you don't seem to care at all. Or is he just pretending?" Changong asks, surprised. "Subordinates. Ah, you mean that pile of meat strewn across the ground. Subordinates is a bit much. They're just pawns." Yang Yu was speechless, knowing they were brainwashed, but to be brainwashed by someone like him was just sad. A notification appears. Your weapon is fully loaded with magic bombs. Magic bombs. So let's see how you face this attack now that you've lost all your defensive pawns. The attack spread to the Trongong's feet and he retreated, dodging as he spoke. "Ha ha ha, if you want to be called my subordinate, you have to be at least this big." With that, he counterattacks, summoning giant centipedes. "My first profession is cult leader, the other is tamer of evil beasts. All the monsters in this world are my subordinates." "Yang Yu," exclaimed Giant Poison Killer. "If he commands monsters, why didn't he unleash them from the start instead of building a force?" Changong calmly replies that while monsters excel at destruction, they lack order, and his forces would tear each other apart if Xie Luo wasn't watching. Besides, isn't having your own power a good way to survive in such an uncertain world? Plus, thanks to those people, I've created a wonderful item. Just then, his subordinates found him shouting that General Cheongong was in danger. Deng Yu anxiously looks around. The pirates have already invaded from the outside. "Stop him, don't let him get near the general." Then Changong jumps onto the giant centipede and exclaims, "What commendable shouts." Deng Yu watched him. He's running. Why wouldn't he fight with such terrifying power? Something's not right. I have to stop him. The pirates cried out. "Stop that necromancer. You want to fight. You'll have to go through us first. Deng Yu, summon your puppets." Corpse explosion. Everything around him is immediately blown to smithereens. But he could no longer see the necromancer. Where was he? Where did he go? At that moment he was standing behind the smoke, flanked by 2 giant centipedes. He said grimly, "Necromancer, thank you for allowing my pieces to realize their full potential." With a sinister expression, he unveils a scroll filled with magical symbols, revealing its item information: True Gate to Hell, rank Legendary type, Magic Scroll effect. Opens the gate to Hell for 24 hours, creating a path to the Demon's Lair, potentially yielding rare items along the way. But we shouldn't rush in and make a scene. Don't forget, what goes in must come out. This item can be upgraded by sacrificing the blood and bodies of teammates, And if the gate's rank is legendary, you can enter every nook and cranny of the demon's lair. The goblin gritted his teeth. I keep hesitating. That's nothing like me. Even though I call them pawns, I still don't like killing them myself. Hearing that Yonggu couldn't believe it, that bastard sacrificed his own teammates. A red alert appears warning that the gate to the underworld is about to open in this area. This area will be sealed off and a terrifying fiery gate appears. Han Ho, still live streaming, panics and cries out, What's going on? The entire island is shielded and the atmosphere has become strange. But it's too late to escape. Yongyu thinks to himself, a seal, don't tell me even my world tree return skill has been blocked. Changong transforms into a massive muscular crimson beast and snarls. The necromancer. Or perhaps we should call him the demigod Anubis now. His skill information appears beastlank, first awakening active type, no consumption. It can transform the user into a battle beast for 1 hour each day. The beast's minions will never feel fear when their master the beast is present, killing more and more living creatures. The stats of the war beast minions increase, but when the warhound's weakness is exposed, the minions may attack you or flee the battlefield. He bared his teeth, declaring that both before and after the apocalypse only the strong survive. The system blared red alerts a weak soul, warning a call of death, warning both activated across the entire area. The entire area is engulfed by the 5-star battle beast's deadly poison cloud, surrounded by the underworld demigod. Let's see who will rule this ruined world. The two sides clash intensely, a stark contrast to a year before the collapse when the skies were still blue. Changong stared at the pastry in his hand as a dog gazed up at him with longing eyes and drool dripping down its face, before he kicked it away. Get lost, you dumb dog, this is my food. He thought bitterly. That jerk of a director orders me around all day and then feeds me like this without a raise. The dog growled and Changong snapped. Are you growling at me while I'm eating? But before him now were even more ferocious dogs. He exclaimed in shock, you brought friends. Changong then dumped out his meager food and said helplessly, fine, I give up. Well, this is just food I stole from that director anyway. At this time, Jong-gun was still just an ordinary person living a hard life, a truly bleak existence. I was born into poverty and lived a fatherless, motherless life. But if things continue like this, I'll just meet more bastards and become a bully myself. Not wanting that life, he began working to live like a normal person. But Changong turned back to look at the Buddha statue behind him, picking up a cake. They say good deeds are rewarded, right? This is better than being used and having my food stolen. I'm being kind to you all. He thought to himself he wanted to live like a human. Even though they were animals, he hoped to be rewarded for the good he had done. But while working, Changong was constantly harassed by his superiors, and he returned to his hideout dejected. Changong grits his teeth in anger, thinking his good deeds are for naught, and he's about to die from exhaustion. Is living a normal life really this difficult? Working is hard, the pay is low, and people don't care about each other. No, they're just waiting for you to slip up so they can tear you down. Don't ordinary people help each other in times of trouble? Why is no one offering a hand? Is this the life I've always wanted? Tron feels the injustice of it all. Annoyed, a man nearby calls out, hey, why aren't you working? Don't you want to get paid today? Just then a system window appears before Changong's eyes. What's the best job to survive in a ruined world? Make your choice. He looked up, startled. What's going on? The others are confused as Changong gasps. A solar eclipse no. The light everywhere suddenly vanished. What is this? Cards A job. What does it want me to do? The system says there are only 10 seconds left. He's startled. There's no time left. He chose the card with the most stars first, and then everything returned to normal. Morning already. What was that all about last night? A card and a job. Suddenly a worker is attacked, and blood splatters everywhere. The man cried out, help monsters, and then a horde of monsters appeared from nowhere, sending everyone scrambling in terror. Get out of the way. Just as Chong was about to flee, he turned back to see a worker desperately begging for help. Help my legs. I have no strength left. He kindly reached out his hand, but the man grabbed it, yanking him back as he fled. He smugly says, you fool, become bait and buy me some time. Changong feels helpless. Is this the price of kindness? He knelt on the ground as the monster lunged, but just then another colleague turned back and sliced the monster in two with a single blow, then loudly reassured everyone. Everyone, calm down. I got a warrior card. Don't be afraid. Gather in front of me. Then he turned to Changong. You too, don't hesitate. Get up. Changong, now consumed by darkness, and trusting no one, plunges his sword into the good man's neck. Were you planning to use me as a shield? This sword is good. Now I understand there's no such thing as a human life here. The weak die, and the strong profit. No matter the side, this world is a battlefield where humans slaughter each other. So I must do what has been decided, devour the weak and survive by growing stronger. You caught them. Good. Dogs tearing at monsters. What was I expecting? Even though I've fed you for a year, beasts will always be beasts. Then he erupts with power skill information appears. Mad beginning of zealotry grade, basic status activated mana consumption. 5th, suppress the enemy's spirit with bloodlust. If successful, the enemy's flesh and mental fortitude will be damaged. When attacked by this skill, enemies will be unable to maintain their sanity, and mind control skills, like brainwashing and illusions, will be overwritten. The dogs began to cower, and the eyes of the main gong went blank. That's right, now you know who's on top, don't you? The world is a battlefield, where only the victors survive. Let's see how long I can last on this battlefield, and turn the world upside down. Back in the present, Sung-yu faces him as the giant Chonggong speaks. Necromancer, you're quite skilled. I didn't expect you to be holding back evil in this way. Suddenly, a grotesque monster head covered in tentacles appears, the souls of Chung-woo clinging to it. Thinking strategically, Dong-yu has sealed the Skotan ice gate like a cork in a bottle. He's reinforced it with souls and infinite regeneration, so it won't be easy to break. But this time luck isn't on his side. His first awakening will take longer, and it will manifest as the creation of an army. In short, our methods of conquest are the same. I'll strike him down before time runs out. With my first awakening and the demigod's stats increasing, I should have the advantage in physical strength. With his calculations complete, he lunged forward with an attack, but the round gong dodged it. Shung-yu relentlessly attacked, only to be blown back, coughing up blood as he muttered, I thought you might win in a one-on-one fight. You think I invested all that gold and those items from the continent and islands into sacrifices? Do you know how much effort I put into creating this body? Sung-yu thought to himself as he struggled to stand. Does that mean Han's stats are higher than mine too? Chonggong wondered, confused. How strange. I clearly heard his ribs shatter, so how is he still moving? Dong-yu touches the stone on his chest, thinking about the Chaos Crystal. Without its boost to his physique and mana, he'd be done for. Chonggong asks, healing yourself, are you an item or the power of a demigod? No matter what it is. He then unleashed his power, activating the Hand of War, as Yu stood there, taking the blows, constantly coughing up blood. Chonggong, delivering the attack, said, I just need to beat you until you die. Dong-yu struggles to endure him. He's too strong. He had a plan, but his power is beyond calculation, and he can't escape because the area is sealed. This is it. He's never been this worried. If he doesn't find a way out, he'll die. A way to escape this danger and turn the tables. Chonggong became even more ferocious, his face contorted in a snarl. Die. Just then, An appears and thrusts her sword forward. Dong-yu recalls the game's beginning, and despite choosing a 5-star necromancer class, he still faced countless dangers. Unlike other classes, he had to fight monsters without weapons, facing creatures far stronger than humans and surviving. The first reason I survived against overwhelming odds was my skills. At that moment, system windows popped up one after another. Deflect, deflect, deflect. Yongyu continued to ponder. Oran also played a vital role. His redirection skill could divert most enemy attacks. Unless it's an extremely powerful opponent or a large-scale attack, it can deflect anything. How pathetic. Necromancer, you intend to survive by using these skotans. Yongwu rises confidently, replying, what did you say? He's the best I've got, always exceeding my expectations. A notification appears, and the misdirection fails. He roars, then I'll take it down first. I'm tired of your tricks. This ends now. The necromancer, Shung-yu, continues to analyze his second reason for survival: teamwork. Chonggong grinned, asking what now? He still believed that if Oran and he attacked together, Minok would take the brunt of the damage. If they divided the work and focused solely on their own tasks, even a formidable opponent could be defeated. After taking a beating from Chung, he kneels on the ground wondering, it's not just those two. You mean summoning is the summoner's true power? Do you think you can stop demons by just summoning them one by one? Jung calmly replied. They've been empowered by the strength of souls, so it's fine if we just keep going like this. A horde of grotesque monsters appears. It broke through, Chonggong says smugly. The more living things I kill, the stronger my demons become. Even if they're on the same side, the big ones can't do anything because they're held back by your summoning. But the smaller ones still have time to devour each other and grow. Because you're alone, you lack the numbers. A soul vessel, Shung-yu replied. The third reason I've survived until now is tactics. Chonggong, his face twisted in rage, roared as a mob, armed with weapons, charged forward, yelling, eliminate those monsters. We have to stop that gate before the heavenly sect. He glanced back at the Dong-yu slaves, thinking that while the plan was to deal with the bandits first, this wasn't bad either. A hidden quest appears, before the path of demons survival. Objective: survive for 24 hours. Reward: a D-rank experience card and bonus reward. A curse you cannot overcome has befallen this land. The path of the demon will soon open. Creatures from another dimension will spill out and trample everything in this land. There's not much you can do. Survive no matter what. The mana beasts can detect living creatures from a certain distance. If you can hunt the demon hand, you'll receive an additional reward and the quest will end. The stunned crowd exclaimed. Huh, a quest already? At the very least, we have to stop it. A hidden quest has been issued now that the demon path has opened. Yongyu spoke again, realizing that their enthusiasm would benefit him, granting him his own quest. A unique quest called Guardian's Duty Subquest: eliminate the target. Eliminate the boss, the guardian of the demon road, and choose a reward divinity or a job change. The invasion from another dimension has begun, and you, as a guardian, are tasked with protecting this land. the one who slays the monsters of another dimension. If you eliminate the core of the invading army's boss, a terrifying warning message will be sent to the invaders. The guardian boss of the Demon Road will appear after the second wave ends. Fail to eliminate it within 2 hours and the guardian title will be revoked. Chang'u thinks this is his chance to obtain absolute divinity like Han Gang's Sok, not just temporary divinity like he has now. Ju calls out to Chang'u asking to join him. Chang'u says, I see, so this is all because of your power. I wouldn't say martial arts is the only strength, but I didn't expect this. He asks if he's afraid, but does he deny it? Even so, nothing will change. He clenches his fist, then throws it forward with a roar. Is this power, wisdom, authority, martial arts, or something else? Only the strong survive, whether it's me or you. Then that powerful attack hurtled towards Chung, followed by a barrage of kicks. Not enough. Chung Yu pushes himself, the battle rebalanced, but time is not on his side. He missed his chance. That skill could have broken this stalemate. Trongong is still raving mad, and as I thought, I have to kill you first. At that moment, Wu Kim unleashes a surge of power, blasting away the nearby creatures. Deng Yu couldn't avoid the impact, spitting out blood once more. That bastard, he's been holding on to that move until now. Trongong showed off his muscles. Powerful skills consume a lot of mana, and even I wouldn't risk using them recklessly. But dealing with you and your endlessly regenerating creatures leaves me no choice. With that, he unleashed a palm strike, sending Chung Wu flying. He's enormous, dwarfing all the warriors around him. They attack together, but he easily brushes them aside. I'm being pushed back. I can't hold on any longer. My body is being torn apart by these attacks. Is this where it ends, even after trying so hard? At that moment, Hanho hurled himself down, shouting as he launched throwing stars. I am the Red Comet of Sual, that damn elder. I told him I didn't want to fly, but he made me do it anyway. Hanho dives down, creating a massive explosion, engulfing everything in thick smoke. Hanho, still conscious, gives a cool thumbs up, thinking, I almost died back there, didn't I, elder? Meanwhile, the robbers dealt with the dagger monsters falling from the sky, one reminding the others not to get distracted and to block them. Hanho, still riding high, awaits recognition. How was that, senior? If I'm only used for filming, wouldn't that be a waste? Deng Yu struggles to stand. I completely forgot about him. Then they agreed and chimed in, yes, yes. Han smugly boasts, landing a heavy blow from above. I could be the Pirate King's grandpa, let alone the Pirate King himself. As the black bellflower rose, he panicked and hid behind his senior, urging him to deliver the final blow. Hurry, brother. Yongwu calms down, assuring him that victory is theirs. Unless he has healing skills or potions, he can't fight anymore. Yet he bleeds and laughs maniacally. Hey, my body is battered. Since I can't heal, I guess I'm cornered, aren't I? But you're a necromancer. Have you recovered yet? Damn it, is that the power of that divinity? Yongwu asks again. Why do you ask? It's an item effect, but my class has a special quest. The enraged troll gong roars, and I think I'll get to experience it too. The unique quest, the advent of the god of war. Sub-objective achieved. Kill 1,000,000 people through warfare. Reward divine Asura. You believe the world is a battlefield, and survival is a fight. So the only true god in this world is the god of war. Kill and kill mercilessly, to prove you are the victor and the ultimate survivor. If you fail within 1 year, you'll be temporarily stripped of the war god's power. 999, 998, over 1,000,000. The monsters are multiplying and the pirates cry out in terror as they fight. Ah, help me, you've completed the quest. Quest complete. Heh, talk about perfect timing. The Tron Gong grew 2 more arms and hissed. The battle is far from over. Deng Yu thinks, damn it, divine power. So he's on a mission too. Then he loudly reminds everyone, put all your strength into this. Suddenly, a powerful force descends upon the Tron Gong, bathing his body in lightning. After it passed, he was left charred and confused. What was that? Deng Yu was stunned, a chill running through him. Meanwhile, Han Kangzok stood on a cliff overlooking the deep sea. Looking into the distance, he muttered, too far, perhaps it's the platform, but the power seems weaker than I thought. Butterfly points up and asks XC, don't you think using that item like that is a waste? Item info, name Eyes of Horus, rank legendary, category consumable, effect see from a great distance. Does the distance depend on the amount of mana used? If you use it to aim, it will hit the target. Once its uses are up, the item will disappear by half, she says with her hands on her hips. He's a player who obtained a rare divine item. You could consider him a companion. Han Kang-shuk waves his hand. He's calculating but also sentimental, so I can use his power in many ways, like begging, compromising, or threatening. But will beasts listen? With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a massive lightning strike. That lightning was incredibly powerful, which is why I was able to destroy him. That power pierced through space to Sungwoo's battle, descending upon the necromancer like it would burn his very soul. Back with Han Kang-zok, the sky remained a clear, fiery blue. He stared at his blackened hand, lost in thought as Butterfly anxiously asked Gangsok, how did it go? Did I get him? Han Kang-x clenched his fist and replied, I attacked him mid-air and used almost all of my mana, but it seems I only helped the necromancer. On the battlefield, things were coming to a standstill as the charred golem exhaled a plume of smoke. Ju was stunned he survived the hit. Han replied that it seemed he still had one trick up his sleeve. His limbs destroyed, he grits his teeth in defeat. I lost. As Yongwu approaches, he asks, "What's wrong? You unhappy with the result?" "I only lost because of outside interference." Then he grinned eerily. "No, I'm not worried, it's just that I wasn't strong enough. From the start of this game I've never shown mercy to humans, so I don't need to be shown any. Kill me. Necromancer, you've won." Deng Yu didn't say much more decisively, bringing his blade down, and the system immediately issued a notification. "You have received 340000 gold for punishing an official player of the Angel faction. The Angel faction has increased the bounty on you. The Angel faction's bounty is 75 million. Sung Yu is stunned. Is he a member of the Angel faction? You call yourselves the superior race, but all you do after I kill your people is raise the bounty. Han Ho then pulled out a beautiful key. Senior, here's an item. Item information. Item information. Key name Demon Cave Key, grade unclassified necklace effect plus 10 mana increase. Description. When worn, monsters will not attack you. However, this effect is only available when you regularly sacrifice human lives to the Demon Cave. The effect lasts for 23 days. Each renewal grants a demonic item. Sung Wu muses, finding the item useless except for the mana boost. Was he carrying it just for the scroll? Once the mission is done, I should cancel it. Elsewhere, a surge of power pierces the sky. Across the buildings, figures moved, gathering on a rooftop as their leader spoke. "We're approaching the Suo subtower. 10-minute break before we move on." One of them took off his hat and asked, "Captain, is it true that the reward for this mercenary mission is 3 billion gold?" The captain turned back and replied, "I don't know the exact price, but it'll be a good payout since our target is in the Soul Summoner's main base." The hooded figure looked at his weary comrades, knowing this mission involving a summoner meant limited manpower even from Squad 1, but the captain dismissed the need for them. "We just need to destroy a small town before the Soul Summoner returns. No one will suspect us." He smirked, producing an item from his hand. "The Evolution Society really does equip us well." Item information. Item information. The item is a player-crafted consumable mana reflux device. It can nullify spells by refluxing mana. Place it near a barrier and use mana. The item will create a hole in the barrier in 10 minutes. Good luck, Artificer. Then he tells them to move out, because if his base this town is destroyed, even necromancers will have a hard time moving freely. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers, bandaged and battered, continue to fight the monsters as Shung Yu and Ju stand side by side and Han Ho films the scene. "Looking good, Senior, looking good. You and Ju should pose together." Then his expression turned hilariously serious. The video cuts off as the Senior is injured by the Heavenly General. "I am Suan's Gob. We can edit and post the photos to promote this as a one-sided victory and sway public opinion." Chung-e is mortified by his teammate but helplessly agrees. Jisu's face is a mask of dark lines. Han Ho, sensing their expressions, shouts out in frustration. It's all because of their mission. And now a faction quest appears. Counterattack campaign classified as guerrilla warfare and propaganda, with the goal of broadcasting scenes of great damage. For other factions, the rewards are skills and items. The superior tribes are wary of new forces, mocking and using every means possible against you. For example, they might declare war before your faction is even established, damaging your reputation. Prove them wrong and make your broadcast reach as many people as possible. Condition: you must strike first before another faction attacks. There will be penalties if your failure is exposed outside the gate. The monster attack has completed level 1 with a total of 3 levels. The next attack begins in 20 seconds. Looking down, Ju exclaimed that the Sky Assault Chimera was a level 1 monster. So what will appear in the next wave? Whatever it is, I'm prepared and I'll stop it all. 2 Phalanx Shields, level 2 weapon synergy, equipping 60 shields, grants a 10% shield defense boost, 10% magic resistance, and a 30% damage bonus when attacking with the shield. Counterattack ability: when using a shield, increases by 15% resistance, to disadvantage increases by 20%. Giants level 5, classified as a composite strength attribute, requires 50 or more giant attributes. Damage received from small and medium-sized enemies is reduced by 40%. 4 Ironclad Knights level 7 armor synergy. Condition: 70 or more pieces of armor equipped. Armor's defense power increases by 45%, creating a shield with 45% of total defense power. The Undead are strengthened by collected souls. Level 1 grants plus 50% attack power, plus 5 level 2 grants plus 50% defense power, plus 5 level 3 grants plus 40% magic resistance, plus 4 level 4 grants plus 40% movement speed plus 4, and level 5 grants plus 20% resistance to debuffs plus 2. Sharp Eyes: there's not much time left, come out here. Time remaining in death state 14 minutes 300 seconds. Time remaining in werewolf state 15 minutes 1 second. The second wave of the monster gate attack begins as the ground suddenly turns into pools of blood, from which terrifying black hands emerge. Black hands. Something's rising up. A horde of dark creatures is emerging. You have been suppressed by the alien creature's intimidation. The pirates are overwhelmed by its power. Huh, what's going on? A notification appears, all stats decreased by 20%. Deng Yu put on the key necklace, wondering if these creatures were from another dimension, and if General Qianggong kept this item because of them. The alien creatures writhed, trying to pounce, but Chungwu's face turned terrifying, and they all cried out as a status window appeared. Your divine power reduces the stats of low-level monsters by 30%. Chungwu was astonished. This demigod attribute seems pretty effective. My skeleton soldiers attack those alien creatures. Chungyu, wielding his scythe, charged forward with a shout. Wiping them all out will be no problem. You have acquired 500 gold for hunting an alien creature, leaving the pirates in shock. He killed the monster in one hit, Sungwu exclaimed happily. He's gained a new bone soldier. He was shocked to receive the notification. You can't nurture an alien creature, he wondered, staring at the ominous gate. But what dimension lies beyond that door I can't say for sure, but I'll be fine. So let's end this here. Very quickly the space above the sea began to turn blue and fresh again. The citizens watching on the screen were overjoyed. Goa was indeed a necromancer, an invincible one. Heian proudly steps forward asking who summoned the necromancer. The crowd cheers. It's our village chief Liha. Lai Heian was ecstatic, thinking the summoner was worth every penny. Others were skeptical, but I had to remain steadfast in my belief that the third faction would survive. Meanwhile, back at the Alliance, Choi Dong-hun and everyone else silently watched the broadcast unfold. Gyani Manhwa speaks up saying they watched this to gauge his combat abilities, should he turn against them. But he defeated the monsters too easily, adding that Cuu has become much stronger in a short time. Shung Minhum excitedly suggests, Commander, I think we should negotiate a resolution with Cuu. Peace, friendship, harmony. Shouldn't we strive to be better? Zhongin asks blankly. You do know we're still at war, right? The smile froze on his face, as explosions continued to erupt on the other side of the building. On the beach, the alien creatures could only gape and wail. Then the giant body thrashed back and forth and a question echoed. How will the necromancer defeat these monsters? Jisoo slashes and shouts reminders. Everyone fall back. She unleashes a flurry of sharp strikes, taking them down. Just then, her system announced that she had leveled up to 17, while Han-Ho continued his aerial livestream. The monster gate has completed its level raid, and the next 2 raids will begin in 20 seconds. Everyone's still trying to deal with the concentrated monsters. Bring the healing potions quickly. Time is running out, so don't get careless. Ju turned to X and asked Yu how much time he had left. A status window appeared showing 8 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in his death state. The remaining time in werewolf form is 8 minutes and 51 seconds. Shungyu replies that they must finish within 8 minutes. He realized the gatekeeper boss was about to appear, and they needed to tighten their encirclement and attack with everything they had. A notification appears. The final wave of the monster gate attack has begun. Ju shouts, Gongwu, I have a bad feeling. They're gathering. Shungyu also sensed the approaching danger, unleashing a powerful force and shouting a warning. Get out of the way. While Dongyu calculates summons are shielded with layers of buffs, the gatekeeper boss of the demon world has appeared, a gigantic black clawed foot stepping out, revealing a bizarre monster. The monster appears to be split in two, and the system warns of an encroaching extra-dimensional entity, reducing all stats by 50%. The average person clutches their throat, gasping for air. How can they fight like this? Dongyu worried, thinking this was too dangerous. No matter how strong the enemy, continuous attacks would expose an opening. That's how he'd beaten tough bosses before. This thing is no exception, but I really don't have time for that right now. Min jumps up and throws a punch. The punch shatters everything before him, but the gatekeeper of the demon world has already raised a shield. Dongyu is stunned. A shield, everything's in chaos. Skeletal soldiers swarmed the monster, trying to restrain it, but it unleashed its power. Everyone is in a panic. What in the world was that attack? No way. Han, pale with shock, could only stammer. Not only can he use a god-tier shield, but he can attack like that too. To those of you watching, we're screwed. The live chat is exploding with comments. What was that? Fourfold Hanzaran just now. Kim Jackdaw's necromantic army is wiped out in an instant. Inon Mangle, don't tell me the necromancer is going to die here. Yasu Kekeke. He's finally getting his just desserts. Gang Mayon Brown Bear. How does he plan to defeat that thing? This is hopeless. Run Worris. I don't want to see the necromancer die. If he does, I think this game is over. The gatekeeper demon has a vertical mouth and 2 beady eyes, and it begins to emerge. Dongyu shouts a warning. Run, get out of here. Then he moved towards it, prompting Diu to call out in alarm. Mr. Xiang Yu. Someone nearby is confused. Why is he going towards that thing? Get out of the way, senior. But at this point, Zio Engu was already standing beneath that enormous foot. The monster tries to stomp him, but its foot lands beside him as if passing right through. Everyone is bewildered. What? Why did it just walk past him? The key on Sungwoo's chest glows. Item information: key of the demonic realm, rank unknown, type necklace, effect mana increased by 100. The necklace description states that opponents will ignore you, but it's only effective against monster attacks. However, this effect is only achieved if you offer human sacrifices to the demon realm, according to the ley lines. The term is valid for 23 days, and each refresh grants you a demonic item. He thought to himself, the power of the system. Even that overwhelming entity can't escape it. But even if I have the item, it'll notice the moment I attack. Even so, that single moment is more than enough for me. He thought, and then began to act. The monster's eyes widened as it quickly turned around. I'll finish it with a single blow. Dongwu thought to himself as he struck the monster, leaving gaping holes in its massive body. It roared in agony, and Dongwu leaped in again. Still alive. The system activates, initiating the Twilight Breach, and instantly valiant bone soldiers emerge. Chongyu shouts, attacking with all his might, while the others spin around, severing the tentacles. The others clung to the monster's legs as Yongyu leaped, rushing forward to strike with his sword. The blow lands directly in its mouth. A system notification appears. You have received 7.8 million Nigi gold for hunting the gatekeeper boss of the demon world. You've leveled up to 22. Your qualification proof has 1,932 days remaining. You've acquired the title Demon Realm Hunter, increasing physical strength, +3 agility, +3, and curse immunity, +3. Dongyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over and he leveled up. The Summon Spectre skill has been verified, leaving Yongyu in awe. The new skill, Spectre Summon, is a basic active skill that costs 70 mana to summon 2 invisible spectre ghosts. Spectres possess the following traits. First, they are immune to physical damage. 2, they can pass through objects and make them transparent. 3, they inflict a fear curse and reduce the movement speed of lower-level opponents. He exclaims, with delight, his total combat power has increased. All that's left is for him to head into that terrifying gate. But doing that now would be reckless. Soon he'll reach the Anubis stage. The system suggests saving the dungeon raid level to the demonic realm scroll he possesses. Warning, storing it will increase the dungeon's difficulty when using the netherworld item you possess. He exclaims in surprise, store it, that's perfect for me. Increased difficulty just means the rewards will be greater. The demon realm item information has been updated. Item information, 2nd level of the demon world rank, special type scroll magic effect, opens a gate to a demon cave for 36 hours. The description says, it creates a path to a demon's lair, where you can obtain many rare items but warns against reckless attempts, reminding you that whatever goes in can also come out. Suggested level 43. Everyone is excited, cheering that they've won, hailing the Revenant as the powerful force leaves him, and all stats decrease for 24 hours except for +10. Dongwu begins to revert to his normal form, losing power, but this will be the last time. A notification appears. He has successfully completed the unique quest Guardian's Duty and can choose a reward, Common Divinity. 2. A job change ticket. Dongyu wonders why he would need that. Hanho is the one who needs it. Then he quickly remembers something and breaks out in a cold sweat. Hanho probably doesn't need it anymore. It's unbelievable he grew so much with that kind of class. In truth, his potential power is the greatest of us all. The system reappears, stating that he can choose a common divinity. 1. Anubis, hidden condition met. 2. Thanatos, hidden condition met. 3. Zamara meets the hidden condition. As Shungyu read the notification, he thought there are several gods related to death, but I can only choose these 3. I'm curious about the other gods' abilities, but I guess I can't. I've obtained the divine power of Anubis, the god of death. Skill information, Anubis's power level 1 demigod, passive and active consumption. No, gain maximum divinity for 1 hour each day and acquire Anubis's power. All stats are increased by 10, and you can use unique skills. You can also transform into your ultimate form for 1 hour each day. Sungyu analyzes the situation, glad he doesn't need to use the essence potion again, but the transformation only lasts for an hour. Being level 1 means it can be upgraded in the future. At that moment, the leader of the strange group clasped his hands together. You are our savior, and if you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to call on us. I see. And I heard they're preparing to create a third faction. Could we join and offer our support? Dongwu raised a hand in refusal. I'm sorry, but the faction's foundation is not yet complete. Instead, I have a question. Why do you want to join the third faction? The man looked back at his group, then anxiously replied, of course, it's for our safety. Nothing is more important than our own safety, because we were once attacked by robbers. Dongyu turned away and simply replied, if you want to rely on others to survive, then follow the superior race instead of the third faction, because I won't be able to help you with that. The man was bewildered by this. What? Then what's the point of forming a third faction? What else is there to seek besides safety in a world like this? Dongyu gazes into the distance, thinking, I only joined this faction by chance, but I broke the stone angel statue because I was sure that escaping the superior race would lead to something. Then he suddenly blurts out a solution. I will find a way to solve this bizarre phenomenon. I won't be recruiting people into the faction. I'll only gather those who share my purpose and want to see the end of this game. They watched him in stunned silence, their hands clenching, so they still weren't good enough. At that moment, a system notification appeared. You have successfully completed the faction mission and faction skill rewards, and items have been distributed. Dongyu asks if the livestream is over, but Hanho interrupts with urgent news: their town is under attack. Deng Yu urgently calls out, "We have to get back to town now." Han Ho, still staring at his phone, blurts out that they've apparently caught the enemy without any losses. Chung Yu's face stiffened, his mouth as if locked shut. Humph. Giant ellipses flashed by and the world became a game. Was this the game of God and demons, a conspiracy of a higher power, or just a dream? No one cares anymore. It doesn't matter who gave the quest. Because all they care about is completing the task and surviving. For the risk of death is right before their eyes, and they have no time for doubt. Hiding behind the crumbling wall, Guan checks his phone and wonders if he's trying to solve this phenomenon. Here, a madman and a revolutionary have emerged. Explosions erupt behind him, while the screen displays the #1 trending topic. I support the Soul Summoner. Gangbu Writer 1,994 views, 11443. While watching the pirate subjugation play out, I realized something. I used to wonder why the world had become this way, and my resentment grew. Why did things have to be like this? What are the angels and demons plotting? I need to think this through. It's not that I'm joining a third party because I'm incompetent, but I support necromancers and I'll do my best to help. Guak smiles grimly. He's exaggerating. Good reaction. Is this some kind of patriotic propaganda video? Comment by 14 Sion. I'm rooting for him too. K222. Me too. Sergeant Park is the real deal. I'm fed up with this. I'll follow him. Instead of struggling to survive like an animal for the past 5 years, I'll live like a human from now on. Gop, I want to join the third faction too. Guonk glances at the intense situation on his side, while we see the online chat continue on our screens, living until the very last minute. The Crusader team is great, but they're kind of boring to watch. Should I switch? It's like going from a masterpiece to something ordinary. I live in Incheon, don't make me live through a war. Even with the world in this state. Then he sits up and rubs his head. I'm not sure this is the way I trust the swordsman, but I can't trust those angel and demon bastards. The others are trying to build a wall after the fight cut to the port. A large crowd gathers and Heian declares, from now on we'll be hunting too. Father, you heard what the Spirit Master said. We'll lose our lives if we go like this. Lyman hurriedly tried to calm his daughter. Heian, we can do this. Calm down, don't rush. Careful, take it slow. This is to protect ourselves so no one has to be sacrificed or hurt. But Hound's new Godong Island force confidently speaks for her. Haha, our HE isn't as reckless as you think. The plan is already set, Heian urged. Let's go, father. We need to dedicate all our manpower to restoring and maintaining the infrastructure for development. The people began to make their decisions as well, realizing they always depended on her during times of crisis. I've received help twice now. It's time we help the necromancer. Hound's eyes lit up as he said, Father, you can pass the title to me now. Her name is chanted in the air, Liha Lihan. She thought to herself that one day she would be a pillar of the third faction. Meanwhile, Han Ho excitedly held up some throwing knives, yelling that he finally got them. Item information, Devil Legion Dagger Hero, rank throwing dagger type. Effect, when thrown it releases a demonic sword, forged in the image of a regular sword. With a 10-second cooldown he cheers. How long have I waited for this unique weapon? Deng Yu sweats nervously, thinking his punch is stronger anyway. Then Han Ho's face quickly contorted. Ha ha ha. How can mere mortals fight against weapons, but if you say so, then so be it. Deng Yu looks up in awe, marveling at how much they've looted. I want to wipe it all out, but I should probably leave some resources for the people to rebuild. But I can't leave this behind. He happily pulls out the wallet, revealing the item information. Silver Knot, a unique grade financial item with special effects. A portion of the gold earned by contractees will automatically be deposited. Description. Placing his hand on the silver knot, he registered the contract. The knot's owner decides the collection rate, and the contractor's gold is automatically transferred. Collection rate, 50%. Registered contractors, 119. Current gold held 678588248. Jisoo was also happy to receive what she deserved, ranking 5th, thanks to this quest, and the experience tickets. Core Surfer Rankings Trang Rank 2, Hanggang Rank 197 level 22, Tiga, 200 level 20, 4, Iondium World Osman level 19, Lima, K339 level 24. Hanho, thrilled by the rankings, exclaims that 2nd and 5th place both belong to their faction. This will definitely have a big impact on the promotion. The three of them stood in front of a spatial gate and said, let's head back to town. This is the return gate of the World Tree that has opened. Back in the village, strange weapons are being gathered and taken away. It was Kyung Shu's group of 3, along with Sergeant Kim and Cha Hanho, aided by some skeleton soldiers. Sergeant Kim exclaimed, what is this? Kyung Shu replied, the pirates must have stolen them. The others came out to observe. How did they get this? The shield's level is even higher than the one we're using. The tank line needs to be stronger. This is perfect. Sergeant Kim happily retorted that with this rate of growth, they might even surpass the Crusaders. Deng Yu now back asked, so you said there was an intruder, how did you catch them if you didn't even hit them? Kyung Shu, looking awkward, recalled, there was a group patrolling around the village at the time. A helmeted figure asks, with the World Tree's shield, why even bother with patrols? The bespectacled man warned, don't rely on the shield. In games and novels, abilities or items that can pierce this kind of shield always appear, see? And just like that, they all panicked when they saw the shield being affected. The leader is horrified. Run. Run away. The guy with glasses is sweating bullets. What are you doing? They're through the shield, and they're much stronger than us. The chubby bespectacled man quickly pulls out his phone, reporting his best if he can't handle it himself. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were probing the protective shield, and the captain asked how much longer it would take. One of them working the controls replies that it's almost done when suddenly a shockwave rips a hole in the shield, and the mercenaries enter. Alright, I've made a hole in the shield, move in. As requested, we'll eliminate the people of this town. Confident, they entered the village, only to find another layer of defense, blocking their path, an electric fence. The defense team inside, having received the report from Fatty, took their positions to fire. The captain quickly jumped up, shouting, "It's a trap. Use the buildings to jump over the fence. Watch out for the sniper." Just then, an attack hurtled toward him. He dodges, and the attack slams into one of his men, erupting in an explosion and a blood-curdling scream. "You can't treat me like this." Back in the present, Kung Shu sighed, saying half the enemy forces were wiped out in an instant. Besides, they were surrounded, so they had no choice but to surrender. Deng Yu was speechless with admiration. "You've prepared thoroughly." Kyung Shu is pleased. After all, soldiers must protect the people. Sergeant Kim finally speaks up. "The hostages have been split between 2 warehouses inside the exhibition hall," Kyung Shu added. "They're all being treated so you can visit them later." Deng Yu happily tapped on the system screen. "Then let me see what my exclusive quest reward is." Skill information, 3rd faction, Silver Bond temporary, grade basic, type active, cost, a certain amount of gold. Effect opens a storage sharing items within a subspace. If allowed, you can use it anytime, anywhere. Each stowing costs 1000000 gold, limited to 10 items, and restricted to registered users. Then an image appears of her holding a flag with the number 3 standing on the tallest building. Item information, temporary 3rd faction flag special grade, faction item. Effect. When the flag is lowered, all 3rd faction players within a kilometer radius receive a buff all stats, +1, with the buff being strengthened or weakened, depending on the faction's power. Looking up, Sung Yu pondered the function. The area-wide buff was unlike any normal skill, but it was only temporary. The 3rd faction was unstable, and compared to the superior races, they were insignificant. They must have something like a dragon-type enhancement that strengthens all stats during an attack. His face was etched with worry and contemplation. As a notification appeared, the world tree's growth to level 2 was at 15%. Sung Yu is still pondering fighting those guys won't be easy. I need to build a stronger organization, one that's powerful enough to stand above the rest. Night falls, and the moon hangs high, as Sung Yu and his companions confront the intruders, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he demands answers. The Hunter Association. The captain, his head wrapped in bandages, trembled as he replied. "Have you ever heard of them?" "A famous guild lends its power in the current world situation," Sung Yu replied grimly. "I understand." "Then perhaps this is your last day," the man shouted, explaining. "That guild attacked this place. We have no animosity towards you, and it's true we made a grave mistake. They're terrified right now." Yu steps forward. Her eyes bloodshot, she gripped her sword, ready to strike at any moment. Young Yu spoke. "You want us to forgive you. But right now I'm full of hatred for you, so what am I supposed to do?" the captain hurriedly shouted. "As the area commander, I don't know much. If they find out we've failed and get angry, someone will come to negotiate." His face darkened at that. A negotiator. Did they really think they could negotiate after all this? Hanho spoke up, his voice serious. "How amusing. They really think this is a business negotiation." "Wrong," Yu then said. "Let's just wait and see if a negotiator arrives." Outside, a sly-looking man appeared at the gate, introducing himself as a negotiator from the Hunters Guild, asking to be taken to see Ju Hyun-se, and he was escorted inside. As he entered, he frowned, thinking, "I thought robbing the groom's house would be easy. How could they have failed? What's really going on? Was the information wrong? This is the greatest threat we've faced since the guild's founding. Let's focus on negotiations for now." Arriving, he heard come in. He entered to see Sung Yu at the head of the table, flanked by a grim-faced Hanho and Ju. Chungwoo spoke up. "You're the negotiator." The man broke out in a cold sweat, thinking fearfully, This is the necromancer." Then a wave of pressure forces him to his knees, as the necromancer's eyes glow, ordering him to speak. He then tried to regain his composure and said, "Pleased to meet you, necromancer. I'm Ki, the leader of the Hunter Association's negotiation team 2. It seems we've disturbed you. On behalf of the Hunter Association, I apologize." He knelt wondering, what is this overwhelming bloodlust? With a grim look, and eyes still radiating murderous intent, Ro-ung suddenly asks the Evolution Society. The man forces a smile and denies it. What are you talking about? We're a hunter guild." But he coldly replied, "I don't have time to deal with you. While you're stalling here, the guild's quest recipient might have already escaped." He was sweating bullets that couldn't be happening. He thought to himself, aren't necromancers supposed to be heroes in the Korean server? He thought he could just whine a bit and promise a reward, and the necromancer would let it go. Shung Yu rises, knowing they'd be fools not to run, for they wouldn't know how to fight him. I said when that Kim terrorist invaded this place that I would kill them all. Sweat dripped onto the floor as Ki grimaced. This was not part of his plan. Dung Yu retorts, I can extract memories from your corpse. I'll kill you, find your hideout, and hunt down everyone there. I was going to start in 10 minutes, so try to change my mind. Black Ki quickly presents a suitcase full of gold and jewels. So what do you want, gold or artifacts? I'm here to negotiate with you, Soul Master. I'm willing to pay for our mistake. Instantly, a blade pressed against his neck. Killing you all and sifting through your memories is too much trouble, so tell me, where is the Evolution Society's base? He was now absolutely certain of his deduction. A moment later, the car sped away from the village. Han Ho asked, bewildered, is this going to be okay? What if he turns on us and joins forces with the Evolution Society? Dung Yu confidently replied, a guild will always side with whoever benefits them most. There's risk, of course, but there will definitely be a reaction. Then he secretly resolved to solve all the problems in Korea whenever he had the chance. Suddenly, Sergeant Kim appeared with his teammates carrying bags of grass, and he exclaimed with joy, Sungwoo, we dug up some glowing herbs in the Pandan Mountains. It looks like they're items. Item information, rare class healing herb. Effect accelerates wound recovery. When processed, the herb becomes more effective, and stamina can be enhanced with regular use. Item information, hell root, a rare herb. Be warned, this herb has adverse effects. Vitality will decline when absorbing the hell root, but when prepared, the herb becomes more effective. After reviewing the information, he cautioned everyone, and they began to move with greater care. Perhaps it's the world tree's influence. Is it that unstable? Sergeant Kim continued his report. We plan to build a potion brewing room. Someone has already volunteered to be the alchemist. And even without a foundation, we can experiment and gradually learn how to make elixirs. Dung Yu picked up a blade of grass, and happily replied, elixirs are crucial before and after battles, as he calculated in his mind. If I use this, well, I can get super grain. Han Ho then shouted, Senior, my father has leveled up. He snapped at his son, what do you mean, leveled up? Am I just an object to you? Han Ho glanced at his father with a sly look. Looks like he doesn't need mana or gold to expand the safe zone anymore. His father pondered this as well. Was it after the tree grew, I suddenly received news about the integration. I acquired a skill called non-person, allowing me to see when near the shield with my eyes closed. Han clapped and cheered. As expected of the divine thief shield. Amazing. His father proudly continued. My son, that's not all when you're near me if you close your eyes. We three can link our skills and observe things together. He suddenly laughed triumphantly. Haha, one day my shield will reach far beyond this town, becoming famous throughout the world. Taking the opportunity, Han Ho reaches out. Then you don't need the silver anymore, Dad. Just give me the bag. How could he resist, quickly dodging away? The one holding the bag has the power. Should I really do this? He frowned. Hurry, and take it away. Think about how many hands we've already lost. What followed was a brazen display of theft from the father and son, Han Ho and Ju, who could only watch. He thought to himself that the world tree was a risky target, but it certainly had influence. A status window appears, announcing the blessing of the world tree upon the area, granting a 50% increase to item crafting success rates. When crafting, there's a 10% chance to gain an additional option, and item crafting costs are reduced by 10%. Dongwoo was stunned by the power permeating the area. Even at level 2, the growth is incredible. I can widen the gap between us and the other clans. Just then, Taechung's group appeared on their bikes, shouting before they even stopped. Boss, we found a new shop, but something's a little strange. I tried to check its rank, but it says it's restricted. Dumbfounded Yongyu exclaimed, restricted. He then excitedly grabbed him by the collar, urgently asking, where is it? He quickly realized it was the secret shop. The secret shop coupon I got from defeating the leader. I didn't expect to use it so soon. Sungwoo looked visibly excited, and soon after the scene shifts as Taeseung leads Sungwoo to the secret shop. The system asks if he wants to use the secret shop coupon, yes or no. Sungyu turned back to them and said, wait here. Taeyong punches the barrier in admiration. We're stuck, but he just walks right in. As expected of the top rank, Sungyu thought as he entered. The secret shop. Last time, instead of choosing at random, I picked a few high-level items to buy within 10 seconds. With over 148 million gold, I won't have to discard items like last time due to lack of funds. And that item too. If I'm lucky, I might just get it this time. The notification window appears, inviting him to take a seat. A total of 5 items will be displayed in sequence. Say buy if you wish to purchase. The decision time is 10 seconds. Once an item is passed, you can't buy it. The first item is revealed. Glass vials filled with colorful liquids appear. Item info, special grade panacea. Set a consumable that cures all status ailments, costs 3 million gold, and there are 8 seconds left. Dongwoo quickly acts, recalling that he missed it last time. Revealing the second item, Mythic Grade Asura's Cloak grants +2 agility +3. Stamina activates 4 integrated weapons for 10 minutes, 1 hour cooldown, costs 6 million gold. He recalls the name Tron Gong and happily exclaims, "Is this what will allow me to use the heavenly craftsman's skills?" But he pondered, calculating in his mind, the price is double the first item, but it's better than the Shadow Monarch's cloak. Since the items are a set, I can't exchange them, but with 5 seconds left he quickly decides to buy all 4 weapons. I'll let Han use it, since it's a secret weapon. The system then reveals the third item information name Universal Key Special Grade Category Tool Effect. It can open any lock but is destroyed immediately after use, costing 9 million gold. Remembering the monster's terrifying teeth and the universal key, Dongyu realizes he hasn't found any real treasure besides Mimic. Suddenly he wonders if it can remove area restrictions and barriers. With 7 seconds left, Dongwu quickly hits the purchase button, thinking he has enough money to buy it just in case he needs it. Revealing the fourth item, the legendary grade demonic mask, a face accessory. Damage with swords increases proportionally to agility, allowing you to clearly detect those around you plus 20%. Shuangyu began to ponder. This item was made for Ju. She's so lucky. If I miss this chance with Ju's luck, she'll never get it in her life. With 7 seconds left, Yongyu decisively presses the button. Please choose after reading everything. He's annoyed he has plenty of gold. Say again what you want me to do. Faced with his attitude, the system revealed the fifth item, a burst of light causing him to exclaim in shock. What is this item information? Mythic grade heavy divine bow. Category bow. Effect, normal people cannot draw it. The condition for use, a physique greater than 100. It automatically forms arrows when drawing the bowstring and activates the solar collapse skill at the point of impact. Solar collapse creates a wide area of effect and ignites the surrounding area at the point of impact. Users should be careful as it can devastate an area with a 10-day cooldown. The set effect is unknown, activated when possessing heavy ancestor. Price 15 million gold. Dongyu finds it hard to believe a mythic grade item. I've never seen a mythic item besides the seed of the world tree, yet this shop has one. With the world tree's influence, I know mythic items are not to be taken lightly. The usage requirements are also much stricter. It takes 100 physical strength just to fire a single arrow. Even with all the BF bronze I have, like Anubis 57 is my limit. 7 seconds left. Yongyu is torn as this isn't something he can use right away. I've never used a bow and arrow before, but even if this decision is emotional, I should buy it and keep it. I don't know when I'll see one again. This is a gamble, but he has a bad feeling about it. He raises a finger. The item exchange status window appears, and the system counts down once more. 3 seconds left, and his face contorts in agony. Then, with a force that threatened to break his finger, he slammed down on the screen, desperate to know if he'd succeeded. System notification, please refrain from further endurance. The item reveal has ended. You will automatically exit in 10 seconds. Dong-u stood up, his shopping complete. What I'm really after is the Shadow Monarch set, but I guess I expected too much. The odds of getting exactly what I want are slim. But there's only one item left. I have to find a way to get it. When the Dark Monarch's collection is complete, I have a feeling my power will increase exponentially. Cut to the world tree. Upon receiving the cloak with many arms, Han Ho excitedly shouts, "Hehehehe, can everyone see this? The ancient celestial master's power beat you to a pulp senior. Am I really allowed to keep it?" Blow after blow lands. Yongyu turns and says, "Did I really get hit that hard?" Han Ho smirks. "Don't lie, I saw everything." "Oh no, what am I supposed to do?" He covers his face with his hand still filming with his phone. Dongyu is annoyed by his infuriating way of speaking. "How about I just take it back to make you happy?" Suddenly, Ju began to sob uncontrollably. He turned to Ju and Han Ho whispered, "Good timing, buying that item you'll get a payout." Ju nearly wrecked the place after failing twice in a row while he just stood there dumbfounded. Then Ju turned around with an emotional look and said, "Ah, Ali, thank you, Mr. CU. This item is perfect for me." As Han Ho checked his phone, he exclaimed, "Oh right, did you guys know the faction war is leaning towards the Liberation Army? A broadcast a few hours ago said only the final stronghold Mount Bukhan remains." Upon hearing this, he pondered that the urban area battle event, as he recalled, granted a 30% attack and defense boost for 7 days upon capturing 3 areas. It was said that when things began, the Reform Alliance had the upper hand thanks to a swift and rapid raid. It seems the Holy Cross team has turned the tables. Based on this information, neither side seems to be a strong enemy. Frankly, I don't even think they'll be a threat. My experience is on a different level than theirs. I'll continue to nurture the world tree and take over the Korean server. This will also bring us closer to the cause of this phenomenon and finding a solution. We need power to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, back at the Alliance, their massive buildings have been blown to smithereens, but the fighting has stopped. Standing on the rubble, Dong Min-hum cheers. The Liberation Army has won. Choi Dong-hoon stands on the platform giving an impassioned speech as flashes of light explode around him. Meanwhile, on the online forum, news broke of the Liberation Army's official declaration regarding the urban area battle. With 45000 views, the 1542 members of the faction receive news through the system announcing that our core angel faction of the Liberation Army has won the Urban Area 1 battle. However, we value peace and unity. and do not wish to conquer by force. This message is for the demon faction. If you're willing to end this pointless war, surrender via official announcement and take orders from the Liberation Army. You have 24 hours from this moment to decide. Comment 111. Han Ho, looking at his phone, exclaims that it's all ending in a single day. Are you planning to form an urban alliance after this commotion? Sung Yu responded. If this is the end, then so be it, Han Ho wondered. Why? He simply raised a finger and said there was one final quest. Just then the system displayed a notification, Title War Quest. The urban warfare between the two cores, the Angel faction of the Korean server and the Demon faction of the Korean server, with a temporary third faction. The reward 5 legendary item boxes under the condition that the first faction conquers the Emogi Cave large-scale dungeon on Mount Bukan. You will enter in 35 hours and 39 minutes, and each faction will receive a different entrance. Jisoo turned back and said the system wouldn't disappear. Han Ho hurriedly asked, So are we participating too? Dong Yu confirmed it. Yes, the 3-faction battle has come to an end. Cut to another location where a long mountain range appears. From within the forests, giant tentacles erupt, shaking the entire area. And here, Fong Vian An begins her broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Fong Yuan An. Today we're broadcasting live because of a shocking event on Mount Bukan. Can you all see that over there? It seems this is the location of the second urban warfare. It's massive. All of Mount Bukan seems to be covered by a giant dome like a forest of demons, where not even a ray of light can penetrate. Suddenly explosions erupt from behind the trees. Is that an earthquake? Ah, that's the Emogi Cave. It seems that's where the boss is. A massive green monster crawls out as reporter Anne continues the live stream. In just 34 hours, the 3 factions will clash. Who will emerge victorious? Choi Dong-hun's side also watched the broadcast, and Dong Min-hung spoke with difficulty. Damn it, so we have no choice but to fight. Song-yu Choi Dong-hun pondered, perhaps fighting him was inevitable, wondering what would happen even if they ran. Once drawn into the system, we'll likely have to fight CU in the end. 8,889 spoke up, and even the members seemed worried. Choi Dong-hun tensed up, adding, Of course I'm scared to death. Then he slammed the table, stood up and gritted his teeth. But I don't intend to lose. Luckily the demon faction has lost power, so we just need to focus on the necromancer, and we'll win. Sung Minhwa, yes sir, we'll prepare countermeasures against the undead army. Sung Min, picking up on something, exclaims, Why these guys? Sir Swordsman reinforcements have joined the demon faction. The Gangwon-do Fighting Guild has announced their allegiance to the demons, numbering 454 members. Belmion, the guild leader of the Struggle Guild, then stepped forward to make a bold declaration. I hereby declare that I, along with 254 members of the guild, will join this battle, cooperating with the Uambu Reconstruction Alliance to lead the demon faction to victory. The players from Gangwon-do may already know this, but we are warriors who survived the hell, known as Mount Tibi, a place overflowing with monsters and their commanders. We fought relentlessly, until finally we emerged victorious. As he spoke, he raised his hand, then slammed it down as he continued. But it doesn't end there. We will go to a new battlefield and win again. The system displays the urban warfare area, predicting the winning side for betting angels 0/0 total amount ratio. 2 sides demons 0/0 total bet amount ratio. 3 a third party 0/0 total bet amount ratio. A betting slip will be issued upon placing a wager, and the winning faction will receive 1% of the total bet as a bonus. Correctly predicting the winning side will pay out dividends at extreme odds, excluding the 1% bonus for the winning faction. This crazy system forced us into war, and now it's dungeon gambling. Elsewhere, a voice exclaims that they'll give 1% of the total bet. Dong Yu suggested feigning weakness, but Han Ho worried that it would make them look like losers. He placed his hand on Han Ho's shoulder. I'll make them hesitate. It's time to shine Suan's fairy. He was a little speechless. You'll do it carefully, right? Doing too much might lead to addiction. Ju reminds them with a laugh that getting carried away with fabrications is wrong. The other two turn pale. Is gaslighting any better? She quickly explains. At the very least, I'll pay with my own gold. A box labeled Mu appears. Han Ho assured I won't cause any trouble. Sure, always, Dongwoo asked, scratching his head. So how do we make ourselves look weak? Han Ho wondered. He then exclaimed. Aha, we can use these guys on the angel side. Choi Dong-hun boldly declares that the Liberation Army will lead the faction to victory in the Bukan Mountain Dungeon Raid and this second battle. Our chances of victory are high, as we've received corn as a reward for the winner, and the legendary item we obtained will be shared with the Urban Player Alliance being formed as we speak. Power will be distributed fairly, and the live chat is buzzing. I trust Li Dianshu, Swordsman Yandium B, Watermelon 33, B3. If you live in the capital, put your faith in the cheap Liberation Army. What kind of melon is Korean melon? I fully support Spirit Master Yam. They're very selective over there. If you're low-ranked, join the resistance. On the side of the demons, they're also live streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the man behind the curtain, the chairman of the Reconstruction Alliance, a smug, middle-aged man, appears shocking an onlooker. Huh, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Is that really him, Chairman Lai Yan-hon from the live chat? A sour mango donghyuk. Isn't that Chairman Lee Yun-hwan of the Angel Group? Yinho Lai, Yan-hoan, the bulldozer. Seriously. That's right. So a Cheeble is still a Cheeble, even when the world is destroyed. They disappeared before everything fell apart, but now they seem even stronger. Crazy delivery. I never thought about it that way, but I guess things would be different if it's Lee Yo-hwan. He's a bulldozer with a whole list of achievements. Lee Yun-hwan confidently spoke into the mic. I think everyone knows how much I've helped this country grow. Just as we've developed this nation through business, we will lead the revival of the entire demon faction. And we're not the only demons out there. I know there are many players from the demon faction in Busan, and we want to connect with them and offer them 2 items from this battle's rewards. And a legendary item will be given to independent players who choose our faction. The method is simple. Hold on to your betting tickets and betray the demon faction. Details will be posted on the community page, he said, holding up his phone to entice them, and the chat exploded once again. LNC is insane. So we have a chance to get a legendary item no matter how much we invest. Yog, just as expected. Our bulldozer chairman is different. That's incredibly generous. I'm investing immediately. Lee Sung-sung, oh President, I believe in you. Wang Mian Browbear, I'm putting my faith in you. The demon faction's best handler, and now a scene change to Shung Yu's third faction with lively commentary on screen. I'm currently in Su, and I can see smoke rising from the Soul Master's main base. What's going on, the strongest sergeant? Views 41440. 43 of my hideouts are near Sugan. As I passed by, I saw a huge cloud of smoke heading towards Hengung. Could it be a surprise attack? I can even hear the fighting. Someone attacked while they were off guard, preparing for the upcoming battle. Even the terrorist Kim failed Bok Nam Hook. He even captured all the wives. Anyone can enter, but escaping won't be easy. Hey. The strongest sergeant of the 900th is definitely a raid type. I saw them right after the invasion. The damage was pretty bad, and it looks like the necromancer was caught off guard. Maybe he just warned Kim about the terrorist attack and left, which is why he got hit. Luan, what? Seriously, Bush River. That's right. Think again. Most of Ju Hyun's wins so far have been surprise attacks that are then hyped up. Meanwhile, the Haeon side is staring in disbelief at their phones. What? Here the comments continue to pour in. 27. Leon is real, he trembles. That's where the gold terrorist broadcasted from. He's finally dead. Kekumasan Mish. But who would dare attack a necromancer? Would anyone dare to do that to the one who annihilated the entire LKS pirate squad? If this is true, they'll be all over the news. They'll be known as the ones who attacked Necromancer Gongju. So the necromancer's opponent has finally appeared. Phantom Dragon. Could this be the mysterious fourth faction? Finally, the final boss has appeared. Haeon and the others quickly realize it and exclaim in unison that it's definitely a scam. Meanwhile, back at Sung's workplace, Han Ho was snapping his fingers while looking at his phone. Excellent, the public reaction is just as I expected. Prepare the actors and bring them in. At this moment, the captured mercenaries from the previous day are brought out looking extremely worried. But if I do that, the guild won't like it. They value their reputation, and if they find out I dragged them into this manipulation... Ki Ung-su's face darkened upon hearing that. So what, you want to get struck by lightning? Are you trying to start another war with us? He pouted quickly, denying it. I don't have that authority. Kyung-shu then asked. Or would you like to have tea and discuss things with the Soul Summoner? He'll probably swing that scythe of his before he starts talking. He quickly said, start filming, and the others stepped onto the platform to begin the live stream. The Liberation Army officially addresses the city conquest with Eternal Swordsman's stream, reaching 45542 views. Our members should have already received the news from the system, but I'll announce it again. The Angel faction centered around the Liberation Army has won the first city conquest. However, what we aim for is peace and unity. So, violence is unnecessary. This message is for the Demon faction. If you intend to abandon this pointless war surrender during our official announcement, then follow the Liberation Army's instructions. You have 24 hours to decide starting now. 101 comments. The system displays the Urban Conquest 2 betting results. Angels 69.4 million gold, 50.6%. Demons 63.2 million gold, 46.1%. Third party, 4.3 million gold, 3.2%. A random item will be awarded upon placing a bet. The reward for the winning side is 1% of the total bet amount. Rewards for those who correctly predicted the winning side will be divided based on the betting ratio, minus the 1% reward for the winning side. Han Ho, staring at his phone screen, exclaimed, "Wow, the number of people betting on us has plummeted." Du added, "But it seems not everyone believes that announcement." Dong Yu calmly stated that only a few people were desperately investing in this risky game. "We'll wait until the end to invest and delay our arrival at Mount Bukan as long as possible so they'll think we don't even care." Han Ho was thrilled to hear that. Okay, roger that. It's Han Ho's time to shine, though. Dong Yu can't help but cringe at his four-armed cloak, finding it as hideous as ever. Elsewhere, helicopters fly overhead as Choi Dong-hoon quickly descends to the ground. A notification appears you have entered the war zone. Note killing is prohibited within the war zone. Any detected attacks will result in immediate execution. The angels angrily shout, "What are you demons looking at?" The demons calmly respond, "What, did someone kick over your rice bowl? I heard there's a no-killing rule, so you're feeling confident." Then the two sides began to hurl insults at each other. Those hungry bastards are from the World Gang. The Kong Hoi Shung Guild is just a bunch of nobodies who only know how to kill monsters. With a pedigree like that, how do they expect to expand their influence? What a bunch of bird-brained show-offs. A bunch of slowpokes. Their smiles will turn upside down when my axe meets their heads. Meanwhile, Vienne and diligently fought before the two space gates. Everyone focus. This is the entrance to Mount Buchan, where the second battle will soon take place. It seems both the angels and demons have arrived. Assistant, how much longer? The assistant checked their watch and replied, 1 minute and 10 seconds. Reporter Anne grows anxious. Could the necromancer really be as injured as the Hunter Association claims? He still hasn't shown himself. Will we never see him again? The assistant suddenly exclaimed. Huh, reporter, and look up at the sky. The demons looked up in confusion. Damn it, it's the necromancer Sung Woo. He appeared riding the bone wyvern and the three of them quickly descended to the ground. They're here. They look pretty good. What should we do? Sung Woo thought to himself. Bet on the weaker side. Reporter. Anne stepped forward, hoping for an interview. Please, just a moment. May I interview you? But Sung Woo coldly brushed past her and unwilling to miss her chance, she quickly turned back. Excuse me, necromancer, wait. Her assistants are really annoyed. Does he think he's some kind of superstar? So he doesn't realize how powerful the media still is in this world. Sung Woo then walks directly toward Choi Dong-hoon. Long time no see, Choi Dong-hoon remarked. After all this time we meet as enemies. If we could just avoid each other, we wouldn't have to fight. After that, the two turned their backs on each other, Choi Dong-hoon thinking that even as enemies he didn't want to fight or take his life. They had once been allies, and now they were both grateful to each other, but if he had to, kill him so be it. Both of them shared the same thought as Belmian watched from afar with curiosity. What are those two saying? It seems the necromancer is safe, Elder. Lee Wyong-hoon's expression darkens. It must be so. He's planned everything out. And that money-grubbing kid only thinks about money. As he spoke, he gestured to his men, and a luxurious wooden box was brought forth revealing 4 powerful arrows. These blood god arrows, crafted by a player, amplify divine power, deal massive damage to immortals, and purify the undead. They're the culmination of Lee Yong-hoon's research made by boiling 10 priests and will explode upon striking a necromancer's heart. He warns us to use these 4 arrows wisely. Belmian picked up an arrow, confidently replying, "Without these arrows, anything would deal a critical hit if it struck the heart. Though I have 4 chances, I'll aim true with the first shot. If you miss, even once that bastard will figure out the arrow's power," old Li Yonghwan cautioned. Belmjian assured him, "Trust me. But where did you even get a weapon like this? It's almost as if it was made for that necromancer." The old man coldly replied, "You don't need to know." Belmian chuckled gleefully. "Haha. It seems you're a businessman with secrets to keep, which I should respect." Lai Wai, the old man continued, "Don't just focus on the summoner. There's also his swordsman companion. He noticed that Du is level 5 and she didn't get here by relying on a summoner. In the video of them destroying the pirates, she single-handedly killed the monster that could crush tanks." Belmian said, I've seen it. He's sure that girl has the potential to be a key factor in turning the tide, so take her out first when we engage." Beyond smirks, "What a shame. She seems to be their type." Now the 3 of them stand before a gate, a system notification appearing marking the temporary entrance for the 3rd faction. Deng Yu turned and said, "Each faction has its own entrance." "This is kind of nice." "Why the long face?" Han Hogt asked, displeased. "I feel like I'm getting ripped off a little, don't I?" The system window displays a notification again. The betting period for predicting the winning faction has ended. The Urban Struggle bet predictions are in the Angel faction, has 170 million gold at 41.6%, and the Demon faction has 163.3 million gold, 39.9% to the 3rd faction, with 9,5,3,5,5,0,0,0 gold, 18.4%, a total of 408.6 million gold, a bonus of over 4 million gold when betting an item. The reward for the winning faction is 1% of the total bet, and the reward for correctly predicting the winning faction will be divided based on the betting ratio minus 1% of the bonus for the winning faction. Han Ho suddenly exclaims with excitement, "The reward will increase exponentially if we win." Jisoo turned and smiled, saying, "This is better than playing gotcha, right? At least the results are proportional to the effort." Shung Yu then noticed another announcement, his current betting status. Predict the winning side. The third party has 73.4%, with a 70 million gold bet predicting a payout of nearly 297 million gold. Based on the total bet amount minus the 1% bonus, it's over 400 million. Your reward will be determined by your betting ratio. After reading the announcement, he thought to himself, "Looks like I don't have to worry about raising capital. Our side is a small group of elites, which puts us at a disadvantage when it comes to attracting investment. In times like these, we should slowly drain the other side's resources to develop our own. A notification appears. The city conquest team has entered the Imugi dragon's lair. The three of them, along with his sister, entered, and immediately only a single point of light remained. Upon entering, Han Ho cautiously opened one eye to observe his surroundings. You have entered the Imugi dragon's lair, a large-scale dungeon. You cannot leave until the conquest is complete, Han Ho thought, glancing around. It's so dark and we're trapped in here, Sung Yu replied. This place is a dungeon. Han Ho stared ahead in disbelief. Why are the trees so huge? Is this really the Great Cold? Jisoo speculates that they eliminated the native plants and planted another species on top of them. The system displays Stage 1, find the key to the next stage. They must capture the darkness-dwelling Man-Ru, who holds the key, and advance to Stage 2. Han Ho quickly grips his sword on guard. The drill is a type of monster, and the human is like a humanoid drill. Let me explain. In the Korean version, Han Ho combines an ancient word for primates with the phrase silent butterfly, since the latter can be broken down into the words silent and butterfly. Jisoo immediately retorted, No Manor is the name of a type of monkey. Han Ho asks again, feigning ignorance. Foreign language, she despairs, it's definitely T. Dong Yu inwardly rolled his eyes, thinking you're a college student, Han Ho, and at a liberal arts school no less. Then he anxiously said, I don't know what my shadow is here, but facing those monkeys will be tough. We should be wary of attacks from above. As Rong Yu spoke and turned, he froze. They all look up at the massive branches, realizing the battle between factions has begun. These are the demon faction, a chaotic bunch. No, over there. Those apes fire, the dark baboons ferociously pounce from the branches. And just like that, the villains are at a disadvantage. How are we supposed to catch them now? One of them looked up in shock, only to see torn corpses and blood raining down from above. On the side of the angels, members of the scouting party were being toyed with by the dark baboons. Those apes are just circling, waiting for us to scatter. Choi Dong-hoon gritted his teeth, realizing they could be lured into a trap if they split up. Shung Min chimed in, even if we risk it all, not every ape has a key, and who knows how many casualties we'll suffer before we get one. Just then, a system notification popped up, announcing that the third faction had temporarily acquired the key, shocking him into exclaiming, they got it. How could this be? In the third faction, Ju's sharp strikes cut through the branches. It was none other than Ju. A notification appeared, stating that sword damage increased proportionally to agility. With heightened senses, she could feel everything around her, and with her eyes closed, she spoke. I hear the sound of clashing metal, that's the key. It's like it's pinpointing the location. Jisoo unleashed a flurry of sword strikes while Han Ho's eyes darted around, searching intently. Where is it? There it is. Only he could see it, but even if he found it, how would he get it down? Shung Yu raised his hand, unleashing his power. I have to bring it down. The system appeared, noting that poisonous clouds were beginning to form in the area. Instantly, lightning flashed across the sky, but he figured the thick canopy would offer some protection from the rain. Rain poured down on the branches, but as more rain fell, the dark baboon began to sense the danger. Unless they were resistant to poison, their only option was to climb down. As he predicted, they quickly crawled down the tree. Han Ho, who was waiting below, shouted, There it is, there it is. Once it's on the ground, that dark baboon will be haunted by a strange energy. I'll use Ghost to ambush it. Among my bloodkin, it's the best climber. And just like that, the dark baboon faced off against Ghost, tearing its body apart. But the weight difference was too much for Ghost. Yongyu then summoned Min-shok. Mr. Min-shok. A surge of power erupts as Min-shik raises his weapon, conjuring countless chains of hellfire. The chains ensnare the dark baboons, dragging them down to be crushed. Immediately, the system displays that he has defeated the dark baboons, and received 1,35440 gold. Min-hyuk dealt with them easily. The dark baboons who hadn't yet descended now fearfully climbed even higher. Han frowned as he looked up. It seems they don't want to come down. Shung Yu said they'd rather endure the poison than jump to the ground. I have to get them back down here. He reaches out, unleashing his power. A spirit latches onto a monkey, as Jung Woo unleashes Corpse Explosion, triggering a series of blasts that send the monkeys into a terrified frenzy. Shung Yu thinks it's not as good as the original, but it's still hellfire. He declares that they now know whose territory this is. Han Ho excitedly shouts, Wow, this is the terrifying power that defeated the senior. Dong Yu's Aurala power makes her face fall. I sense something else emanating from her besides just power. Han Ho's eyes lit up as he unleashed the X4 dagger throw. His cloak's 4 arms made it easy to launch 4 daggers at once. Han Ho screams in fury. Even with his newfound power, he's still throwing knives. With eyes blazing, Ju lunges toward the dark baboon, wearing the necklace, striking before it can react. Immediately, the system announced that the third party had obtained the key, a key that was now moving. It seems to be leading us to the next location. Let's follow it and see. The scene shifts to another part of the forest where the air is noticeably brighter, and the Sungu clan has arrived. Han Ho exclaims, Wow, it's so bright here. Even the green moss is glowing. System message, Stage 2 poison resistance. The next stage is an area covered in toxic bones. After hunting 100 giant poison wasps and acquiring the poison-resistant corn, Chung Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Oomph! Giant wasps." A swarm of wasps quickly appears. Hanho couldn't believe his eyes, they were as big as drones. Even Ju was taken aback, saying they looked unreal and that their nest must be nearby. She looked towards the massive hive and Hanho laughed, saying only a madman would disturb it. Then he saw Chung Wu's contemplative expression and his face paled. "Senior, are you really going to do that? Come on." But Sung Woo just gives a sly grin. Hunting individual bees is too time-consuming. He then aimed his crossbow and began testing it. Item information: dwarf automatic crossbow fire +2, category crossbow effect agility +3, main damage +30%. Equipped with an ammo supply linked to a secondary armory, it can fire without reloading, and you can use fire arrows for 1 minute with mana. Shung Yu fires 3 arrows hoping to burn them, but the wasps are protected by a shield. Ju exclaims in shock, "A shield?" Hanho's face pales even more, they even have god-level skills. But Dong Yu calmly replies, "Then I'll just have to go up there and take them down myself." Baboon skeleton soldiers, and now the wasps are swarming, stinging with their venomous stingers. Seeing this, he exclaimed, "Poison sting, even if it's not very effective once they're immune, it's just a normal attack." He then released his skeletal soldiers towards the nest, protected by the shield, unleashing a surge of power. Dong Yu summons bear skeleton soldiers, their eyes gleaming at the prospect of honey. 4 bears attack the shield from all sides, shattering it instantly. With the shield gone, Chung Wu unleashes 3 more attacks. You have acquired 5,000 gold from hunting a giant poisonous wasp larva. You have acquired 5,000 gold from hunting giant poisonous hornet larva. You have acquired 25,000 gold from hunting giant poisonous hornet larva. You've received 2,000 gold for destroying the giant poisonous wasp nest, and 5,000 gold for hunting a giant poisonous wasp larva. Giant hornet kill count 34 out of 100. Hanho couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. At this rate, I'll hunt 100 in no time. It's like they don't want to leave their burning nest. But Dongwu said it was more than that, leaving him wondering. "Huh?" For what he asked, looking down to explain. "Make you the leader." Hanho just looks confused, not understanding anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dark baboons being slaughtered were demons who finally managed to capture it. "I've got the key." After them, they pursue the key, one of them exclaiming as they run. 20 people have died a sacrifice, but not too great a price. Belmian gritted his teeth, saying it was the second time already, knowing that it was difficult for only a few specialized classes to complete the mission. Even so, we'll form a raid team of fighters and ranged players, only protecting the mages and priests, tanking the damage and clearing this raid before anyone else. But once again we're a step behind the necromancer. I wonder what the chairman will think of me. He feared that Elder Lai Wai Onghon would be disappointed in him, but the follower reassured him. "I found the key, and I'll catch up to him soon." At that moment, status windows appeared in the sky. After reading, Bion exclaimed, "The second trial is catching bees, after monkeys now bees. Good thing I don't have to look for anything hidden." Then he turned and gave a loud order. "If the goal is 100, then they're everywhere. Split up and search. Has Team 2 seen any wasps?" "Negative." "Team 3 is also clear." Bion was getting impatient. "Damn it, where did all the wasps go?" He quickly spots the massive beehive in the tree. "Is that a beehive? Could it be that the nest suddenly fell and the surrounding area was engulfed in a massive fire?" He imagined Sungwoo's wretched expression and roared in anger. That sly bastard got lucky ditching that burden. Before the arena gates, everyone waited with bated breath. The reporter narrates the current situation, stating they're awaiting updates at the dungeon entrance. It's been over an hour since all 3 factions entered the arena, and the Necromancer and the 3rd faction are still in the lead, the reporter announced, displaying the information board for the audience. The nationwide Angel faction is raiding Stage 1, while the 3rd faction has temporarily completed Stage 2. The nationwide Demon faction is storming Stage 2, as a young man with bright yellow hair grins holding a stack of cash. "As expected of a necromancer, I had faith in you from the start." Seeing his excitement, the white-haired man chimed in, revealing that someone else had invested in him for big profits. The young man scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, yeah, I just invested based on his recent performance." Seeing his confidence, the white-haired man smirked and threw cold water on his enthusiasm, saying that as a newbie he was bound to lose. The young man grew worried at the white-haired man's words. "What? So you're saying the necromancer will lose?" The white-haired man smirks. "I don't deny his achievements, but he's alone while the other 2 sides have armies." The young man still tried to argue. The necromancer isn't alone, he has teammates. But the white-haired man, confident in his prediction, pays him no mind. They're competing in an awakened dungeon, but at its core, this is still a war. Chairman Li Yanghuan wouldn't participate in a losing battle. Even though power is everything in this world, he can analyze situations quickly and leverage vast resources with his authority. Even if they fall behind in a fight, he can just negotiate to keep the W force intact. The chairman is a big player. A necromancer can't hunt the Amugi boss on their own in such a short time. He lost the moment he coveted the top spot. and the demons will surround him, ensuring his defeat. The young man glanced at the white-haired man's smug grin, assessing the situation with a cold and analytical mind. Who is this guy? The more the white-haired man thought, the more he reveled in his victory, his smile twisting. This time victory will belong to the demons. It's just like when I won that bet 7 years ago. Seeing the white-haired man's madness, the young man finally realizes he's a demon lost in his own delusions. Can't you hear it, the triumphant roar of the Clash Guild's Belmian? Within the dungeon, the boss Imugi appears a colossal serpent with razor-sharp fangs poised and alert. Song Yu's group approaches the boss's lair, activating poison resistance that will fade upon exiting the dungeon. Elsewhere, the Black Mountain Guildmaster defeats the Imugi boss's first phase as Song Yu and the others pause to assess the situation. Lano Ho placed his hand on the drawings on the wall, confirming that this space was definitely the boss room and there were repeating murals. Song Yu called out to Diu, who immediately understood what Song Yu meant and quickly responded. Jisoo uses her senses to observe, but as expected, she's disappointed. I can't see anything. It seems as though a transparent membrane is covering everything. Song Yu realizes that someone has nullified Ju's extrasensory perception. I've never faced this before. This boss must be high level, especially Imugi, a spirit who once trained to become a dragon. Suddenly a wave of heat emanates from the end of the tunnel, making everyone feel withered. Sensing the heat, Song Woo realizes the pressure of holy power, and a familiar feeling mean he's close. Suddenly, a light flashes and bursts from the room heading straight for them, and he knows the boss is near. Here, Imugi appears its massive form and blinding speed, signaling imminent danger to Song Yu, its crimson eyes like lanterns in the dark tunnel. Li Han shouts, "Senior, that's the boss, Imugi." It has finally appeared, its massive form and red eyes glaring down at them. The system immediately sends out a notification. The first stage boss Imugi has appeared. Song Yu assesses the boss, noting its enormous size and the elasticity of its tough scales, meaning this thing is not only huge and strong but also possesses speed and agility. The Imugi lowered its head, welcoming the master of this land. Hearing it speak, Song Yu was shocked, thinking it can talk and it's intelligent. Song Yu complimented, "You speak clearly, unlike the others." Imugi retorts sarcastically, "All you can say after venturing this deep into my lair. Without language, there is no world. Those others only perceive themselves and what's around them, but I am part of this world with a complete consciousness." Song Yu stared, biting his lip in, thought it made sense, a parley before battle. As Song Yu assessed Imugi, it observed them. "Only 3 of you. I sense more presences above, but they seem to be wandering aimlessly." Song Woo stared at Imugi and asked, "Will you fight us?" "Didn't you come here to kill me?" Imugi replied nonchalantly. "Why do you speak as if I'm the aggressor? Whether you fight of your own volition or at another's request, coming to take my byproducts and assets makes you no better than thieves." Hearing this, Song Woo and the others silently understood. Every word Imugi said was true. With no response, Imugi taunts them. "Why so silent? Do you admit it? Since you can't refute my perfect argument, I'll take your silence as admission. Now, face the consequences of your choice." Song Yu quickly dodges, realizing it was just a feint. He immediately commands, "It's attacking, get ready." The system issued another warning, the Fen Fire has been summoned. Countless flickering blue flames now surround Imugi, its eyes ablaze, as it prepares to charge towards Song Yu. Seeing this, Song Yu realizes it's magic, he's fighting with both brain and brawn. He yells, warning everyone to get out of the way. The flames grew fiercer, becoming a wave that incinerated everything in its path, scattering the group. But then unexpectedly the fire turned back to attack them. Surprised by this scene, Song Yu barely dodges the attack, his frustration growing. Damn it. He immediately summons his weapon, the Reaper's Scythe. The time of death has reversed 60 minutes. You have acquired the power of the Lich. Maximum Bloodkin increased by 50, all ability stats increased by 10. Undead around him can revive or regenerate infinitely, as long as he maintains his maximum blood count. Imugi assesses Song Yu's power. You wield the power of a demon. Song Woo wields the Scythe of Death in his hand. But what about holy power? The system then displays you have temporarily received the power of the death god Anubis. You are temporarily in a demigod state, all stats greatly increased by +10. You can use the Master Soul Absorption skill, and you can use the Master Mental Attack skill. You can use the Master Level Mental Attack skill. Imugi's voice became serious with a hint of amusement. A dog, good heavens, not only a demon but also crazy. The system issues a warning, the regeneration of the giant spirit has begun. Warning, the death response has begun. An army of spirits is being reborn. Imugi is shocked to see Song Yu charging with power armor and a steel punch. The necromake has arrived. He was careless, this creature isn't even human. Suddenly a runic seal appears, and Imugi finds himself surrounded by countless runes. An Iron Man and a zombie horde rush in, leaving Imugi, unsure of where to strike first. Song Yu is confident, but then he's immediately stunned. What did it stop? With burning eyes, Imugi darkly asks, "Is that all you've got?" Imugi retaliates, scattering Song Yu's group. Some are swept away by tornadoes, others are burned by raging flames, and still others are crushed by massive boulders. Seeing this, Song Yu commanded Bird Monster immediately. Ven, a cactus skeleton, appeared and rushed to face the boss Emogi. Emogi tells him it's futile. With that, it uses its energy to blow W away, tearing it to pieces as it lets out a pained cry. Realizing the situation, Song Yu knew he was no match for it while Lai Han frantically tried to hold on. "Senior, what do I do?" Jisoo added. "I don't think I can even get close to it." He looks toward the Emogi, where the monster is rampaging. "This is bad. I might have to use the resurrection scroll here, but that would mean those two would die. I can't give up. There has to be a way. The system wouldn't create a monster like this for no reason. Could it be using the terrain to its advantage, or is it waiting for a skill cooldown, or perhaps its attack range is limited?" Suddenly, he recalls a drawing on the wall from when he first entered a triangle behind the serpent. The system displays souls bound to the soul holder 80. Songwoo realizes he shouldn't have focused on the Emogi in the first place. The answer lies elsewhere. The system displays magic power bomb has been combined with your weapon. He recalls the triangle and resolves to break through the Emogi wall, but the system glitches, displaying strange characters as the boss's image blurs. The client's server connection has been temporarily suspended due to an error. Error code 0014231532. Lihan and Jisoo stared blankly as the world around them blurred. What's going on? Song Yu wondered if the game had crashed. In the heat of battle between Song Yu and Emogi, the system reported an error. Song Yu saw the blurry image of the Emogi boss and wondered if the game had crashed. "Is this my chance? Come on, move." Song Yu tries to seize the moment and take down Emogi, but no matter how hard he tries, his body remains frozen. They're not listening to him. "No, how have I been moving them since then? Did the skill disappear? But I'm still in Anubis form." "It hasn't disappeared, it's just been rendered unusable." Suddenly, Emogi spoke up. "Have you ever felt like you were being watched? But it's not like that anymore. Song Yu, we've gained temporary freedom." Lee Hanho, hearing boss Emogi call Song Yu by name, was stunned. "Bro, did that thing just call you by your name? How long have you two known each other?" Songwoo was shocked, maintaining a calm facade while secretly calculating. This is truly strange. Even for a boss, discovering a player's real name is highly unusual. The anomalies during the fight, the inability to activate skills, and the sudden disappearance of hostility, there must have been a system error. Something beyond the system's control has occurred. After the system malfunctioned, the Emogi boss seems to have awakened to something. "We don't have much time. This is the only place beyond the creator's gaze, so they'll notice us soon." Jisoo asked, confused. The creator Lai Han shivered, his brain frozen. He's frozen now. "A god. Asura Buddha Badaim, an atheist." Emogi responds, "Of course not the creator of you all. The entity that created the world, us, this place, and the power you wield." Suwoo pondered this, realizing that an entity had brought the system into their world. So there really was an invader behind the system running this world. Songwoo asks, "The entity created you. Who are they?" "I don't really know either," Emogi replied. "I'm not allowed to know of the creator's existence." Song Yu stares at the boss. "Of course, if you're like a dungeon boss whose existence depends on the system, it's only natural you wouldn't know about the creator." Emogi spoke mysteriously, revealing that a mysterious energy had entered him. "Though only for a moment, I glimpsed a fraction of it. So listen closely." Ju immediately became wary, rushing to block the front. Songwoo stopped her. "Miss Ju, let's hear them out first, then we'll decide what to do." Emogi says, "Seriously, Songyu, there's an entity that wants to speak with you. Entities like our creator, but they can't appear on their own. So they're trying to send you a message through my mind." Song Yu pondered entities akin to the creator gods. "Does this mean the system's creator isn't alone?" Song Yu looked up at Emogi. "What do they want from me?" Emogi cuts to the chase, stating simply the collapse of the system. Song Yu stares at Emogi, seeking confirmation. "Do they want me to end this game?" he wondered. "Why is this happening? And why me of all people?" Emogi explained that they had been watching him, observing everything, searching for someone who could break free from the system's constraints, and they chose him. Then with a sharp look and serious tone, Emogi said, "Survive and overthrow the system. They will surely find an opportunity to contact you, and call your name as the system is now fixing its errors. The system is at 13% emergency recovery." As tears fell, Emogi spoke with sorrow. "I've only just realized my existence is meaningless. These memories, this history, it's all fake." Emogi wept openly, a being born only to be destroyed without meaning. "After you kill me secretly, take the reverse scale from my body. Lai Han, don't watch from afar." Hearing that, he was surprised. An inverse scale. Jisoo, who was nearby, also explained that it was a scale that grew in the opposite direction and was considered a dragon's weak point. The system displays system undergoing emergency recovery 56%. Emogi silently slithers away, seemingly accepting its fate. This is a gift from an entity that wants to help you. Its hidden power will help you know if you're being watched. Emogi begins to use the energy, destroying everything around him in a sea of flames. Seeing this, Lee Han-ho cried out in fear, saying that suddenly going crazy while talking was a cheap trick. Ju, while dodging, asked, "Are we going to fight again?" Song-woo watches Emogi's destructive rampage. No, this is all an act. To deceive the creator's eyes, it's creating the illusion of a battle. He turned to Lai Hanho and Ju, instructing them. Listen carefully, both of you. Once the recovery bar you see reaches completion, act as if we're fighting. As if nothing happened, the system continued its announcement, emergency recovery at 87%. Emogi gives Song Yu his last instructions before the system fully recovers. It's about to begin. Song Yu, kill me and survive until the very end. Make the system collapse and reclaim your world. The system displays emergency recovery at 99%. Song Yu eyes Emogi's attack, realizing he'll die if it connects. But there's no hidden power, and the speed is easily avoidable. The power in the attack is real enough to avoid suspicion from the creator. But a close look reveals this battle is entirely staged. If we're putting on a show, let's make it a good one. Lee Hanho immediately rushes towards Emogi, shouting, "You're pretty good yourself, you lizard. You can take the heat, huh?" She leaps forward, sword in hand, adding this, and strikes Emogi's head. Lai Han thought to himself that this bastard's body was moving on its own. Emogi was struck with a shocking blow to the head, and then saw Song Yu rushing towards the wall behind him and screamed, "Not over there. I commend you in my heart. That was some great acting." Su Wu flew towards the wall, emitting a light of suspicion, and asked, "Is there something strange here?" After breaking through the wall, Yu saw a jar emitting a blue light. A jar Emogi rushed to protect it, shouting furiously, "You wretched intruders won't break our dragon ancestors' urn so easily," Song Yu thought. "So they'd be suspicious if things went too smoothly, huh?" Song Yu quickly uses a mana bomb against the Emogi, who panics at first but then regains composure and summons a defensive shield. The magic shield absorbed the bomb with almost no effect. Song Yu thought, just as he suspected, attacking its main body is ineffective, but it's enough to obscure its vision. Song Yu summons Wevens to face Emogi head-on, who acts like a true performer, smashing the Wevens to pieces while cursing incessantly. "You insects, you scoundrels, get out of my sight." It obliterates the summoned beasts, screaming incessantly, "You wretched cowards." While Emogi was rampaging, Song Yu flew in and shattered the jar containing the dragon ancestor's essence, causing it to scream in anguish. No, the system displays that Emogi's Phase 1 ancestor jar has been destroyed, and Emogi has lost all magical power. Emogi screamed, "You wretched insects broke my ancestral jar." Seeing this, Song Yu praised, "This guy deserves an OSA award for his acting." Even those who call themselves creators would have no doubt now. Song Yu quickly ordered his troops, saying that without magic, it's just a big snake. "Total attack, everyone on my mark, attack and surround it." Song Wu appeared from the sky with his sword and decisively beheaded Emogi. The system announces he's received 1,155,000 gold for defeating the first stage Emogi boss, and 1,030 days remain in the elimination test. The title of Amateur Dragon Hunter has been replaced with Professional Dragon Hunter. Stamina +6, Physical Strength +3, Fire Resistance +40%, Magic Resistance +10%. Emogi's massive body collapses to the ground with a thud, its tears falling in bitter resignation. "This is unfair. Unjust." Seeing this, Song Wu chuckled, impressed by Emogi's dedication to the very end as its voice echoed, lamenting its fate at the hands of these wretches. Song Yu looks at Emogi, thinking it's time to get serious. Ju pauses, confused. "Was that for real?" Li Han also pouts, thinking, "That's right, this is the last one." Seong Wu approached Emogi and took the glowing scale, an inverted scale. The item Emogi told them to take while it was still alive. The system displays item information, name, rank, type, effect. He stares at the system in disbelief. Is there nothing listed? What is this item even for? Suddenly a black screen appears before him. Live. He stared at it, puzzled. Live. Is it broadcasting? Someone's watching, which means the entity known as the Creator is watching me. After defeating Emogi and obtaining the reverse scale, a black screen appears before Song Yu, confusing him slightly. He's being broadcast, meaning the Creator entity is watching. And he can't see this message. This thing can even hide from the system. What the hell is going on? The Creator. A second existence on par with the system but with different thoughts. Who are they, and why are they participating in this game? The system displays a war quest. The third faction has provisionally won the Urban Area 2 war. Rewards are given to the faction representatives, 5 legendary item boxes for the third faction. 1% of the total bet is 486,570 gold. The winner's dividend, the dividend for the third faction, is projected to be 296,954696 gold. Song Yu is thrilled to receive nearly 300 million gold in one go, while Dishu stares at the ceiling in astonishment. Yes. Suddenly the basement began to shake violently. An earthquake. Look, the ceiling is opening up. Li Han cheers, gloating. Let's see the faces of those beggars. Only the hasty ones would choose the angel or demon factions, right? Ju didn't even bother to look at him, openly disgusted. The stench of nouveau riche. Song Yu and his teammates left with their spoils, already planning their next move. Now that the quest is over, the BK restricted area around Mount Bukan should be lifted. After this failure, will they give up? Definitely not. The system announces the Dragon Cave dungeon raid is over, and the dungeon will disappear immediately, sending the demon faction into a furious rage. Damn it all, that wretched necromancer. Belmian lowered his head, his face grim. 741 members entered and 211 died, a humiliating loss. We gained nothing and lost so much, but it's not over yet. We have risen even in defeat, and we have conquered the Silver Peak Mountain territory of the monster commander. Belmian rose, sword raised high, and roared, "Let us rise again, we'll turn Mount Bukan into that necromancer's grave." As he spoke, he calculated in his mind, in case of emergencies like this, the chairman has already prepared 320 reinforcements outside. Plan B was created to deal with situations like this, and Belmian's face twisted with fury. Hatred has clouded his judgment. Exorcists, we will defeat and capture that necromancer. Elsewhere, massive trees are collapsing one by one, creating a deafening roar. The reporter summarizes the situation as the massive dome covering Bukan disappears, and there the victorious necromancer emerges. The reporter is a bit annoyed that Song Yu's group isn't paying her any attention. It's astonishing that a third party defeated the two undefeated groups and rose to the top in Korea, she announced, masking her inner frustration. This arrogant necromancer. Suddenly, Ju appeared behind the reporter, eyes sharp, hand on his sword, a clear threat. What's going on? Everyone around them is immediately terrified, and the cameraman asks, pale-faced. Reporter, Anne, did you provoke her? The reporter hastily denies it. I didn't do anything. Just then arrows came flying. Jisoo reacted quickly, fighting back, leaving the reporter in a daze. Arrows, reporter, and cried out in shock. An ambush. Someone is attacking Ju Hyun-seo. The mission had just ended, and a new fierce battle begins as screams erupt and onlookers scatter from the arrows. Careful, there are more of them over there firing a barrage of arrows. Song Yu watches the arrows fly. 2 arrows already. I have a bad feeling they're targeting me. Ju rushes forward to intercept the arrows, as Song Yu realizes the archer will surely strike again. I'll eliminate them, so be careful. With that, she immediately flew up, continuously striking down the archers who fell like flies. Her speed was blinding, and reporter Anne watched from above in utter shock. Did you all see that? Can you even call that a human being? The Red Devil of the third faction, the only one making a difference. Song Yu calmly praises, and those reporters risking their lives to broadcast are quite skilled. Lee Han worried, wondering if they could survive Ju's wrath after all this. The demon faction charged, eager to tear Song Yu's group apart. One of them shouted, "Stop her, Red Devil, you won't." But before he could finish, Ju lunged forward, swinging her sword at the oncoming figures. Who are you calling a Red Devil? Bion commands the crossbow unit to retreat, calling in the mages. Watching Ju cut down his men, Belmian gritted his teeth in frustration. Where did this crazy bitch come from? How could she stop the snipers? Seeing Ju like a demon slowly approaching with a sword dripping with blood, he knew why the chairman wanted her eliminated, but he never imagined she'd be this terrifying. Belmian reasoned that they still had 2 arrows left, and they needed to eliminate her and find the perfect opportunity. He turned and gave an order. Belmian turns and orders, "Yuan, use the painting, we'll blow her away." Yuan immediately obeyed, pulling out a massive landscape painting. The system immediately announced that the True View Divine Landscape painting had been activated. As soon as the painting opened, a black liquid rushed towards Jisoo and she quickly dodged. But the more Jisoo fought, the more surprised and terrified she became. What is this? I can't block it. The liquid is like a net tightly binding Ju. A moment later, Ju slowly opened one eye and looked around, seeing only a vast expanse of white snow and blizzard. Jisoo shouted anxiously, "Where is this?" This is the deep valley within the Silver Corpse Mountains. Belmian rejoices at the plan's success. Good, that demon has been taken far away. We may have failed many times, but in the end we will be the victors. Bion raises his sword and charges towards Song Yu, screaming to cut off his head, but Song Yu is furious. "I've warned you so many times." The system identifies the god Anubis, and Song Yu immediately summons the power of death. An unseen pressure bears down on Bion, causing him to wince in pain as the system detects an unknown energy invading the Legion. His bodily functions deteriorated due to an unknown energy, all stats decreased by 1, and his subordinates screamed in terror as their stats plummeted. "What is this?" BM Jian said, trying to stay calm and wait for him to summon the undead. "We've studied him, fully analyzed his necromancy, becoming experts in minutes. When he summons a large number of undead, he'll release a black smoke. He might cast a poison curse or use vines to ensnare and trap his prey. We shouldn't rush in recklessly, or we'll get caught. Move slowly." The system displays again, showing a decline in bodily functions due to an unknown energy source, reducing all stats by 2. Belmian was frozen in place while his underlings broke out in a cold sweat and trembled. Stacked debuffs. Those damn experts never mentioned anything about this. With a furious glare, Songwoo spoke. "I'll say this one last time." A terrifying energy emanated from him, crushing them like ants. Belmagian gaped at the colossal dragon as it materialized, while Song Yu declared that from this day forward, there would be no demonic faction in Korea. The 2 underlings, seeing the beast before them, grew anxious. "Is that a dragon?" It's huge. The dragon is charging towards the demonic faction. It rams through the tiny humans, each step a cataclysm. The demon faction crumbles, those behind them scream, "Run!" But facing them is an army of the undead and no one survives. They cried out in despair, but it was too late. They were the undead, and he was the embodiment of death. And Xiang reported on the battle, her voice filled with shock. Gangwo's silver corpse warriors are being wiped out. It's overwhelming, they're no match for him. Belmian lunges with his blade. Did you really think your summoning skills could defeat our mighty army? Song Yu, like a demon descending from above, replies nonchalantly. Yeah, you'll become my conflict guild. Belmian looked at him with a mocking smile. You're wrong. There's no red demon here and you will lose. Song Yu was suddenly struck by two bursts of power, leaving him no time to react, as a blinding light appeared in the night sky, illuminating the arm, drawing back a fiery arrow. Closing one eye, Ket steadied herself, remembering her training. She recalled her high school archery club where she was hailed as the best archer in Korea for 50 years, always at the top, favored even by the teachers. In the months that followed, every month saw the emergence of the best archers in the last 100 years, the last 200 years. But I've dedicated my whole life to archery. After regaining her focus, Kuel fires a shot. The first two missed, but this time she'll hit her target. Two fiery arrows strike the shadowy monster, and cracks begin to appear in its dark hide. Is that how an archer shoots? The monster's head and hands explode, and an intense blue light emanates from its head. Kuel breathes a sigh of relief, having defeated the monster. What do you think you can accomplish by staring at me like that? You should consider it an honor to die by the hand of a god-tier archer like myself. But the battle may not be over, as shadows emerge from the light of the monster's corpse. In a surprised tone, Kiet recognizes the skeletal soldiers. From afar, many more approach, one of them wondering if the final shot to the head was from a normal arrow. Ah, this two-horned skeleton soldier must be the leader. It cleverly discovered Kuel's weakness, so you only have 4 special arrows. This surprises her. How could this be? Just then, Hanho chuckled, saying that the rage form wasn't so bad after all, was it? When he saw Ju fall into a pool of blood, he exclaimed, "Senior Ju is gone." Sanji broke out in a cold sweat but tried to reassure himself. Stay calm, Ju is a ranked player. The cloaked figure turned back to Yin with a sinister grin. Even if it's an important artifact, we should just seal it away, or move it somewhere else. But Hanho's next question gives Sanju a headache now that Ju isn't with them anymore. But what about the arrows aimed at you? What do we do? But with his quick wit, Hanho devised a plan to use the werewolves as decoys, letting them waste their arrows. Sanju still looked worriedly at the fierce-looking bandits. But there are too many eyes on us here, Hanho says with a sly grin. Who says we can't use magic when others are watching? Hanho brings out something that glows. We have just the thing to keep prying eyes off us. Something long rises from the ground, blowing everything away. The monster's blue hand reaches for the arrow of binding, asking if it was the special arrow aimed at him. Clutching the arrow, he now knows exactly where it came from. The game's item information panel appears, unknown rank, Blood God Arrow. It's a player-crafted item that concentrates holy power, increasing damage to the undead by 2%. When attacking, this item has the potential to wipe out the undead. Description: this weapon was created after a long process of research and refinement. Would you believe that this item was forged by sacrificing 10 living healers? This arrow would be a fatal blow if aimed straight at the necromancer's heart. The crafter's skill sends Ket into a frenzy, his legs pounding the earth. He doesn't want to die here. He has to run. There's no stopping the necromancer now. As she regains her composure, the monster appears before her, and her voice trembles. Runhan fires a few shots, scaring the soul out of him. He raises his hands and looks down, meaning I'm a fan. Meanwhile, the thugs look through the forest and see the monsters appear, and someone shouts, "We shouldn't have spread out. If we hide among the trees, he'll find us." The cloaked figure was terrified by this. How could he find us in this dense forest? Just then, ghostly figures appeared and a game notification popped up. You have been afflicted by a ghost curse. You are now in a state of confusion, and your movement speed has been reduced by 30%. The fur-cloaked man's eyes widened as he looked up, screaming. The necromancer, he's watching the battle from above. Elsewhere, more green beasts appeared, and a skeleton in a red cloak took flight. The game's support rushes in, cutting down thugs and monsters alike. The fur-cloak's gang is outraged. Where's our reinforcement? Why aren't they helping us? The bald thug clenched his fist, trembling with rage. The leader promised reinforcements were waiting, but in this desperate hour, no one has come. A convoy of vehicles speeds through the night carrying their leader, as the bald thug realizes they've been abandoned. He raged, "Boss, you sly old snake, you abandoned us." Thinking of a way out, he told his men. At this rate, the soul summoner will wipe us out. Get the box. Yin suggested with a trembling voice. What if we retreat now? But the fur-cloaked man refused, shouting, "No, there's no turning back now, not even to Mount Tebi." What about relying on the monsters of Mount Tebi again? The fur-cloak shouted back. No way. He was terrified, the thought of that monster's face sending shivers down his spine. No one can stop that bastard. We have to abandon the box to escape him. Yin couldn't be dissuaded. He sat down, placed the box before him, and began to cast his spell. If that's what you think, then come and get it. The cloaked figure bit the dirt in his hand, transforming into an ape-like being, his body growing large and strong. The game displays a notification. The mountain spirit is flooding your body, and all stats are significantly increased. Plus 15% you've gained the automatic healing skill, plus 5% per second. You've gained the power of the mountain god, and your influence over natural objects has also increased significantly. The attraction to all spirits has also greatly increased, and his entire body seems to be made of magma, his screams no longer human. At that moment the game displayed a red alert. Stamina levels are below the allowed threshold. The mountain god's soul effect will be temporarily applied, but you will later suffer terrible pain and other severe penalties. Warning, the mountain god's spirit has entered your body, and is absorbing player stats. Ignore this state for too long and you will die. He looked down at his arms, feeling the spirit coursing through his body, his entire being seething from within. The fur cloak was now confident in his abilities, as he thought the main class Power Warrior harmonized very well with the linked class Dark Elementalist. Thanks to this, victory is within our grasp. He leaps into the air, sword in hand, astonishing the beast below. With one strike, the cloaked figure plunges his sword, sending debris flying in all directions. The ground explodes, and the monsters cry out, some shattering their armor. Not only them but his own comrades were blown away, faces pale. The fur-cloaked warrior grew larger, sword in hand, roaring, "Come out, necromancer, and face me." But he's thrown everything into chaos, leaving only smoke as the fur cloak continues to shout. "What can you do besides hide behind your bone soldiers? Are you just a rat who doesn't know how to fight?" he boomed. Everyone watching the stream could hear his voice. "Players of the Great Han server, aren't you curious about what's happening? What does a necromancer really look like?" Han shouts from inside the two-horned monster. "At this point you want a one-on-one fight. After resorting to all sorts of dirty tricks, I've faced plenty of fools like you and I've crushed them all," the fur-clad man retorted. "I'm different. I've always survived thanks to my own strength and body. It'll be the same this time and every time after, unlike you. The little rat hiding behind those weaklings." Before he could finish his sentence he lost his cool and charged. "You talk a big game for someone who claims to be strong." Han Ho couldn't help but laugh, asking if he really needed to point that out. Meanwhile, the cloak-wearer's companions have been scattered. They lie on the ground, trembling like they're about to die, when one of them calls out. Allies first stabilize the wounded. Yin grabs someone's hand and pulls them up. He should stand up now, but before he can, a voice replies, "How kind of you." They stare at each other blankly. Han Ho is the one who was saved, and they're not even allies. He swiftly uses a move to send Yin flying. The best defense is a good offense. His teammates, though injured, struggle to sit up, shouting, "Enemy, it's the weakest of the Soul Master's comrades. He's an easy target. Finish him off." Han Ho frowned in anger. The weakest. Their perception is about to change, for here he ascends with a transformed appearance. Ah, the deity Han Ho has arrived. Beardy screams in terror, wondering what kind of flashy moves these are. Han Ho sends pieces of his clothing flying at the enemy, knocking him away. Ghostly dagger, iron blood fist. His teammate below was scared stiff but tried to reassure himself. "Don't panic. Even if you're injured, keep fighting. He's just a thief after the monsters." Before he could finish speaking, Han Ho appeared flying before him and filling him with terror. "Who are you?" Han Ho remained silent, offering no reply. He frowned, recalling Master Heavenly Artisan General. "I still remember the invincible power you showed me." A blinding light emanated from Han Ho's eyes, shining down below as he roared. "Even though you're no longer with us, your power lives and breathes within the artifact of the evil god Han Ho." But in Han Ho's heart a sudden calm descended. Surely even the broadcasters were recording this moment, weren't they? How could they not be? "It's kind of fun to imagine, so I'm about to have a fan club now. The people in the broadcast room are all astonished what is going on." The monster's legs advance, a true battle between the necromancer and the guild leader. It passes the cloaked figure, sword in hand. "I told you so." He sneered contemptuously. "Many fools like you have challenged me." The cloaked figure spat out blood. His massive form lay defeated on the ground, as he weakly wondered why. Why did he fail so miserably? He looked up at the two-horned monster, wielding the sword, realizing that even with the level difference, the stats shouldn't be this far apart. It wasn't hard for the monster to figure out. "I bet you got a lot of bonus stats through hidden quests." Though surprised, the fur cloak man admits that it's true, level 18 rank 10th. He thought the stat boosts from numerous hidden quests would be enough to stand alongside the top 3. "If I had received the mountain soul, you wouldn't be the only one approached by the two-horned monster. It raises the sword that countless others have chosen to take down a different and dangerous path. You're just a frog in a well trapped on Mount Silver Corpse." The fur cloak player was unwilling to accept his fate, that he would die here. As the sword fell, he desperately screamed, "No way, it can't be," before his limbs and head were severed. The player inside the monster mannequin received a game reward 145,000 gold for defeating a player in a special power-up state. His underlings were devastated, one calling out to him with a trembling voice, and they all collapsed to the ground in tears. "It's over. Our guildmaster is kneeling before that player. We surrender, please spare our lives." The player hasn't even turned around, too busy checking the item. Silver Master Mountain Core rank Mythic type consumable effect. You will receive a significant boost to your abilities when you accept the mountain's spirit, greatly enhancing your control over nature and spiritual power, potentially granting you the power of a mountain god. Divine Omen. To fully absorb it, you need at least 80 vitality and a recommended level of 100. Warning: possessing another divine entity may cause conflict and adverse reactions. Description: this inner orb appears after someone unqualified tries to digest the divine ginseng. Instead of gaining power, they are consumed, resulting in the orb's stats increasing dramatically after devouring the strength of the unfortunate fool. He stares intently at the inner core, an item that could grant him divinity. Since the divine conflict notification didn't appear, it seems this guy wasn't qualified. He glances back at Yin kneeling behind him. "Where is she?" he asked, momentarily stunned. "Yes, who is it?" he replied curtly. "Ju." Yin suddenly remembers someone, the woman in the red tracksuit who surprised him by shielding the butcher. Yin points to a location on the map. "She's here." The game displays an item notification, the legendary grade Godly Mountain Landscape Painting, a consumable item that can transport a designated target to a location within the painting with a 96-hour cooldown. The man's form appears as the puppet disappears, and he asks, "Where is that?" Yin awkwardly replies, "It's the deepest part of the corpse Silver Mountains. That person is Sanju." After exhausting himself, Sanju, drenched in sweat, asked, "Is that place safe? You told me you'd cleared the Silver Corpse Mountains." Yin shudders as he recalls this. That's partly true, but saying we cleared them out completely is a lie. Yin still remembers the hordes of them coming. "We tried to destroy them, but the mountain was too deep and the monsters only grew stronger and more numerous each day," he recounted, head bowed. "Then they began fighting for power, and one of them even united the entire mountain range." Yin recalls the victorious figure of the lead monster. A being known as the King of the Mountains was born. Sanju thought to himself, a king of monsters. The story he just heard made him doubtful that such a creature could truly achieve the title of king among simple-minded monsters. Yin knelt on the ground, terrified. "We never confirmed its existence, only saw it through quest notifications." He also recounted the story of his former comrades. "We couldn't stand that guy's teammates, so we moved to another area." Han Ho approached, realizing that was why he joined the Fallen Demon sect. They needed a base to form an army and compete for dominance. Sanjiju looks grim, realizing things are about to get complicated. They can't let these monsters breed. Han Ho leans down and asks, "Don't you have any other information? Even if you're a slave, wouldn't you want better treatment than the others? A full meal, a supply of alcohol?" But Yin refused outright, saying, "No, I don't want alcohol. I'm only 18, I can't break the law." That answer made them both suspicious. 1. A student. Han shouts, using magic to bind the two men's hands. "Forget about appearances. Why isn't a high schooler dressing more neatly? So alcohol's a no-go, but robbery's okay." Just then, a group in cloaks approached, and someone asked Dong Hun what was going on. Sanju was also surprised to see him. He's not one for petty tricks like the association. Yin's former comrades are surrounded by Yonghun's men. "Our wide-area surveillance team found a group of demons nearby preparing an ambush, and we've successfully subdued them." He responded to the previous statement, saying that the leader had escaped, so they were planning to destroy the headquarters. But before Dong Hun could finish, he was drawn to the aftermath of the battle, praising Sanju as the great warrior he is. The situation here seems to be resolved, but he can't help but feel that the team failed in their dungeon reconnaissance mission. Dong Hun secretly calculates that he doesn't want to fail again, but continuing to explore and sacrifice guild members isn't worth it, and signals his men, "We'll take care of cleaning up the remnants." Dong Hun thought certain he wouldn't miss the chance to completely eliminate the demon faction. Sanji stroked his chin. "I'd like to make a proposal. You've calculated everything, so I'll handle the demon faction in the northern urban area." Without much effort, the Liberation Army would seize control of the urban area. Dong Hun muttered, "The Reconstruction Alliance." He doesn't beat around the bush. "This offer isn't free, is it? Looks like you want something from us." And with that, they got to work. Han Ho controlled the camera above, while Dong Hun reviewed the images on his computer, agreeing to Sanji's request to use his wide-area surveillance team to find information about Silvermaster Mountain. Sanji looks at his phone screen, seeing that the others have used magic to bring Ju there, and they can't contact her through the community channel. Dong Hun offers cooperation, and Sanji agrees to his request, shaking hands in a show of compromise. Even though they're rivals, there's no need for strained relations. Friendly diplomacy is still essential, even in this world. Onlookers filming from outside observe as she loudly proclaims, "Did you all see that? This marks the victory of the Tiger chapter, an overwhelming power akin to the bloodline of a giant." Even the swordsman Yongdeng Po seems to acknowledge it. The game displays level up to 13 hidden quest complete rallied 1,000,000 people received exclusive skill reward, new feature unlocked viewer sponsorships. The girl was overjoyed at the notification. "This is great." She bit her nails, thinking an interview with the Spirit Summoner group would boost her views even more. But the bald guy next to her was too engrossed in the game, and it was unlikely. The camera pans to Sanju, who asks the camerawoman, "Can I say a few words on air?" She happily replies, "Of course, please do whatever you want." Because it's a broadcast by a ranker, everyone wants to watch, from ordinary viewers to officials and sentient monsters. Sanji boasts in front of the camera. Before the day is over, I will destroy the demon faction's Uambu headquarters. You all know why. He's referring to the blue soul undead who can't distinguish between people, only between the living and the dead. Sanju had a final word. If you don't want to be annihilated, evacuate your families. That was my final act of kindness. The officers watching him on the screen broke out in a cold sweat. Before tomorrow morning, no one will be left alive. The camerawoman is terrified. UMB players, if you see this run, get the elderly and children to safety, she shouts into the radio. Please, everyone don't confront him, the bald man said, staring at the phone screen. Reporter Ann. He held up his phone, showing a live broadcast. The Ubu demons were airing their views on the Soul Summoner. Sanju turned to see a broadcast in the dark night sky, above a tall building where people were gathering, pointing as a familiar figure appeared. The necromancer had arrived. The beast's foot touched the ground, and Sanju, cloaked in black, descended to meet Minon and many others waiting outside. Welcome, said Minon. I am Leonon. I used to manage the Ubu region's shelter. Sanju approached and asked, is what was said on the broadcast true? He replied respectfully, yes. Minshan sadly thought of Yan. We surrender unconditionally. The Reconstruction Alliance's executive board, including Li Yongwon, were frightened and fled. He looked over at the others. The players here never accepted the Reconstruction Alliance's control, and Minshan shudders as he admits he was forced to participate in their plans. Please understand our position. Sanju's face darkened as they immediately distanced themselves from the Reconstruction Alliance. Sanju thought to himself, but he wasn't interested in that right now, asking where is it? Minon quickly pointed the way. This way, we're keeping it here. The surrounding people gathered, whispering, so that's the Soul Summoner. He looks so normal. Does he really want to destroy us, like he said on TV? Sanju knew his reputation preceded him. At least he'd made a strong impression, even if it was infamous, making it easier to get the last one. After a while, Sanju stopped before the statue, a demon statue, the final piece to the hidden quest of the third option. The game's blue screen appeared. Third option, destroy the statues of the superior race, 2/3. Sanji stopped gazing at the statues, a chalice of fire and an inverted spear, an angel with a sword and a crown standing beside the demon. The longer he stared, the more questions arose. What does this mean? Do the statues represent what each side must pursue? He commands Oran, declaring that, whatever that dream is, it will never come to pass. Oran flies up and shatters the demon statue with his sword, triggering an immediate game notification. The demon faction has increased your bounty to 50 million gold. Down below, people are complaining, saying their levels have dropped. You too, I was just forced to participate. Sanju stood there clenching his fist as the game notification appeared. The third option, destroy the high-ranking tribe's stone statues, 3/3. You have successfully completed the hidden challenge. The third choice grants the reward of creating a third faction, followed by the faction quest, Moment of Greatness, the founding reward, an initial operating fund of 30 million gold. You've passed the test to become the founder of a new faction, and are finally qualified to create an official faction. The first step in establishing your faction is securing a base, a safe strategic location to lay the foundation for centuries of growth. You have 72 hours to choose wisely. Once the base is set, the foundation cannot be changed. Hanho holds the shard of a demon's horn. We found an item similar to the angel wings stone carving, and the game board is now displaying complete information about the Devil's Horn fragment. Item information, Devil's Horn fragment, a legendary consumable with a special effect. When used, it can teleport a demon statue within a certain radius once. It cannot be used for the angel or third-party factions. It can also be used as a last resort to escape if the statues are destroyed. Sanji continues toward the beast. Also, it can't be used for the third faction. We've exploited the system's loopholes quite a bit, but this has to end sometime. He and his men climbed onto the beast and departed as Minshan pleaded. Great Spirit Master, I have a request. Could you allow us to join the third faction? They were distraught as the destruction of the monument had resulted in severe penalties, and her husband had been expelled from the demon faction. Sanju paused. I'm sorry, but not right now. The beast flapped its wings and flew away. Before flying away, Sanju looked back, saying they don't encourage participation or easily accept everyone. Prove your determination to win this game and your worth. Only when Sanju and the others had flown far away did Minon speak his mind. Surviving that thing is hard enough, and he's talking about winning the game. Hanho stared anxiously at the screen. Ju hadn't left any comments. Could something have happened? But then he looks at Sanju thinking Ju will be alright, right? He reassured himself, telling himself she'd be alright, but inside Sanju was more worried than anyone. Though he wants to search for her, now acting rashly could make things even more dangerous. According to Sanju, too many X-Cars are still searching for him on the Korean peninsula. The Evolution Society, the Reconstruction Alliance, and other potential rivals have begun to reveal themselves, and he considers the worst-case scenario. No matter how careful I am, searching such a wide area as Mount Taebaek will draw unwanted attention. It's fine if they target me, but if they target Jae-soo, it'll be disastrous. Sanju closed his eyes, knowing the Free Guild's wide-area surveillance team had many skilled members, and for now, all they could do was wait as the light from the sky grew stronger. The game announces the World Tree's growth rate is at level 2, currently 83%. People eagerly flock to see it. We don't even have lights at night, and with no surrounding lights it stands out even more. The man felt there was no point in hiding it anymore. Standing beside him, he replied, "It stands out too much." He pointed to the sky, telling everyone that if they couldn't hide it, they should use it, increase its divinity, and reduce its visibility to outsiders. He tapped accept on the game screen. Do you want to choose a location to establish the third faction is? Then a screen appears asking for the faction's name, noting it can't be changed for 30 days. Note that changing the name costs a lot of gold. Sanju seems happy it's just a name after all. The World Tree here still absorbs a lot of light. World Tree that will be the World Tree faction. A notification appears stunning. Everyone congratulations, a new faction has been established. With the faction now, official faction quests are unlocked, and new features will become available as the faction levels up. You have successfully established the faction's mission. This momentous founding has been rewarded with initial operating funds. Sanji is enveloped in blue light, and he's been granted the title of First Founder, increasing all stats. You can now add members. Choose from the member list. The World Tree, the Divine Tree of Life, has become the faction's symbol fulfilling all the special criteria, and the game's congratulatory board sends him a message from the world. Congratulations. For the first time in the history of the Korean server, a player has led the World Tree faction to its birth. The man was so happy he jumped for joy. Now we're a legitimate faction. Demons, angels, what does it matter? Everyone around them is overjoyed, not even knowing who they serve. The long-haired man observes the people who feel alienated and deprived due to the lack of a faction. Hanho wonders if he should create patriotic content. Sanju agreed, as the arrival of both factions was the main topic of conversation. The game announced a new quest, an urgent mission for the world's angelic faction to purify the seeds of evil. The goal: destroy the World Tree faction and kill Leader 157. The objective is unlimited, and upon completion touch the angel statue for a reward of 150 million gold and the top spot on the server. The demon faction's urgent quest arrives: trample the insect eggs and crush them. The goal: offer the corpses of the World Tree faction players to the demon god statue no limit. Upon completion, touch the demon statue. The reward is 1 million G per person, with extra going to the greatest contributor. Sanju frowned as he looked up. They're really throwing money at this. Do you think they're starting to feel threatened? Outside the universe, blue light shines on Earth. A world quest: the man hated by the world. A hunt and protect quest. The target players of the World Tree. The reward will depend on the situation: 5 million gold for each player on the World Tree side, and 500 million if the leader Child 157 is killed. If protected, there's no budget for the leader. Child 157's actions angered two superior races, so they won't let him get away with it. This event is for the whole world, regardless of server. You must choose whether to follow the superior race's orders, or resist them, and join the newly formed faction. The mission's content may change depending on the situation. Upon hearing the announcement, he shouted, "You crazy bastards, how much per person? Senior, you're worth 500 million. Don't come near me." Everyone here was shocked to hear the news. What? Really? Sanju looked at them, and the atmosphere quickly shifted to mournful cries for the lost. The fat man's eyes lit up. They're hunting us. The surrounding players jumped for joy. Nonsense, I heard that. The sound of exp and G herbs go dig up herbs, make aphrodisiacs, and fill up the warehouse. Sanju was shocked, wondering who had changed these innocent people. He suddenly fell silent as the long-haired man beside him realized the situation. Unlike before, they only knew how to run in order to survive. With determined looks, they turned to him. "Sanju, we'll prepare for battle. This time it'll be bigger, perfect preparation for war." He reached into his pocket, clutching the handkerchief within. "All right, we'll prepare thoroughly this time too." Sanji wondered, will it be fun there? The game board displays live, and he looks around. "You guys really can't take your eyes off me, huh?" Then Sanju suddenly has an idea. "All right, I'll make it interesting." The sky shifts with the tide, a live stream rolls, and the War Guild emerges from the demon faction. The official World Quest viewpoint with 19.55 million viewers. Fatty and two others are live streaming the Busan demons. Let our War Guild face them. We can choose between peace and diplomacy. The audience here is glued to the live stream. 694. An independent guild in Do supports the World Tree faction. 697. A group of 188 members in Chuncheon hope to join the World Tree faction, while another says they're on the demon side but want to win the summoner event. The comment section is buzzing. Doesn't this all seem a little familiar? Written by expert Kim Chi with 41443 views. I want to talk about the current world situation. Doesn't it resemble the Donghak peasant revolution? They had to bring in foreign powers because they couldn't stop a peasant army. Think about how humiliating that is. Am I the only one annoyed that these foreign server bastards are here just to hunt a summoner? My heart goes out to the summoner when I see that quest. Even if the country falls false, patriotism remains. But for that man in Mokbo, it's not false patriotism, it's a matter of survival. What if pirates come here and wreak havoc for a while? In the helicopter, the girl in pink is watching the live broadcast. Doctor, the world is truly full of fearful people incapable of looking toward a greater future. We'll be there soon. The pilot focuses on landing the helicopter. We'll be there soon. The military helicopter lands and two figures emerge to a welcoming party below. Ara extends a hand saying, Dr. Yu, you've arrived. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Dr. Yu approaches to greet her. Hello, Arahata. Did the elder come himself? He respectfully replied, Dr. Yu, the Yakuza boss couldn't make it himself, but we'll ensure you have enough manpower, so please understand. He turned away. I understand. Then if not, the Yakuza boss who is standing before me, Arahata asks, extending his hand. Is that Okada Akira? He leads everyone into the room. The so-called Sword Saint, one of those responsible for educating the guild's secretaries. Dr. Yu and the girl in pink are given the right of way, and inside sits the elder of the Yakuza. Suddenly his eyes gleam the light piercing through Dr. Yu, a chilling gaze the game announces. He sees through your facade. A portion of your profile has been revealed. Your actions are being scrutinized. He could see his own reflection in the elder's sharp gaze as he extended a hand. Dr. Yu, thank you for coming all this way. Dr. Yu bows, honored to meet the Sword Saint, eyeing the blade that amuses the elder, who remarks how fortunate he is to stand behind it. He speaks impressed. You even know the nickname people have for the Japanese server. It seems you're quite interested in Japan considering the impressive amount of information you possess. The elder and Dr. Yu sat at the table, and after the elder took a drink, he asked, so this is the target you and the Evolutionary Society are after. Dr. Yu picks up a plate and replies, yes, the man the world mission named yesterday, a man called the Necromancer. A man called the Necromancer. Hearing this, the elder slams his glass on the table. Good grief, I only came here for a bit of fun. Yet as Dr. Yu reached out with a sinister look, he felt as though someone was watching him from behind. Was this like trying to catch a whale with shrimp? In his heart, Dr. Yu thought of verse 157 of the World Tree faction, a troublemaker during the conquest of the continent. The elder raised his glass to his lips. Wouldn't it be a great achievement if I handled such a difficult target through the Korean server information mission? Thinking this, the elder decided, I'll send out the most elite squad. You don't need to worry, Dr. Yu. This reminded Dr. Yu, I once trusted the mercenaries of Daehan, but they failed. The target must be prepared. The elder's eyes narrowed as if trying to see into his very soul, his words gentle, but laced with threat. Dr. Yu, please don't equate us with those mercenaries. We are knights who wield the sword of loyalty and honor. Our skills are unlike those mercenaries who only fight for money, Dr. Yu calmly replies. Of course, no one would dare underestimate the swords of the Yamato Association, he reminded. But their opponents were not to be trifled with either. The elder frowned, waving his hand, telling him not to worry. Piercing eyes watched from the ceiling. They had ninjas. The elder is confident. These elite assassins specialize in arson robbery and eliminating powerful foes trained personally by him and honed to a professional edge. Gathering 15 ninjas of this caliber is no easy feat. After hearing the elder's words, Dr. Yu was silent for a long time. He busied himself saying, I've finished my discussions, I must be going. The master has given the signal. After hearing this, Dr. Yu quickly stood up. It was an honor to meet you. The elder calls out to Dr. Yu, who responds with a sinister smile. The Yakuza boss has ordered that they obtain the item before making their move. Dr. Yu turns and walks away. I'll get it today. The helicopter begins to take off and slowly flies out to sea. At that moment the girl in pink wondered, who is the Yakuza leader, Doctor? Dr. Yu replies, the Yamato Guildmaster who controls Q. He's an old man who can't awaken even though he's reached level 22. So he could easily guess that the old man was getting impatient, since the items he wanted to collect were all needed for awakening. I happen to have one of those items, which is why I was able to trade with them. The pink-clad girl wondered, will this time be different? Have the ninjas been caught yet? No, Spirit Master. Regarding this, Dr. Yu isn't worried in the slightest. I just need them to buy me some time. Even if the Yamato Association fails, I just need to complete my plan. The helicopter is closing in on a high-rise. Soon it will all be over. Yes, the blue light still illuminates the city in the dark of night. With his hand on the table next to the tablet, he says he's ready for battle, but the long-haired guy thinks I'm too small and someone objects. Small is just average. Sanji intently observes under the table. Because I only chose a few elites, and only you can answer that. This minimizes the risk of relying on numbers for a solid foundation. The long-haired man looks at the tablet. Luckily, we've had almost no casualties for the time being. The man with glasses standing next to him spoke up, but if we engage, there's no guarantee. He recalls the joyful faces of the townspeople, a population of only 226. Even minor casualties would be a fatal blow to us, the long-haired man retorted. But taking in just anyone would be a burden. And it'd be hard to spot those with malicious intent. A deep voice echoes as Sanju speaks. A burden? You mean we need to lay the groundwork first? It's simple. Hanho shouts, Senior, could it be that Sanji-ju slams his hand on the table demanding machines, items, monsters, or anything that can grow? We'll use them to their fullest extent, the first step in militarizing the abilities of all citizens for this manpower war. Let us know when you're done, the long-haired and bespectacled men said wearily. The next few days would be rough. He roars with determination, shaking the very earth, and Glasses is overjoyed at the prospect of new items. Thanks to the loot from the tournament, I've created a new item, and the game board is full. Item information: semi-automatic crossbow high grade. Large capacity, rare grade crossbow type with effects tied to semi-automatic and large capacity equipment. After equipping, the difficult-to-handle crossbow can fire 28 consecutive shots. This 8-shot repeating crossbow was created by the Reconstruction Alliance but was improved by the World Tree Faction's artisans by adding 9,000,000 gold. The performance isn't good because I haven't put enough gold into it. Han shouts, leaving his teammates dumbfounded as the Great World Tree Faction returns. Someone wonders how he can be so confident after only crafting it 3 days ago. Keep going, senior. You still have over 300 million gold. Together they studied the map, then hunted monsters, and the long-haired man happily carried the map. The main hunting grounds are always swept clean, but there are many new dungeons, 4 large-scale ones to choose from. They will be joining me. Inho was stunned by his words. He's going to lead us himself. Sanju turned back with a sharp look. Let's go and clear those dungeons quickly. They head to a cave under the mountain quite far from the city center. Inside the dark Cho tomb, everyone is armed and ready for the monsters. He pants heavily, sweat soaking his clothes. Inside, the air grows heavy, as Inho wipes his brow, urging them to hold on. He's almost there. Then a sudden noise and falling debris heightens the tension. Something's there, a massive monster, and its allies emerge in formation, and everyone grips their shields. There are 4 of them. Don't panic. With my level and experience, I'll take them down easily. The monster is about to break through their defenses. They huddle behind their shields using iron defense, muscle paralysis, steel legs and pressure shields, firing crossbows and flaming arrows at its legs and knees. Some began charging forward to strike the monster, and their combined strength paid off when the game announced. You have acquired 3,100 gold from hunting underground trolls. You have acquired 4,550 gold from hunting underground trolls. You have earned 3,650 gold for hunting a bro underground. You have earned 1,3500 gold for hunting a bro underground. It took them quite a while to defeat the first monster, and everyone said that the entrance to the second level was now open. This is the turning point. Outside, everyone is working hard to pull the ropes. The monsters' corpses are tied up. A large-scale dungeon has appeared in Seo Tomb Park. This is a large 3-story dungeon, but Sanju is satisfied with the current results. We can just sweep the first floor escape and repeat earning a ton of experience with no casualties. The long-haired guy dazedly looks back, relieved that no one was hurt. But the scene resembled a refugee camp. Everyone was exhausted. I really need a break. It's been 11 hours, and constantly going in and out for an hour at a time has made the atmosphere inside the cave feel all too familiar. But Sanju was determined to push them to their limits. The faster they raided, the more experience they'd get. Less rest time meant even more experience. One of them spoke up. Sanju, even machines break down when they run too much, let alone people. Sanju turned and replied, this is the process Hanho had to endure. Hanho jumps in yelling, how dare you want to rest at this level? Back in the day there were only 3 of us and Ju hunted monsters while eating. Inho, exhausted, tries to explain it was already broken. Sanji turns and asks, what's wrong? It's not working. The group grumbled as they worked. This is exhausting. No one died, but so many are injured. Even with healing potions, we're still mentally drained. Inho gritted his teeth, but why? He and the others loudly voiced their frustrations. Why are they getting stronger? I'm level 15, and these newcomers are catching up. My competitive spirit won't let me stop. The hand holding the whip lashes out. Attention everyone in town, there's no time to rest. We should deal with those wolves while they're still hot. Their monster mounts are carrying away the corpses, ultimately affecting our income and production. Those below are furious as they watch the beasts carry away the monster corpses. Again, they're counting monster corpses. Really, how are they so fast? I didn't even get a chance to count. They're working themselves into a frenzy. So since they don't get a break, neither do I. Everyone's so noisy. The vats are already full of healing potions. We have 100. We'll need them for the war, so keep producing even though we're still short on herbs. The man pointed at the blood bag, saying he was overloaded, and it would be a waste not to use it. The furry men were terrified, wondering if they should climb back up the mountain to gather herbs. One falls exhausted, as the cycle of crafting and income continues. The old man rushes out, shouting, no rest, use the potions. As he falls, he realizes everyone will grow stronger, resources will accumulate, and talent will emerge. He senses an economic boom, but only the people are exhausted. Even breathing exhausts them. If this were real life, Sanji would be a wealthy capitalist. Sanji saw that things were going well in town, but he was worried about Ju, who was in a cold, snowy mountain range. Then someone spoke up. So you call us monsters, do you, Ju? Having just sliced a giant monster in half, wondered which of them was truly the monster. A new monster has appeared. Can't you see it? The game board displays its name. The Great Mountain King. The Great Mountain calls that human again. Jisoo stares at the monster, thinking, Sanji, it looks like I might not be able to return. They stood tall amidst the blizzard as the game board announced that low-level magic was being blocked by a mysterious power. Someone picked up the drone. Does that mean we can't scout with magic drones? I can hear the monsters approaching from the mountains. Perhaps that's why the competition guild fled this place. Corpses litter the snow, and his companion surmises they thought fighting other factions was better than this. The monsters here are strange. He then turns his attention to the monster corpses below. It's as if each one of them is a boss. The blue-haired girl felt doubtful. The environment here is extremely harsh. Even with the wide area surveillance team's resources and personnel, someone actually survived here alone. The long-haired man stepped forward. Doesn't she know Miss Ju? If she watched her fight, she'd know she's no ordinary person. The blue-haired girl followed, but this wouldn't be a quick victory. Unlike us who search only during the day and return to the safe zone at night, the long-haired one thought of Sanju's face. What will the soul summoner say if we only find her corpse? You left a weak girl to die. The blue-haired girl urged them on, annoyed. Hurry and find her. We don't have time to rest. Just then, one of their companions raised a hand. We found something. We found a witness. They headed toward a snow-covered house on the other side. An old man emerged with his 2 granddaughters, and the white-cloaked figure reported that an old man and his 2 granddaughters lived on the mountain. Though brief, they had lived with the missing woman. After hearing the old man's story, the long-haired man raised his voice. What, you're saying she left on her own? The old man frowned. That's right. A girl in red. The long-haired man asked, do you know where she went? The old man recalled Ju's frail appearance. She never returned after borrowing our clothes and leaving. I lent her clothes, worried she wouldn't withstand the cold in her old ones. With that, the old man collapsed, tears streaming down his face, feeling deceived by the city folk. The blue-haired girl was quick to catch on. Senior, according to his granddaughter, it seems she accepted a quest. The white-cloaked man glanced over, thinking it was related to the Great Mountain King, and that she might be following a quest line, but the other man didn't believe it. Impossible. You think she'd go after that monster on her own? The old man suddenly jumps up. That's right. The long-haired man asked, did you remember something? The old man's voice trembled as he recalled the girl, consuming much of their food reserves, and to his dismay she hunted wild beasts as repayment. But I've never handled animal meat before. I've only ever been to the market. The old man's granddaughter reached up, wanting to touch the white-robed figure, who repeated the statement to everyone. The granddaughter says Great Mountain King possesses an Image King item, but I'm not sure what that means. Everyone was stunned, and the long-haired man was in disbelief. 2 Shadow Kings. The man behind him spoke up. This information isn't in our system. After hearing the news from the old man, everyone sets out to find her. Someone speculates that if the woman is really going to Great Mountain King, then following her won't be easy. Exactly. But they had to admit one thing. Sorry, Miss Ju, but from this moment on, this isn't a mission anymore. It's suicide. The cloaked leader instructed his men to report the situation to the Evening Tiger, as the afternoon sun cast long shadows over the city's skyscrapers. A fierce battle had taken place here, as Undead gazed down at the monster, consumed by envy for those in the World Tree City. The area next door continues to develop while we're still like this. He wondered, looking over there. Did this place change too? The short-haired girl asked with a bright smile. We just wanted to ask for directions. Xungtae silently watches her, a worried look on his face. An outsider in this world, strangers always make him uneasy. His teammate got out of the car and asked Xungtae what's going on. He was confident that with 26 people they'd be fine. He chuckled awkwardly. I'm not sure, looks like they're lost. Another person in the car leaned out to take a look. Lost in a world like this, the crew cut shouts for them to find the police, while the short-haired girl asks if this is the way to Sugan. The driver was dumbfounded. Sugan was right there on the sign, not far from the road to Suo. Xungtae points his sword at the sign, asking if she can't see it or can't read, and the long-haired girl smiles, pointing towards Suan. At this point, Xungtae lost his patience, gritting his teeth. Why do you keep asking the same question? Don't think you can trick me and get away with it. The long-haired girl grinned maliciously, her mouth widening. Her eyes are now completely black. Calm down, I don't need any signs. I have no interest in words, nor can I read. My comrade, Xungtae, has just arrived to report that the area is clear. She smiled sinisterly as she plundered the surrounding areas, creating a pit of despair at the border. Xungtae kneels, offering to guide him to Sugan. Please spare my life. She puts on her mask. I don't need a guide. Xung listened to her every word in horror. All I need is you and your phone. I want to dig up information from the Korean server channel. She and that guy left. You're lucky not everyone survives meeting Squad 1. A masked man approaches, but don't get cocky. Even if it wasn't you, we could find someone else. He forces a smile. Yes, sir. Despite his fear, soon gathers his courage to ask. But you don't look like you're from around here. Who are you really? The long-haired man replies. We're just teachers here to teach the unruly in your server a lesson. Now take me to the necromancer. As the morning light fades, they follow Sung to the dungeon. Inside, the monster's corpses littered the 3rd basement level, but one still lived, roaring with fire in its mouth. The system called it the Underworld King. Inside, the others fought on the leader, using his shield to block attacks. Ice magic, freezing its feet, keeping it at bay as long as possible. The short-haired girl pointed and shouted, Air Force fire at will, focus on its legs. Team 1, prepare to freeze its feet again. The four-armed monster retrieves the bow, and the team realizes that alternating attacks can overcome the skill, and magic cooldowns the most effective tactic against the boss monster. More of the beasts emerge, and though these bosses are far from easy, someone notices it's pulling something out, a ballista. The monster loads it, and several fire in rapid succession. But the stones never reach them thanks to their defensive magic, a welcome sight for everyone. The short-haired girl is ecstatic. The entire team is specially trained in defensive magic, prepared for situations like this. They might even withstand a blow or two from Thor's hammer. Some players jumped up and attacked the monster with their weapons as Han-Ho looked up in astonishment. These days, even the dogs and monster kings have 6 limbs. Sanju just felt embarrassed as Han cheered beside him. But it was all a fake. The system announced the victory as the monster fell. You have received 115,000 gold for hunting the Underworld King monster boss. Everyone jumps and celebrates in their own way. We did it, we beat it, and we leveled up again. Sanji smiled outside their ranks and confidence growing, the power of the World Tree faction increasing. But then one of them looked over to the other side in surprise. Look, there's something on the wall over there. Everyone went through the large door, and the system displayed a message. The gate is protected by powerful magic, and only those whose names are engraved on the wall can approach it. It requires a 3rd circle dispel or higher, or an expert-level lockpicking skill or higher. The long-haired man was astonished. This is the 2nd time we've encountered something like this. The dungeon offers no other clues, and it's like a hidden reward, obtainable only through personal skill. And what Inho knew for sure was that no one here had that ability. The 3 of them examined the door. Yoni laments how they can pick a lock without an intermediate keyhole, while Lee Hanho is the best thief around. He felt this was difficult. Yongi was a master thief in training, but Sanji was already here. Why the big smile? I think I found another way. He pulls out the master key, leaving Inho to wonder what it is. The system displays the name Master Key, a special grade consumable item. It can open all destroyed locks, but after one use, a door will be locked. You can open it with the master key. Do you wish to proceed? Sanju raises the key and uses it, and the massive door opens. The door is open, the treasure vault of the Underworld King. Standing next to Sanju, Han-Ho was speechless with amazement, as Sanju smiled, satisfied, marveling at the beauty of it all, and that the Chos had collected such things. Han-Ho reached out to touch the light in wonder. This Cho guy really has a particular taste. He knew the purpose of these things and collected them all. Inside a mountain of gold and holy relics, the system displays product information. Holy Relic War, Chariot, Legendary Grade, Military Equipment Function. Once fully charged with mana 40 rounds, will continuously fire, creating explosions targeting the designated location. Firing every 5 minutes, the mana required varies with proficiency. Inho approaches, examining the glowing circle on the relic, unlike any he's seen in history, and seemingly imbued with magic. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl happily says, "We've got some good stuff for the upcoming war." The other person imagines in shock how the world could be destroyed using this relic. 40 consecutive shots with explosive potential and free ammo to boot. Are they trying to get us to take over the world? Han-Ho sinisterly chuckled. This weapon of war is perfect for our World Tree faction. While the two were imagining, Inho approached, wanting to lift the ammunition pusher, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. But it's incredibly heavy, and the short-haired girl is dismayed. They're already exhausted. Getting it back will be difficult. A safe appears behind Xianggu, and the system announces that it's a World Tree faction safe, activated by his blue spirit energy. This is exactly the kind of thing we need right now. System notification, subspace, safe of the World Tree faction. The number of people allowed to own B4 gold consumed on an item is 1000000 gold. Number of items in the safe. A prompt appears. Do you want to store the Holy Relic War Chariot? The base price is 1000000 gold, with a large item surcharge of 50000 for a total cost of 15000. With a wave of his hand, a blue light enveloped the holy artifact, storing it away. A blinding light erupts from the relic, stunning everyone, and Han cheers with delight. Awesome. Now that I think about it, if they were going for a game-like feel, why didn't they give us personal inventories? And he walks past the pile of gold. Now let's see what the other items are like. Before he could even reach them, Han-Ho and Yin jumped in shouting, "Mine, not mine." Mr. Yu's cart snagged a wooden bird-headed staff. What's this? This is a baton used by trollish mages. Yin looks over, feeling a sense of familiarity. It looks like a totem pole. Han-Ho looks at him in surprise. What's a say? Yin's explanation only confuses Han more. He scratched his head like a monkey, eyeing the things erected next to the totem pole. Am I really planning to send a kid like him to college? The system displays information. Item information, Lucky Toteme Hero, rank Totem classification, function. All production capabilities and manufacturing technologies are improved in the vicinity, within a 5 kilometers radius of where the totem is installed, plus 10%, in addition to increasing all success rates by 10. Han-Ho raises the staff, seemingly understanding its purpose, while Xianggu guesses it's for crop production. Inho was troubled again, thinking this was definitely a good thing, but he wasn't sure if everyone in the city would like it. Anne happily tells Hanho, there's a mountain of rare materials and other items here. Sue and the others rush in to see if there's anything else they can use. He figured it would be difficult to check everything right away, so they headed to the Beast Corpse site. Seonggu tells everyone that they've gathered enough for now and should head back. By the next morning, the light in the city had vanished. Haino's staff is placed at the World Tree, and the system announces the Holy Tree's blessing upon the land. The item crafting success rate increases by 50%. There's a 10% increase in obtaining blessed options during item production, and item production costs are reduced by 10%. The SD Lucky effect blankets the area, improving all production and manufacturing skills by 10% and increasing all success rates by 10%. The tree planter laments that the buff stats are stacked onto the World Tree's corn, and the combat squad is just creating more work for them. Damn it, now I have to work even in my sleep. He grabs Inho by the collar weeping. You should have broken it on the way here. Zonggu and his group arrive, and the short-haired girl is happy to see so many plants growing here. It seems the amount of herbs has also increased since placing the sote there. He recalls the people on the mountain. The herb gatherers haven't returned from the mountain yet. Could they have run off? Seonggu finally admits it. To be honest, I went a little too far. With a hidden agenda, Yunin circles back to ask again, just a little. Seonggu's conscience suddenly kicks in, telling everyone, that's right, we'll take a half-day break, quickly crushing their hopes. Then we'll start a large-scale, high-difficulty dungeon raid. In is still happy, so what's the problem, as long as we get a break now? The short-haired girl like him is still too naive. Even if they have to work hard later, this is truly inhumane. Mr. Gu's car turned back to report. Unfortunately, I plan to deploy the entire surveillance team, because there is a period when the border area is weakest. Yin laments, blaming it all on that ridiculous Sky Eye skill. Not missing the opportunity, Han taunts him, reminding him that he said this power could see everything. Meanwhile, the others are ready. Target confirmed, he's aiming at Zonggu. It's definitely him. And there's an unidentified giant tree, emitting intense energy. These guys immediately flew down from the top floor, landing on a lower level. One of them wondered if that was the World Tree said to create barriers. Stay within this distance. He's still observing with binoculars. It seems they're resting. Tanato smirks. We must strike when he leaves the barrier, and kill him. The black-robed figures gathered observing from a nearby room, all continuing their surveillance until he emerged. As the clear morning arrived, military vehicles carted away the injured. The short-haired girl stares intently at her phone screen. This large-scale dungeon is located on a university campus. According to the guides, cultists and others appeared there along with a boss monster, a corrupted soul from what I've gathered. Hearing this, Seonggu recalled something weren't there. Similar cases of cultists worshipping that spirit. We can train our defenses against not only physical attacks but also magic and curses. Hanho frowned, looking at him and sighing. I'm pretty sure you're the only one using dungeon raids for training. Ino then called out, Hanho, the vanguard is moving out. The short-haired girl anxiously warns him, Hanho, even if it's nearby, we should be careful outside the barrier. Hanho chuckles confidently, don't worry. Hanho clasps his hands together as if bathed in a divine light. If anything happens, I'll pray immediately. The short-haired girl prayed helplessly as Hanho cheerfully got into the car. He waves his hand, there is a way. It's time to depart anyway. The short-haired girl worried, he'll be okay, right? Sunggu replies, don't worry, Han is tougher than you think, he'll be fine. The military vehicles sped off, and the mercenaries took notice. Discarding their cloaks, they began to move. Based on their direction and route, they're heading east. They're chasing those vehicles. Team 3, stay close. If the summoner is there, engage immediately. Otherwise, switch to Plan B. They quickly catch up to the vehicles at the sign. The mercenaries halt near a building as the truck slows down. What could have possibly caught the green-cloaked man's attention? The horned man turned to ask. What is it? The cloaked figure asked. Do you sense another presence? The horned figure looked around but noticed nothing different. Another presence. He looked around, asking, I don't see anything. Are you sure? The blue-robed man was suspicious. You don't sense anything. It's not like wild beasts are stalking me, but someone is watching them from afar. Hey, we have Hayabusa watching our backs. He's always watching us from afar. But Two Horns doesn't seem concerned at all. Why worry when we have someone watching over us sending warnings like a pharaoh-green falcon? Besides, who exactly is following us? The green cloak still has something to say. That's true, but it wasn't until he said this with a menacing look that the other man fell silent. You underestimate my comrades. Outsiders should keep quiet and observe. Omato remained silent on the other end, then spoke up. Hey, can we contact Hausa now? A worried subordinate double-checks. Sir, contact them. Omato stroked his chin, replying, we haven't received a report in 2 minutes. He glanced at his phone screen, noting they weren't answering calls either. The horned brute bellows impossible as the cloaked figure attempts to interject. Two Tails and his subordinates arrive, and Omato instructs them on their mission: move to the pressure point, check Hayabusa's roundabout, and report back. He adds that no matter the trouble, they are not to interfere, and they must not alert the prey to any movement. Two Tails asked, should we proceed with Plan B? Omato replied, absolutely. Back at Han's location, everyone is loading supplies onto the military vehicles as he instructed. Even if we face an unexpected situation, I'll have to kill their vanguard, infiltrate, and slit the chieftain's throat. Omato's eyes darkened as he spoke. If we give him more time, he'll only grow stronger, and our chances will diminish. But all we need is one chance, just one chance to get close. As his men arrive, Two Tails is supremely confident. No matter how strong he is, we've always been able to eliminate our targets in one fell swoop. A team of at least 10 ninja nullifying all defensive power and resistance. In exchange, the target's defenses are also neutralized. In addition, the damage of the first attack is greatly increased by 500%. The man in the green cloak looks at the group, a unit created by Okada Akira to assassinate targets with overwhelming power. With half his face revealed, it's likely Xiongnu infiltrating to eliminate the so-called Nero of Japan's 9 territories. He cultivated the Mada Association, a mid-tier power, to get where he is today. Omato leads the group down, knowing failure is not an option. They set off, swords already in hand. Han and Inho, watching through the screen, felt the tension, while Hanho was shocked no one had noticed. Omato smugly thinks that this is their final moment, but before they even land, fire shoots down several of them. Soma heard a noise and turned to look shocked. What are they being hit by? Anti-aircraft weapons. Toma and his comrades continued to fly, caught off guard, but retreat was not an option. They had to break through. Below, the guerrilla forces have spotted them. Blood suddenly splatters, but Soma is still riding high. It's too late. Hearing a noise, he looks back to see his comrades have all been taken down. Slashing wildly, blood splatters everywhere, and Soma quickly descends. What, they're not anti-air weaponry, are they? The woman slowly approaches. It's Ju. Han gasps at her appearance as a sweating Ju. Toma wonders to herself. Don't tell me this woman killed Habusa and his men. He only sees 2 others now. The Ninja Operation Alliance is gone, meaning everyone but us is dead. Toma raised his sword, finally speaking. He'd heard there was an exceptional samurai on the necromancer's side, but he hadn't expected this level of skill. He introduced himself as Gato Toma, to which Jisoo bluntly replied. So what? Toma asked, shocked, sword still extended. What flag? This successfully infuriated Toma. He roared, does this clan have no manners? Greetings are the bare minimum of etiquette for samurai before they test their skills. Jisoo calmly replies, I think you're taking the samurai role a bit too far. It's disgusting that you're only here to slaughter. Soma makes excuses for his failure, claiming the ninjas only lost because of a sneak attack, and that she was wrong to show her face. Toma charges with her sword and 2 underlings, sneering, if you call us assassins, don't expect a fair fight. He clutches several hooked knives in his fingers. Soma charges in with her sword but attacks with kunai. The sword was just a distraction. Jisoo deflects the knives that were thrown at her, as the 3 assassins circle around her. Toma is confident. Jisoo is done for. Was the kunai just a smokescreen for an ambush? He uses his move, instant stealth. Jisoo hasn't even made a move, but Toma is already thinking about revenge. 9 ninjas vanish before her eyes, and she'll die without knowing what killed her. Swords fall at once, but no one is there. The others are shocked by Ju's disappearance. What's going on? Where is she? At that moment, one of Soma's subordinates was killed so quickly he didn't even have time to react. He stood frozen like a statue, as one by one his men were cut down in mere seconds, one unlucky soul even cleaved in 2. This was Sword Saint level skill. Stunned by the scene, Soma wondered if this woman had reached the level of a Sword Saint, or even surpassed it, as even his subordinate behind him paled in fear, asking leader, what do we do? Even our leader is helpless. Suma glanced over, thinking, damn it, I can't handle this. He realized there was only one thing he could do. Ju with one hand slashed at the man and looked over at Soma. Don't even think about running. I'm not letting any of you escape. With the ninja skills activated, the rest retreat. They used their wall climbing skills, but Ju was determined to let no one escape, and eliminated them all. Soma could only watch in stunned silence as Ju turned her attention to him, blood splattering. Then she turned back to the green cloak. He dodged one of her attacks and Ju was preparing to fly in. The cloaked figure quickly stood sword in hand, ready for a massacre. Just as the cloaked figure raised his hand in surrender, Ju delivered a devastating blow. I surrender. Han watches the beatdown gleefully, shouting as the man is struck. Headshot. The blue cloak fell just as Hanho rushed to catch him, asking if she was Ju. Jisoo removes her mask, smiling gently, as Hanho speaks, his eyes brimming with tears, asking where she's been all this time. I was so worried. Even the senior had me lead the team to find you. She recalls what happened in the city. I arrived in Suo a few hours ago, and followed them here after noticing their suspicious behavior. Jisoo then asked, I'll still get to see Seonggu, right? Hanho looked down at his phone and told her to contact him and he'd be right there. Soon Seonggu's flying monster arrived at their destination. Having just dismounted his beast, he asked Jisoo, are you all right? His gaze softened as he looked over, knowing she'd been through a lot lately. Seonggu, they'll be here until morning. Seonggu looks at the system board. So he got this quest after defeating a huge monster. The game's system window appears a hidden quest, titled Encounter with the Great Mountain King category. Locate the target objective, reach the King's Mountain Camp. The Mountain King, ruler of the Silver Corpse Mountains, seeks an audience with the strong one who has defeated his vassals, and offers an additional reward for this hidden quest. It's not a brutal monster, but a rational being who wants to meet skilled players. You'll receive a surprise quest upon meeting the Great Mountain Range King. This could change your fate. The hidden quest will be cancelled if not completed within 48 hours. The Great Mountain Range King wants to test you, and the closer you get to the mountain village, the more savage the monsters will become. The Great Mountain Range King's mood will determine your fate, as Ju recalls the events on Snow Mountain. I met the Great Mountain Range King after wandering through the mountains, but how should I put it? She still remembers what that monster looked like. According to her, it resembled an emugi, and it even gave her a quest. Hearing Jisu's story, Seonggu guessed what it was. A monster that could not only speak but also give quests to players. This wasn't just a boss monster, it was an NPC. He pondered what kind of task such a being would assign. Seonggu asked Jisu what was the mission. Recalling when she retrieved the ginseng from the mountain, she replied, "They told me to retrieve the sacred ginseng that the Battle God clan stole." As she spoke, Seonggu seemed a little embarrassed, unsure of what to say. "Hey, Hanho's looking over here, don't tell me your brother thought it was useless." Ju mentioned the reward, telling them, "They promised to give me the ultimate item of the Shadow King you're looking for and help me awaken." Seonggu happily retrieves the inner core from the previous battle, earning a sidelong glance from Hanho. A slight change, but our customers will love it even more. The system displays the item's information: the legendary Silver Corpse Mountain Inner Core, an edible item, with the effect of greatly increasing your stats when accepting the Mountain Spirit. In addition, proficiency and energy also increase rapidly, allowing you to receive the power of the Mountain God's divine force. Note that to fully absorb it, you need a vitality level of 80 or higher. 100 is recommended. Note that if you possess another divine power, the two will clash and cause serious consequences. This inner core appeared after someone who didn't meet the requirements tried to consume a divine ginseng. Instead of gaining power, they were consumed by it. Thus, focus is heightened after absorbing the strength of that arrogant one. Han stares intently at the core. According to the description, it seems useless. Seonggu covers his face and cries, handing the inner core to Jisoo. "Jisoo, take it quickly." Though he says he's giving it to her, his hand clenches tightly. "Besides the item, they awakened you, and Ju had to remind you to take it." "Let go, Seonggu." He replies, "I thought only 4-star professions and above receive this treatment, but I guess everything changes eventually." Hanho is curious, wondering how Ju managed to get here. "Is this far from the Silver Ridge?" Diu recalls the Great Mountain Monster's appearance. She answers, "Hanho, the Great Mountain King, helped me. He has an item that opens a teleportation gate." Hanho warns, "I can hear your dangerous thoughts, senior." Seonggu replies sternly, "If he's helped me this much, then the sacred ginseng must be incredibly important to him." He thought to himself, "The problem is, I don't know what his goal is, but the reward is exactly what I need, so I have no choice." Ju made the inner sphere disappear, and she said her goodbyes. "I think I should be going now. I've received the item that will take me back." Before leaving, Seonggu carefully warned, "Be careful, don't trust them too much. No matter how sweet they sound, they're still just monsters." Ju replied, "I'll keep your words in mind." "All right," Seal pointed. That guy, the prisoner who quietly surrendered Ju's eyes, narrowed a complex look on her face, but she finally decided he's too dangerous, it's best to kill him. Even the blinding light is about to fade, Ju's voice echoes. "It's time for me to go, see you later." Ju Hanho is genuinely surprised by Ju's decision. Killing surrendered prisoners, that's not like Ju. Seonggu glanced at the pile of corpses Ju had just dealt with. Prisoner issue aside, he had to see the memories these bodies held. It was as if his eyes had been opened. He vowed to find the one who sent them and make them pay. Seonggu keeps this thought to himself, ensuring no one else dares to entertain such reckless ideas. That evening, atop the mall, Seonggu watches the assassins below, plotting their grand scheme in the shopping center's hall. He observes their numbers, noting there are twice as many ninja here as Jisoo eliminated, and if Seonggu's right, there are even more elsewhere. Below, Toma directs his men. "We Team 1 will head east and go straight to Suwon." The others seem delighted to hear their orders. Team 2 will head to Cheongnan and complete their mission. The Hunter Association building in Gannan is the target. Toma loudly announced to the group that they would execute Plan A, wiping out the area and gathering at Sun. The most terrifying thing was that Toma's orders lacked a specific target, only ensuring a clean sweep to prevent them from establishing a base. His hand reaches out to erase the traitor, the client's request. Sue is a little curious. "The client." He scoffs quickly, deducing the assassin's target. "Someone is targeting both me and the guild, and one name immediately comes to mind." Seonggu was now alone, surrounded by nothing but darkness. The memory ends there, and a blinding light shines on Seonggu, revealing another fragment of the past while Seonggu seems lifeless. Hanho, standing nearby, looked around, even daring to pinch Seonggu's cheek as he glanced at Inho. Every time he's like this, he's kind of cute. He's just frozen like a broken machine. Inho sweats as he replies that this skill should only be used when safety is guaranteed. As Han turned, he caught Seonggu's loving gaze, before Seonggu retaliated by crushing Hanho's head. Bloodkin will move if the opponent is a hostile entity. But I doubt you'd dare to do that. Hanho cried out in pain. My head is going to crack. Inho cautiously approached him, asking, did you get any special information? Even as he answered, Inho Seongu didn't let Hanho go. There's just one thing we need to take care of immediately. Inho looked at the unconscious assassin and said, we can dispose of him as Miss Ju instructed. Mr. Gu's car watched him intently and replied, no, let's wait and observe for now. At the train station, the assassins have just eliminated the men on the roof. The rooftop guards have been dealt with. The curly-haired man smiled with satisfaction, caressing the hilt of his sword. Good, according to the intel we received after interrogating the guy we caught, their main base is in a duplex apartment. He peered through the ventilation shaft of the building across the way, carefully instructing his men to infiltrate through the vents, immediately disable the security on the top floor, kill everyone silently, and leave no survivors. His subordinate had already dealt with the men in his area. He dragged a corpse down with him, kicking the door open and startling those inside. Hold on. The curly-haired man looked up to the sky and greeted. Greetings, Hunter Guild members, the bearded man roared as the others stood. Everyone stop. They're Yamato Guild ninjas having a secret meeting with the Evolution Society. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes, questioning them. I heard you were investigating our clients behind their backs. It seems you're not entirely useless. Hosea faces the assassins without fear, calmly continuing the conversation. Of course, he was once our client, and he used us to gather information on Japanese servers. At that moment, the assassins attacked, and some people died right there in the office. The curly-haired man, head held high, implied that enough was said. They weren't here to talk or negotiate. He raised his sword, putting the others on edge. We ninjas are only sent to kill. But the curly-haired one hasn't dealt with the bearded guy yet. He's insidious. The only reason you're still alive is for that information. After we kill the necromancer, your server's representative will be surprised that you're not afraid. He laughed when he heard what the curly-haired guy said, who then asked him what he was laughing at. The bearded man laughed almost to the point of tears when he heard them say they wanted to kill the necromancer, certain it couldn't be done. He muses that the moment the world quest targeted the necromancer, he realized the boy was the only one who could solve the game's fundamental problem. The system's hostility is proof. Only he understands the necromancer's power, so this is the one thing he knows for sure, that such a person won't die by the hands of these assassins. The curly-haired man scoffed. Impossible, only for you lot. He slammed his sword into the table. The curly-haired man, feeling insulted, rebukes his men, saying their ignorance makes them believe it's impossible. Like frogs in a well thinking they're the center of the universe. These words infuriate him, but he can do nothing. The world is vast, and leaping from the well will expose his weakness. The weaklings among you will die before you ever become strong. The curly-haired man gestures to his subordinates. The report will say no useful information was obtained, just eliminate them all. The subordinate was shocked to see something approaching from outside. Captain, something's coming. This beast's beak is smashing through the skyscraper's glass, terrifying everyone. The monster's feet land, and the assassins are frozen in fear. The curly-haired guy who was so tough a moment ago is now pale with fear. A summoner. The bearded man couldn't help but laugh at the sight, repeating the man's earlier words. Impossible. The blue-haired man raised his sword, glaring at him. How dare you laugh? He raised his sword and charged towards the bearded man. They had to complete the mission. But in that critical moment, a figure flashed by knocking his sword off course. The curly-haired man struggled to stay upright, shocked that the system window had appeared. His body's functions were weakened by a mysterious energy, and all stats decreased by 4. The curly-haired man shouted, "What the hell?" He roars in anger. Why have my stats decreased? What is this? A mysterious energy, what could it be? Now the strongman Seong-gu has the right to say those words. You wouldn't know divine power if it hit you, you're all just frogs in a well. He suddenly glances at the bearded man. X asks, will my request be fulfilled completely? He awkwardly replies, not yet. So need something. I'll ask for something more information about the Japanese server, Gia wondered. The Japanese server Sei replies, I was thinking that would be our next hunting ground. The curly-haired man is Japanese, just like the assassins, and he's furious at being underestimated. The insolent bastard dares to ignore us. He grips his sword, thinking he must attack. But attack why? The curly-haired man felt his mind and body trembling, lacking the courage to move like a prisoner awaiting death. Hosea bowed respectfully to Seong-gu. We understand the information about the Japanese server. Sir, I'll gather more information myself, he says, waving his hand dismissively. Seong-gu reaches out a blue light, enveloping his hand, ready to pry into their minds. The curly-haired man was terrified and desperate. He had to attack. The subordinate was the same. Horrified, he tried to attack, but could only stand helplessly. Move quickly. The assassins are annihilated, blood splattering everywhere amidst desperate screams. Help me. The bearded man was terrified by the scene, his face drenched in sweat. Gu realizes he hasn't gained any memories. Their rank is lower than Team 1, so they don't know much of importance. He rubbed his head and asked the Rosea, how long do I have to wait for the mission to be completed? The Rosea jumped at being called that and replied, just a moment, just wait a bit. Tea and cakes were set on the table, as Gu sat in his chair waiting for the bearded man to search for information on his tablet. He looked at the screen and explained that the Evolution Society's main base had been completely surrounded. Even if we do this, it's useless. A team tailing them has already been wiped out. Seonggu guessed that those people must have been discovered and lost contact with the association as the bearded man continued. Even though we don't know the location of their main base, we've dug up information about their plans. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Seonggu. The information we found will be of great help to you. You are truly amazing. He felt uncomfortable looking at him. What was this guy's deal? This is so awkward. Is this what it's like to meet your idol? Seonggu tells the bearded man, the Japanese server is planning an attack on me. He replies, that's right. Josia's next words surprised Seonggu. No, they were planning something even bigger. Sweat beads on his face just after the World Quest is announced in Kyushu, Japan. The Yamato Society's movements are becoming increasingly conspicuous. This is the grand scheme of the Japanese that he spoke of. It seems they're forming a unified Kyushu army to invade Korea, the very invasion plan Jia spoke of. Seonggu sat in his chair pondering Jia's words. The plan to attack Korea. Meanwhile, he contemplates the World Quest, the world's most hated, categorized as either hunting or protecting the World Tree player. The rewards vary depending on the situation, 5 million gold per World Tree player if you choose to hunt, or 157.5 million gold for eliminating the progenitor of the offspring faction. 2. If you choose to protect, there is no budget. The actions of the World Tree faction's progenitor, 157, the most difficult player in the world, have angered the two superior races. Therefore, the two superior races decided they couldn't let him be. This was a global event, unrestricted by any server. You must choose between obeying the high-ranking races or rebelling and joining the new generation. The mission's details will change based on your progress. Su stares intently at the system board, focusing on eliminating himself. There's an option to protect, but with no budget it's as good as no reward. He's figured out their intention. They not only want to eliminate him, but they also want to attack the entire server. Seonggu then asked if the old man with the mustache had more details, and he looked at his tablet screen to report back. Though gathered from rumors around Kusu and a few low-level agencies, it seems a large army is headed for Busan. But what exactly does large army mean? Seonggu asks, just how large are we talking? The bearded man hesitated slightly before answering, relaying the information he saw on his tablet to Seonggu. They can mobilize 4,000 troops, and if we include reserves, that's an estimated maximum of 6,000. Seonggu's eyes widened slightly at this unbelievable number. The number of troops they can mobilize outside, excluding those defending the base, is 6,000. He repeated to the bearded man, I heard Kyusu's population is smaller than other islands in Japan, but this is beyond my imagination. He sensed something was wrong. Yamato's acquisition of Kyusu seemed problematic. They forced the Kyusu group to join by sending ninjas to assassinate those who disobeyed, leading Seonggu to believe that the Kyusu forces hadn't suffered too many losses. The informant replied, yes sir, my speculation is. He smiled brightly, stating the obvious. Their strength could also be their weakness. Despite his smile, he sweated with anxiety, telling himself, I must show him my abilities. The informant provides more information to Seonggu, noting the lack of skirmishes between troops, suggesting a possible inexperience in one-on-one combat. He adds that the reason the Japanese soldiers were fearful during the Japanese invasion of Korea was because they were war experts who had participated in many battles throughout the Zengoku Warring States period. Seonggu listened silently, contemplating a few things, a very optimistic guess. The numbers weren't the problem. He calmly faces the numbers unfazed. 4,000 troops, even 6,000 isn't a large number. This is nothing compared to the Red Revolutionary Pirates. Instead, Seonggu worries about the number of Japanese server players. He considers the current situation, now that the world has become a game where levels and items are key in large-scale battles. Combat skills and numbers are secondary. Seonggu suddenly thinks of Ju. Even she who could face 100 enemies alone was taken away by a teleportation item. Thinking this, he frowned again. If instead of fighting people we raided a dungeon, our levels and item standards would definitely be very high. After a moment of thought, Seonggu still felt it was too early to draw any conclusions, no matter the case. He told the mole to continue gathering information. He bowed respectfully, replying, yes sir. Seonggu suddenly remembered something, raising his hand to get the man's attention. And one more thing. Seonggu instructed him to find the fastest way to transport items, or anything else, to Busan. Before making this request, he'd already considered the chances of success. Gangziok and Daesun King both did it, so there must be a way. With that, Mr. Gu got up to leave, saying that this way they could react immediately to any problems. Despite his caution, the bearded man still reminded him about the fee for the car, and Gu glanced back with a sharp look that forced him to obey. Saving your life should cover the fee, don't you think? You want to take money from me? The look in his eyes was enough to scare him like a startled rabbit facing a fox, and he answered Seonggu's first question. Of course. Seonggu heads out. He climbs onto his mount as the mustached man, and a few others come out to see Seonggu off. He stared in admiration at the figure he had just seen, while the two beside him looked on helplessly. He's so cool. In a city with a world tree. After Seonggu recounted everything, Hanho exclaimed in surprise that Busan was invaded by the Japanese server. He rubbed his chin and replied, although it's mainly the Kyuzu faction, not the entire Japanese server, I still want Busan to know about the invasion plan, even though it will be troublesome if the enemy finds out. Hanho, quick as a whip, excitedly grabs his phone and starts typing away. Easy, I can secretly comment on an old post from the War Guild in Busan. Seonggu glared at Hanho but couldn't help but admire the kid's clever ideas. He tapped the screen one last time and happily announced that he was done. This is the message Hanho managed to write: the world's greatest thief, Hanho. The secret is that everyone knows my ID. I'm a teammate of the necromancer Asura Lee Hanone. I'm writing this because we have some information that could be useful to the War Guild. The Japanese server has been acting suspiciously lately, and I think war should be wary. Han focuses intently. There's a reply. A message arrives from the other side, Warring's Secret Intelligence Division. Thank you for the warning. We are constantly monitoring the movements of the Japanese server across the ocean and securing our naval artillery. The problem you're worried about will never happen. Though the War Guild favors peace, we have the strength and will to never kneel before anyone. Hanho's eyes are glued to the screen and he seems indifferent, especially at the end. I wonder if that was directed at us. The short-haired girl might be able to explain. They're simply showing they're not hostile, and the Warring Guild is also on the side of demons. It's inevitable they'll have a bad impression of us. Inhu sweats on the other side as Seonggu stares at his phone screen. We've given them fair warning. I hope the Warring Guild will be vigilant. The fat guy suddenly spoke up. Coastal artillery. The short-haired girl scratched her head and glanced over. Is that enough? Hanho looked like he wanted to protest, but of course he couldn't say anything. There are many ways to overcome them, and luckily Seonggu went to Bin Thienha. He calmly tells everyone, suppressing their cheers, don't worry about anything else, let's just prepare in our own way. This was all according to his plan. Just as he thought they need a new strategy to win. Cargo ships cut through the night as assassins lined up on command, the leader called, and the ninja elder personally ordered the attack on Busan, disappointing him once more. The game displays the ninja gliding kite artifact, activating additional stealth effects, and they fly away using the kites. Under the cover of night, they glide away from the ship, and in the distance, lights flicker on the shore. The system announces the ninja telepathy skill, allowing them to hear each other's voices from a distance. Having reached the shore, they report back via their devices. We've reached the coast. They've deployed a lot of artillery. The man carefully observes every movement, reporting what he sees. It seems they've invested a lot of money into this. Luckily, it couldn't detect us, or the whole team would have been wiped out if we'd approached from above. They flew inland and discussed their plans. Alright, let's land on that mountain. They begin to descend, abandoning their gliders upon landing, but their momentum carries them forward. The white scarf leads. This is an ideal open space. We've landed in a good spot. They take out a paper with a circle drawn on it, and the white scarf looks at his men and asks how long it will take to install the super-grade gate item here. One of them places his hand on the paper, and a golden light flows from his hand into the circle drawn on it. He replies, channeling a large amount of mana will be difficult. We need at least 12 hours. The white-robed figure calculated the timing. A two-way gate would last for 10 minutes after activation, a sure path to safely invade with a large number of troops. He leaped away, gazing down at the city in the night. Soon the evolved society of the Korean server will support this plan. They will release poison gas on Busan. He relays to his underlings that they will exploit the chaos, and if they can safely activate the gate, the plan will succeed. Unlike Teams 1 and 2 who failed to assassinate the Soul Streamer, you must not let your guard down. He glared at the World Tree. In the next 12 hours, we'll attack and uproot the entire World Tree faction. In the corner of an alley, the shadows of the assassins could easily be seen. Monsters gather and open the bottle. At night, light shines down from the sky onto the World Tree. Seonggu's group stood before the sacred artifact, and Seonggu, gazing intently at it, told everyone that if a battle broke out in Busan, they had to figure out how to move the siege weapons. The staff here are helping to repair the weapons, but even with storage, the limit is still 10. We're gaining siege weapons, and we'll get even more in the future. Inho approached Seonggu and asked, there will be giant undead creatures too, right? Inho's eyes lit up as he imagined the monsters equipped with catapults and ballistae. We could mount catapults on their backs, or we could install fixed crossbows. Zhigu suddenly shouted, startling Hanho, who looked over in surprise, because he had just thought of a great tactic. Using flying creatures for melee combat would be a waste. Or we could use a tactic of firing arrows and missiles into the battlefield while hovering in place. Then we'll really destroy them. We can try equipping them with Lei Chen's maces. Inho grins wickedly. He agreed with the idea, impressed by Hanho's creativity. Hanho asks loudly, the other summoned creatures are skeletons too, right? Previously one was transformed and called Undead Fusion, he excitedly asked Inho. What do you think of the ultimate transformation combination? Hyung-han shouts, and along with his seniors they laugh and immediately get to work. Su, however, stood firm, clenching his fist, a blissful expression on his face, thinking, is this paradise? As the group gathered with shields near the World Tree at night. The houses nearby are all gated with iron bars, and inside 3 people are bound by chains. Ket looks outside to see no guards and chaos ensuing while Oin sweats profusely beside her. Chi, a battle is about to begin, so everyone is busy. Saying this, he felt melancholy. Do you think they'd even notice some captured members of a disbanded guild? Ket sighed, then shouted. But that's not the case. We're capable people, a threat to the necromancers. One of the remaining 3 spoke up. The 2 outside said that chaos was brewing in preparation for war. He even broke his chains with force, and there were no guards. Yin's face paled as he watched the scene unfold. What was On doing? Suzuki stands up, rubs his wrists, and addresses the 2 of them. This is the perfect time to escape. The guards outside have been knocked unconscious. One of the guards falls to the ground as the 3 prisoners make their escape. Kik finds it hard to believe, even with a surprise attack, how could he take down guards so easily? Even Yin is surprised. I knew he was unusual, but I didn't expect this. Suzuki pointed ahead, asking, You said the armory is this way, Yin replied. That's right, a memory flashing back of Seon-gu dragging him all over the place. I'm sure of it, that little devil dragged me around before. He's probably trying to sweet-talk me, but it's not going to happen. Suzuki looks ahead and asks, If you 2 get out of here, do you plan to take revenge on the organization in the future? Hearing this, Ket sighs. Revenge. She frowned, thinking of her former comrades. I'm not close enough to my old gang to avenge that necromancer. The guild members were all brutes, and the leader was always self-righteous. So Oin tried to reason with her. But the guildmaster saved our lives. Even if he does bad things, he does good things too. He tries to convince Ket that this is normal, that in this world she'll often meet people like him. Yin turns to Suzuki and asks what kind of person the chairman or the person he serves is. Are they like that man? He didn't turn back, and though the one I serve isn't like that, when he glanced back with a sinister smile, I felt a chill down my spine. People like that are the worst. Outside, the armed soldiers are knocked out and the group reaches the vault's entrance, the armory. Yin is certain that the weapons of those they captured are also stored here, and now Kiel demands his property back, telling them to return his heroic-grade bow and arrow. Suzuki smirks, deciding to find the swordsman's blade first. Inside, Seong-gu's men are already waiting, and Kiel is scared out of his mind. She hides behind Suzuki, wondering how they got in here. How did they know we were coming? Yin uses her teleportation ability to get behind Hanho. The 2 smirked at the others as Hanho revealed that his favorite protege had informed him. Ket scolds him, but Hanho is there to back him up. You traitor! You act like an innocent scholar, yet you scheme behind our backs. Eoin feigns intelligence as he replies, Chi. A learned man wouldn't lead himself into danger. Your next move is making Kiel tremble with anger. You should use your head. You ask for mercy, yet you try to escape. Suzuki in his naivete asks, Kiet, aren't you too close? Yin instructs, don't hate yourself. Han then touches Yin's chin admiringly. Well done, my disciple. He reciprocates with a satisfied look. It's nothing, Hyung. Gu watched this scene, his expression darkening. He's barely been near ink, and he's already turned black. He suddenly turns and calls out Suzuki Ren. He was so surprised, his voice trembled. How do you know my name? Gu asks, Are you looking for this sword? Clutching the sword, he stared intently, his brow furrowed. While Hanho, still cradling Oin, watched with rapt attention. He was thinking about it even while running away, so it must be a valuable item. Mr. Gu even brandished the sword and took it. Han is shocked to see him hand over the precious sword to Suzuki. What are you doing, senior? Even he's stunned as he receives the sword, and Yin loudly proclaims that this is how a gentleman behaves. Seong-gu tells Suzuki, I don't want to hear you call me a coward. I've returned your weapon. He commands Oran. Oran, kill him. Oran clashes swords with Suzuki, as Han watches in astonishment, surprised by Seong-gu's decision. He told him to kill him after returning the weapon. That's not like him to do something so unnecessary. Oran strikes at Suzuki, but he dodges and redirects the blow. Oran leaps behind Suzuki, his Seata-enhanced hand deftly wielding the sword with 2 fingers. Suddenly a thrust, but Oran evades it. The 2 exchanged a flurry of blows, their swords moving too fast to see, as Han watched intently. That item is truly powerful. He's overpowering Oran. Seong-gu, however, sensed something different. That item wasn't special. He could tell the sword wasn't an item at all, just a normal sword. Hanho recalls Suzuki's swordsmanship, finding it hard to believe it was just an ordinary sword. Oran is using the boss monster's weapon that Inho restructured. Right, Suzuki's sword strikes straight at Oran, who barely manages to block it. Seong-gu and Hanho observe from the sidelines, wondering how he can still overpower it. If it were a normal katana, it would have cracked from the impact. Seong-gu recalls each of Suzuki's sword strikes. He's redirecting the attacks, minimizing the impact by precisely calculating the angles and force instead of directly blocking. Oran is finally defeated, sent flying by Suzuki, whose swordsmanship is truly unique. Han bites his hand in shock, realizing Suzuki's true strength is his mastery of skill. Oran, I've seen enough. Suddenly, monstrous arms emerge from the ceiling, surprising him as Oran whispers, Let's end this battle. Suzuki drops his sword, cowering in fear as he's surrounded by the horde of monsters. I surrender, she cried, only to be seized by a monster. She struggled, shouting, Killing me this way is cowardly. So retorts, I never said I'd fight one-on-one. Besides, this is my ability. These words stunned Suzuki. Did I ever say I was going to kill her from the start? Seonggu said to Hanho, who was determined to avoid him. Hanho steps forward to break the stalemate, promising to deal with the others later. Unjin set a good example, so follow it and do your best. Hanho points to Suzuki, who is being held by the monster. He hastily explains, I'm not confident. That guy's dangerous, Seonggu reassured. He's not worried about his own safety, and the guards he took down earlier have already woken up. Seonggu knew this, which is why he told him not to kill anyone. The guards were only knocked unconscious. The Soul Summoner is surprised that he understands him so well, and Suzuki stares at Seonggu, wondering what he is and what he knows about him. Hanho frowns, looking at Seonggu. What exactly did he see in those ninja corpses? If problems arise later, you'll take responsibility, right? A golden light has appeared, shining down on the world tree as the undead swarm below the skyscrapers. A device is launched, and someone starts flying wildly. Their device is worn by beasts in front of the people, reaching 900 meters in the air, identifying targets. The controller commands fire, and the zombies below chatter. They finally summon me, only to call me a target. This is the country we live in, my friend. Fire rains down, incinerating the undead in a blazing inferno, and Inho rejoices at the sight. That's amazing. The person next to him is also surprised. Success on the first try. He adjusts his glasses. There are a few issues, but we'll find a way to fix them soon. And besides, our team plans to continue researching the enhancement of giant undead. Inho recalled the monster. Its gaping maw was still too small for the Thunder God statue. But I think we should give up on combining any more thunder idols. It's just too big. Seonggu approaches, seemingly pleading. Is there really no other way, Sergeant? Inho waves his hand, signaling them to turn back. Suzuki intently observes Seonggu's group on the other side, the world tree. They're strong. His focus is so intense that his palms are sweating. The power they possess firsthand is far greater than the information he received. Though few in number, they compensate with logistics and coordination, making them a force to be reckoned with. After some negotiation, a decision has been made. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. The system announces emergency Korean server event has begun. Han stares angrily at the system board. A sudden emergency event. The board displays a server quest, the ultimate Korea-Japan war with victory as the goal and rewards to be won. An error message appears. Korea and Japan have been fierce rivals since the beginning, unsurprisingly. Now that animosity continues, can the players from both servers truly end this feud? Another screen appears, noting the special rules applied to the first Korea-Japan melee to make the battle more interesting as follows. First, representatives from the Japanese attacking server and the Korean defending server can take turns choosing the battle format. Second, depending on your individual choice, you may end up supporting the opposing server and be granted an opportunity to transfer to it. 3. The entire battle will be broadcast live worldwide on the official channel. Mr. Gu turned back and asked Hanho, Hanho, have you checked the Busan community? He pulled out his phone, breaking out in a cold sweat. He'd forgotten since they said they could handle it themselves. He was shocked as he read the breaking news on the screen. Terrorists. It seems the Warang Guild is under terrorist attack, and there's a similar emergency happening at Gyeongdongpo Station. Due to the widespread coordinated attacks, they retreated to the rear fortress area. The Japanese server is the Japanese server. Han is furious as he reads on his phone that the Warring Guild claims they can handle it themselves. She knew this would happen. Seonggu could guess who was behind this, the Evolution Society and the Jamato Guild working together. He surmises that the Warring Guild had no choice but to abandon their base and retreat, as Hanho calmly reviews the situation. But they're calling it the Korea-Japan War of Asia. It's not the whole server, just a regional conflict. The system is really pushing this war. Mr. Gu frowned, agreeing with Hanho. Indeed, but the problem is this war is still a trap we can't avoid. He realizes the entity known as the Creator is surely enjoying this, pushing for an even greater war. On his phone, a notification appears, a worldwide broadcast of the battle between the Japanese and Korean servers. 7915144 views. First, please select a game mode. The Japanese server as the attacker gets to choose first. 1. All-out war. 2. Capture. 3. One-on-one. The man smirked, watching the system update with the announcement that the Japanese server had chosen option 3, one-on-one. The system announces that both servers have chosen option 3, one-on-one combat. Each side must now choose a champion. Failure to comply will result in punishment. The victor gets a cob. Songyu glances at Hanho. They've chosen a one-on-one fight. He looked at his phone, speculating that the War Guild might want to turn the tables and win. Based on that, he figured the Yamato Guild must be confident in their members' martial arts skills. Information appears revealing Yamato's one-on-one champion from the Japanese server. The great warrior of the Korean server is still unconfirmed, and Song Yusa frowns at the sight of Sword Saint Okada Akira. So this is his plan. After transferring to Sugan Okada, Akira appears and introduces himself. I am Okada Akira, guild leader of Yamato from the Korean server. Listen closely. He smirks. I have no interest in dealing with small fries. The Necromancer leads the Green World faction, as Okada Akira tightens his grip on his weapon. If you want to protect the Korean server, come and face me. I'll use my sword to prove your worthlessness. His gaze swept over the fallen, mirroring those already defeated on the ground, as the system announced the official livestream. Korea vs. Japan, a live broadcast from World Server 13335-134 viewers. The information panels appear before everyone. Not only that, it's displayed on the phone screen a one-on-one match between Yamato's Great Warrior Ryo and Korea's Great Warrior. Each side's champion, including Jang Hoo-min, must reach the designated location within the next hour, and all other forms of competition are forbidden once the duel begins. If anyone violates the rules, they will automatically be confirmed as deceased. Song-woo stares at his phone in shock while Han-ho exclaims that the War Guild's leader is finally stepping up for a duel. Now his brow furrows. Jang Hui-min ranked 9th in the Korean server. He was one of the strongest to participate in the raid that defeated the level 5 boss. Song-yu analyzes the situation. Though he forged the strongest force in southern Korea, he now finds himself cornered. As Hui-min grits his teeth in anger, the sky turns a fiery red before the battle. Okada Akira and Hui-min face off ready to fight as Hui-min raises his sword and introduces himself. I am Kang Hui-min, Guildmaster of War. I'll punish you for your cowardly sneak attack on the Demon Guild. You'll pay for everything you've done to us. Okada Akira eyes Hui-min warily. So you're the #1 rookie on the Korean server. He didn't expect him to say that, and then Okada Akira confidently drew his weapon. I commend you for protecting a guild on the verge of collapse, so I'll grant you a painless death. His eyes burned with murderous intent. But don't get too comfortable, it's just a promise, and I'm not good at keeping those. Okada Akira growled, I love hacking away bit by bit from the outside in. As the system announced the start of the one-on-one duel, he immediately pointed his sword to the sky. Come on. Okada Akira summons his power. Defensive armor, enhanced vitality, the Holy Order. A youth observes that the warrior is showing all his cards from the start, a strategy that could lead him to victory. Fully prepared, he taunts. Are you finished yet? Or should I give you a little more time? Hui-min retorted, radiating murderous intent. I'm not finished yet. Not until your head is separated from your body. Okada Akira raised his sword and remarked, that's such an old line. But it's also a dream you can never reach. He couldn't wait any longer and charged to his death. As it announced the start of battle, the two warriors, each wielding immense power, clashed violently. He turned the tables from defense to offense through the system's wind reversal announcement. Blindsided by Okada Akira's redirected attack, Hui-min was met with a blinding light as the light sword materialized, desperately defending himself, his defenses, and while barely holding against the onslaught. Hui-min gritted his teeth as he defended, calculating that his heavy armor would allow him to withstand multiple blows. So now he just needs to land one hit. But in the next moment he's shocked as the sword pierces through his armor. The War Guild members were shocked. He cut through his armor. No, our guild leader. Then countless strikes headed straight for Hui-min, a bloody scene unfolding before Okada Akira. He calmly wonders if that's all there is. Okada Akira spits in frustration, finding it boring. The system displays the victory information belonging to the Japanese server, which has won the corn. Having won and gained a 30% attack boost for 2 hours, he boasts, "Oh Necromancer, if you're watching, listen closely." Okada Akira issued a warning. While waiting for your turn, I'll cut down every single one of you on your server. Come find me before I get bored. The announcement then declared the start of the 2-hour free-for-all. Seeing the dire situation, they yelled to each other, retreat, run. Song-yu and his companion were stunned by the sight, one of them wondering what on earth was going on. Han-ho trembled as he looked at him. Senior, is this real? A duel between top-ranked players ended this quickly, Jisoo reported Seong-gu. We've received a message from the Revolutionary Army. They're planning an attack in Busan, and want you to join them. Ba Han-ho stared at the screen. The broadcast had just ended. Faced with this situation, Song-yu was at a loss. I'm sorry, but deep down you know that with our current defenses, we can't stop foreign forces from attacking. After a moment of thought, Yu instructed, tell them we'll be in Busan soon as they requested. With that, he calculated that the solution remained the same. He had to be certain of the possible consequences, so they couldn't easily attack. The problem was how they would get there. That evening in the district, a car arrives. It's done. We have visitors. The long-haired man walks in carrying a suitcase. Are you still not over the past? I've completed the request you made. Song-yu glanced at him. Then let's go. He then said to himself, in a moment of utter madness, we finally secured tickets to Busan. Gather and mobilize all forces and allies to be ready for immediate combat. Manhwa obeyed instantly and reminded them that in case of emergency, they should prepare to go to Busan themselves. If the War Guild can hold out long enough, we'll go reinforce their defenses. Suddenly, Kang Hoon interrupts. Wait, we're going to help the War Guild. He carefully reminded them that they were the enemy, and that they shouldn't just see this as a national issue, but also consider the reasons why they suffered losses during the faction war. Dong-hoon responded, enemies. This isn't the time to argue about that. He gritted his teeth, surmising that the system itself was the problem, as if it sought to destroy the Korean server. Ever since the World Quest, the system has been riddled with problems. Based on the current situation, she analyzes that recent major quests are promoting negative behaviors, both inside and outside the Korean server. To survive, they must protect the Korean server. He then surmises that this alliance is to protect the server. He closed his eyes and commanded, "Tell the demons at Eungbu who surrendered that we're joining the fight, release them, and tell them I'll compensate them handsomely." Then Dong-hun stood up and declared, "I need everyone to work with me, so we can escape this dangerous situation." Everyone echoed the command in unison. With his orders given, he walked away wondering, why would the system put us in such a grim situation? Looking at his reflection, Dong-hun thought, is it because the third faction is coming from here? If so, the angels, demons, and the third faction will all have to fight. And so he began to get serious. The players must cooperate, regardless of faction, that is my purpose. However, at the same time, a special faction mission was announced, a faction assassination mission, titled Seeking Glory Amidst Chaos. Assassination successful. Ranking points awarded 157. As the Korea-Japan War erupts, the Korean server falls into chaos, an opportunity to boldly eliminate corruption. Take up your sword and fight. Failure to comply will result in a deduction of rating points. Accumulating points for this mission may prevent you from receiving bonus points for other faction missions. Frustrated, Dong-hun wonders why the system keeps assigning him tasks like this. This mission isn't helping me achieve any of my goals. It reminds me of when Seonggu smashed the goddess statue and said the same thing. Song-yu had analyzed that this was the result of being spun around by an unknown player, and there was no way this was a good quest. Dong-hun gritted his teeth in frustration. Their reputation, their superior race, was now like shackles binding him. The Jamato Guild launches a full-scale assault, and explosions erupt as the battle intensifies. The Steel Gate is under heavy assault, sending the War Guild members into a panic. The Steel Gate, reinforced with shields and magical metal, won't hold for long. They're closing in from all sides. Some have fallen, others lament. If only the Guildmaster hadn't lost, we'd have found a way out of this dead end. The black-haired man recalls the scene of Hui Min's demise. The Guildmaster was the beginning and the end of the War Guild. It's no wonder we're all so demoralized after witnessing that. The brunette clenched his fist, resolute. It's not over yet. If I can just get through this, then it's time to choose an event. He shouts with determination, we can choose a duel, and find a hiding place in the remaining time since other battles are forbidden during duels. He's intimidated by the brown-haired man's attitude. Can I even escape? Time is too short, he fumes. So you're saying we should just die here? Suddenly a strange sound echoed, surprising the brown-haired man and shocking the black-haired one as a Warring Guild member observed the shield's every crack. It's over. The shield is broken, opening a path for the Jamato Guild to flood in. Seeing this, they cried out that the enemy was flooding into their camp. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, this is really the end. Hearing that, he sadly replies, well, I did all I could. He clenched his fist. Even so, I didn't think I'd die in such a shameful way. The black-haired man was confused. Ashamed of what? The brown-haired man was quick to remind him that the broadcast had already begun. He felt humiliated, like the whole world was about to witness his destruction, without him being able to resist. Like a ninja samurai, he steps up to reassure him, knowing there's nothing he can do about being weak. The brown-haired man sighs. Indeed. While the white-haired old man stubbornly clings to the law of the rising sun, I can't just die like this. The brown-haired man wondered, so what do you plan to do? Did he expect lightning to strike? A great heat suddenly appeared behind him, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. They were confused by the massive explosion. What the hell is going on? Then a barrage of arrows flies forth, catching the Yamato Guild members by surprise. Was it a trap from the start? He raises his shield. It's just arrows. A guild member exclaims in surprise. Huh, what just happened? He stares ahead in shock, as the massive blast continues to affect their all-out assault. The Jamato Guild members are affected and cry out in pain. Help! The brown-haired man and the others looked outside in confusion, wondering what had just happened. What have I done? Then the War Guild members are drawn to something on the roof. That is, until they recognized the sacred weapon. A thorny foot appeared, followed by gigantic monsters. Seeing this, he rejoiced. There he is, he's finally appeared. Someone appeared on the beast's back, none other than Song-yu. At that moment, the system announced a function weakening due to an unknown energy source, all stats decreased by 3 on a ship at sea. It displays the information official, live broadcast Korea vs. Japan server, The Otherworld, 14115, viewers. Seeing this, Okada Akira scoffs, calling it a ridiculous battle. The system predicts the winner, the attacking side with Japan, at 64.8%, and Korea defending at 34.2%. He suddenly remembered that even though it wasn't a betting event, the system's event also had a lottery to give out prizes. From the data just now, Okada Akira assessed the difference in Seifet's votes. This is proof that our Japanese server has a place on the world map. He glanced at the comments, and their reaction wasn't bad at all. Beyond the shock, the entire chat was cheering them on. Meanwhile, in the live chat, seriously, what did I just witness? This isn't a movie or anime yet. I've seen the true measure of a samurai. Yeah, I saw it too. Wipe them out. A nation of martial arts is indeed different. One day they'll come for us, but for now I have to admit they're impressive. I'm rooting for you guys, keep flaunting your strength. But Okada Akira still felt a tinge of regret. If there was a moon, this would be the perfect time. Then the long-haired man appeared. Forgive me, Sword Saint. His voice trembled slightly. I didn't expect to fail against the Necromancer and the Hunter Guild. Then he waved his hand slightly. No, on second thought, this is better. Okada Akira slams his hand on the table. This festival is for everyone, so the ending can't be boring. We need a grand finale. He's planning to make the world recognize the Yamato Guild by using the summoner's head as a trophy. Okada Akira's eyes turned cold. The assassin failed, so Suzuki Genin is dead right, the long-haired man said, explaining he was sent as a rear guard. He hesitated to act and died at the summoner's hands. He stroked his chin. I was going to kill him after the mission anyway, so should I see this as a good thing, saving me the trouble? But Okada Akira voiced his feelings. I felt uneasy from the first time we went hunting together. He crossed his arms and said he should feel honored to be a key part of the Yamato Guild's grand expedition. A subordinate rushed in to report Sword Saint. An unexpected event has occurred on the battlefield. A necromancer has appeared. Hearing this, he was excited, and on the other side the battle was fierce. He was pleased with the current situation. Even under guerrilla attacks, they were still numerous and spirited. These people were not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, he glanced at the items in his hands. Even the equipment was the worst of all the factions he'd fought. But sooner or later they would all be his. As expected, with no major battles against other players, they were still focused on grinding monsters. Furthermore, as he unleashed his martial arts, the system issued a warning. A poisonous fog was forming in the area. The Yamato Guild members immediately called out to each other, warning it's raining, put on your raincoats. They brandished their weapons using skills to deal with any undead unsure when they might explode. The Yamato Guild members quickly noticed the sky. If the bone dragon descends, activate the shield immediately and use ice magic to freeze its wings. The leader ordered them to freeze it before the bigger ones arrive. Hold your positions, move as a team, and don't separate no matter what. Seeing this, Song Yu realizes they've studied him well before hunting him down. He analyzes the situation, noting that targets are usually isolated and eliminated, but they've chosen to stick together. Each person takes a position to prevent a wide-scale attack. Song Yu isn't worried at the moment, but even so, it'll only buy them a few more minutes. In this desperate situation, they urge each other to summon the undead and stop them as they rush in to close the gap. He calmly watches everything unfold, as the gap widens with each passing moment. Song Yu's sharp eyes observed everything. If the players didn't revive, anyone who targeted him would suffer unilateral damage for an hour. That's why so many enemies choose to assassinate him, as the sound of shattering and freezing echoes among the Yamato Guild members. They'll just respawn, so even if it costs mana, turn them into ash. A moment later they were stunned. An earthquake. Oh no, not that thing again. From beneath the earth, a monstrous beast emerges, roaring with terrifying power, as the Yamato Guild members reassure themselves, unaware of the grave mistake they've made. There are many buildings here, making it difficult for such a large creature to move. Unfortunately, it moves quickly, shocking them all. It's moving to the side, just circling around. Never mind, it can't even turn around properly. Don't waste any more mana, just freeze it if it attacks. Suddenly, the beast stops, surprising the Yamato Guild members. It stopped. They scream in terror, realizing the bone dragons are blocking their escape. The bone dragons are dropping countless massive stones below. They're throwing rocks. Activate the shield. Seeing their chance, the twin shadows unleash their martial arts, creating a golem as stones of all sizes fuse together. And they fuse together, forming a giant robot. The Necrogen has arrived. Necrogen MK2 Aquila appears, and the two battle-ready robots charge into the fray. Necrogen, the necromancer's summoned weapon from the Korean server. The opposing mage begins to prepare as well, facing what appears to be a formidable machine. But even though these two robots are modern machines, they're seen as cheap knockoffs. Overall, the robot's surface is rough, and even the control techniques and skills are mediocre. The cockpit doesn't meet technical requirements. It lacks an elaborate design that balances mobility and complex structure. The mages began to chant, confident in their power against the robots in this land of super robots. That cheap imitation is no match for the real thing. The robot brothers leap into the air, initiating their first attack. The mages, seeing the robots' strange behavior, laughed triumphantly and mocked them. Haha, you couldn't break it, so you're running away with your tails between your legs. A clumsy, unmotivated robot trying to fly. Just as I thought, it's definitely a fake. The two robots signal to each other. Let's begin. The older robot lifts a large piece of the wall, then hoists it onto his shoulders. It's a Necrogen stone wall, and the mages are furious. They're tearing up the road, another one wondered. What are they trying to do? Then they realize the danger right beneath their feet. The poison water is already up to our ankles. The necromancer stands in the center, surveying the city. This is Buon. Mountains are visible from everywhere. Most of this area is well above sea level, but rainwater will inevitably accumulate if you block the flow from a mountain. The mages are caught off guard as the floodwaters rise rapidly. What do we do now? My robot brother is furious and giving orders. My brother, quickly punish these inferior beings who dare to insult us, the robot replies. Yes, brother. And so the two robots charged forward like bullets with their Necrogen-heavy strike. The water level rises, flooding the area, and the mages cry out that the banks are about to burst. The two lead robots use their strength to hold back the flood as those below frantically shout, trying to find a solution. The vanguard will be wiped out. Bring the antidote. We're going to rescue them. The Death Knight stands high above his heart, filled with hatred. They have done what they should not have done. Then, gritting his teeth, he ordered the barrier to be broken. Immediately, the two Papa robots obeyed, canceling the summon. Instantly, the water grew stronger and more turbulent, and the mages cried out in alarm. The toxic water is forming a tsunami. The harsh currents swept away everything in their path as the mages riding Weens unleashed ice magic to neutralize the rainwater. Even a small amount of water accumulating as it flows down the mountain will be more than they can handle. Those submerged in the toxic water cry out in desperation, swim and take the antidote. We can escape this based on our player's stamina. Suddenly, behind one of the mages, a water monster with glowing blue eyes appeared, sending chills down his spine. The ferocious fish swam toward the people and began to hunt. The mage cried out, "Bonefish." The necromancer scoffed at the mage's panicked screams. That's what inexperience gets you. This is the price you pay for losing your cool in battle. The control room watched with glee as they were swept away. Let's clean up the battlefield while we have the chance. After a fierce battle, the system announces that the free-for-all is over. Then came a series of further options. Please select the next combat event. The Korean server defense faction has chosen all-out war. 2 captures 3 duels. With 0.45 seconds left to choose, the necromancer looks up, a hint of surprise on his face. Is the time up? Then a drone flies overhead with an introduction. The representative of the defense, the Korean server, has been handed over. New representative, question 157. The Sword Saint appears with arrogance, addressing the necromancer with a demand. You came as I requested, so there's only one right choice here. He directly proposes a duel, choosing him. The Sword Saint points at him, challenging him to show the world his power. Don't fail my expectations. The necromancer can't believe the Sword Saint's words. A duel, he confirms. Yes, he was also stunned by the old man's choice. What nonsense is he spouting? The system announces that the Korean server has selected an all-out war. The battlefield will be limited after 1 minute sync after each minute, and the battle will end after 60 minutes. The Sword Saint then shows off his mediocre skills to try and impress everyone. Seriously. Damn it. Necromancer, come and get me unless you're scared. The necromancer, radiating power, declares that the only way to prove his strength is to hear his enemies curse his fighting style as the system marks the battlefield and sets the stage. The entire area is collapsing. After the announcement, the necromancer's eyes gleamed. This is a tough fight for him. The battlefield will sink in 10 minutes, minus 5,000 square meters. Now back to what we were doing. At the Jiaifengquan skyscraper, Fatty lugged a stack of scrolls, muttering about the endless war preparations. He still had some lingering concerns. Would this really be the end? Because Busan has been breached, we don't know when or where the enemy will strike. He sees his comrades engrossed in the battle and asks, "What's this?" "You're still watching the live broadcast of the battle in Busan, none of your business." One of them quickly responded, "Yeah, it's actually a broadcast." His colleague gravely recounts the battle, but the genre shifts from war to a gruesome horror show as people are brutally attacked by monsters. They cried out for help, "Save us, we don't want to die." The system announces again that the battlefield will sink in 60 seconds, 500 meters below. The glasses-wearing man reports the situation. "We've hunted down all the people in the north. Likewise, in the west, time is running out." The system announces that Death has 142 seconds left, and Anubis has 14 seconds. The necromancer surveyed the chaos, pondering that facing the holy sword at this time was too much. Witnessing the Sword Saint's power and skill, he exclaimed, "That guy's a monster, I have to admit it." Everything the necromancer put in his path he crushed underfoot. "I sent countless undead to stop him, but they can only stall for time." He understood his opponent's strengths all too well from those few masterful sword strokes, realizing that facing him directly would be no different. And so the necromancer was cautious and calculated. "If he's truly on par with Ju, my head will be off my shoulders before I know it." The Sword Saint, having defeated the enemy's army, stands tall as expected. "He's dangerous. Master, is it wise to ignore the boss?" one of the Death Spirit Master's subordinates asks. The deceptive Sword Saint remained expressionless, as the others speculated that he might tire from fighting the endless undead, and that quickly eliminating him would be the bait. The more cautious companion warned him that a Sword Saint like him wouldn't be exhausted by that battle, and jumping in recklessly would get his head cut off. He was surprised by his answer, wondering why he suddenly agreed to cooperate. He nonchalantly replies that while they brought him along to cooperate, anyone would be obedient with a knife to their back. The necromancer declared their victory as the system announced that the Korean server had won the all-out war and a glory buff would be awarded. Defense will increase by 30% for 1 hour. The free war begins now. With the war ending in an hour, they breathed a sigh of relief, while some below regretted their actions. "I lost so much money earlier. I didn't expect a spirit master to show up." They excitedly discuss the necromancer, wondering if he's actually a good guy and if they should join the World Tree faction. But there's still one last task with the old sword saint. Now they just need to take down that crazy swordsman. He didn't even bother to show up. Suddenly someone rushed over breathless, telling them it wasn't over, and to check the broadcast as the sun began to set. The ocean waves churned and warships sped across the sea at breakneck speed. They pulled out their phones to record the live broadcast, asking each other in surprise, "How many fleets are there?" Even the necromancer was stunned by the urgency of the situation. This Anubis form could only last a few more minutes, and fighting would be too much. Furthermore, he fully understands the enemy's manpower. The force sent from the World Tree is only about 30 people, and they are all elite mages. The man in the back shouted that he would follow the necromancer, saying, "You are the current server representative necromancer, and I will follow your orders." Those behind him echoed his resolve, believing that any strategy devised by the necromancer would give them a chance to win. "Just tell us what to do to protect Busa." The necromancer then made a bizarre suggestion, "Pack your things." They were surprised. "What?" He casually lays out the plan. "There's no way around it. We have to abandon Buan and run." Everyone grabs their weapons, even the necromancer's disciples are dismayed. "Run, just run." The war guild is the largest in Busan. Even if they lost the battle, at least 10000 members would still be alive. Lano Ho reported quietly, "The numbers are greater than we anticipated, but they're all in bad shape." Sanji listened, commenting calmly that it was unavoidable. He quietly analyzed the abyss breath used by the Evolution Society was too potent. Aside from a few treated with elixirs, the rest were poisoned. The Yamato Society's vanguard alone numbered over 2000, with at least several thousand more following behind. He glanced around, confirming his suspicions they needed reinforcements. Lai Han beside him continued to grumble. "Too bad if the surrounding area was within our influence, we might be able to get help from a guild." Sanji suggested a way to increase the distance. He clenched his fist, thinking, after enduring 24 hours and buying more time, we'll use this event to strike a blow against them. All they can do is repeat the same strategy, as Lai Hanho knows all too well. "Total war hostages, duels, none of it will give us an advantage," he continued. "And before that, if we don't take down the Sword Saint, this war won't end." Li Hanho thought to himself, even if we used necromancy to control the nearby monsters to attack, we still couldn't stop him. He nudged Suzukian and asked mysteriously, "Does the Sword Saint have any weaknesses? You must have eaten and hunted with him, right?" He's flustered. "Even if there was, it's between me and the Sword Saint." Sanju interjected. "The Sword Saint doesn't keep his promises." Suzuki Genin looked away, slightly embarrassed. "You seem to know a lot about me." He lowered his head, clasped his hands tightly, his voice full of bitterness. "I had no other choice." He was filled with regret for the autumn, and for never having had the chance to move to Kyushu. Japan's Itoryu, a small swordsmanship dojo, nestled in a corner of central Kyu, includes Yuisen Itoryu, Hokusen Itoryu, and Itasoden Mutoryu. They were only named after the many Itoryu sects in Japan but had no connection to the martial arts school. Inside the dojo used for sword training, Suzuki Genin's father was sternly teaching. "A sword is a weapon for killing. It's just a tool." He sternly reminds him, but even as a tool, its value changes if it holds a story. That's what the Itoryu sword is. A sword given from wife to husband, a wish for his safe return from the battlefield. The sword passed from master to disciple, a wish for protection in a harsh world. The sword given to Bodhisattva, a hope for glory. He closed his eyes, a hint of warmth in his voice. Though they are all just swords, they are cherished because they hold the hearts of others. Like a sword, no matter how well kept, it will be damaged, parrying blows, cutting and slashing. After such injuries, it will break, but we can't just let it break like that. Suzuki Gen's father continued. "The swordsmanship that cherishes this precious object is what you will learn from now on." He then called out to Suzuki General. Though still young, a hint of maturity graced his face as Suzuki Gen solemnly replied, "Yes, sir." His father's teachings echoed in his mind: analyze your own condition and the enemy's blade, and above all, master the skill in swordsmanship that minimizes weapon damage. As the grueling training went on, Suzuki Gen marveled at the strict discipline he'd endured since childhood. Though it was tough, recalling his victory over the older swordsman, he thought to himself, "It's a good thing I'm talented." As he grew older, Suzuki realized, but it wasn't a choice he made, he was simply wandering the streets. A loud voice calls out, "Len, are you even listening?" Kenta urged him on, "I'm late for my date with Haruka, hurry up." But Suzuki Gen lingered, pointing to the sky. "Wait, there's like a game window appearing in the sky." Seeing Kenta so insistent and angry, Suzuki Gen finally relented. "Okay, Kenta, I'm going." Later, Haruka scolded them for making her wait so long, and Suzuki Gen gasped at the sight of the huge sign that was hung up. The Manhwa and Anime Expo leaves Haruka speechless, surprised by the massive crowd. Kenta smirks, chuckling to himself. Of course it's crowded. Even if it's considered a niche culture, it's still the best of the best. Haruka ignores him worriedly, asking Hansuzuki, "Are you all right here, Len? Aren't you supposed to be training at the dojo with your uncle for the anniversary?" Meanwhile, Kenta rambled on about countless manga and anime, and when Suzuki Gen was asked about it, a sorrowful look flickered in his eyes. He replied softly, "Yeah, even though I don't really want it." He recalled their conversation that day, his father loudly proclaiming, "Len, you have talent, you've surpassed my skill as the Itoryu successor." He was about to scold him for playing around with friends and neglecting training, but a silent Suzuki Gen cut him off. Is swordsmanship really necessary in today's world? He listed them off one by one: cars, planes, TVs, phones. This is the 21st century, the age of scientific civilization. Even if I hone my skills through grueling training, there's nowhere to use them. Day after day, the number of official members dwindled until only 2 remained. He turned to his 2 friends outside Kenta, and Haruka, friends he'd never properly hung out with. His father tried to justify himself, expressing regret, but Suzuki Gen left with one final question. "You just want me to inherit the dojo, don't you?" he bluntly reveals. "What you're worried about isn't me, but this dojo that's been passed down for generations." With that, Suzuki Gen turned and left, leaving his father calling after him. "Ren, we're not finished talking, come back here." Ren's flashback ends and he scratches his head in frustration. "Even if I'm skilled with a sword, it's not like I can make money with it." Haruka smiled gently upon hearing this. Perhaps his father had other plans, but Kenta stated bluntly that Gen was better off not inheriting the dojo. He had suffered enough, since childhood his body riddled with training injuries. Instead of swordsmanship, he actually likes manhwa and anime just like me. He enthusiastically pats Suzuki Gen on the shoulder. "The future is uncertain. Instead of inheriting the dojo, let's become amazing otaku together." Suzuki could only wear his helplessness on his face, lamenting inwardly. Kenta, otaku isn't a profession. It's fun, but you can't make money with it. Just then, a questionnaire suddenly appeared in the event space. "What do you think is the best profession to survive in a collapsed world? Make your choice." Everyone started chattering, wondering what was going on. What's this? Is this some kind of event? Or is there a power outage? Don't they have backup power? Kenta, equally terrified, cries out in alarm. Suzuki Gen warily surveys his surroundings, mentally dissecting the situation. Even with a power outage, the building shouldn't be this dark. Suddenly a light flashed, forcing him to close his eyes, and then job cards began to appear around him. Suzuki Gen vaguely thought cards. Before he could think, the cards appeared, and Kenta quickly grabbed one. He urged his 2 friends, Gen and Haruka. "This kind of thing usually happens in novels. Pick a card quick." Suzuki quickly scanned the area. If that's the case, something big is about to happen. Should I choose the card with the most stars? Kenta picks up a card, and the system immediately announces that he's chosen a job card. Then at that moment, the gloves fell out as well, causing Kenta to exclaim, "Damn, I chose the fighter card and got a pair of gloves." He asked in confusion if the rest would be getting special abilities and becoming stronger by hunting, while Haruka was still sad. "I chose healer, so I got a staff," Suzuki Gen thought to himself, looking at the 2 of them. The weapons dropped are based on your chosen class, yet he stares at his empty hands, confused. "But why didn't I get a weapon when I chose swordsman? Did I choose the wrong profession?" Just then, the event space suddenly lit up, stunning everyone. The power's back on. They rushed outside, realizing this was no event, and they needed to escape. It's true, things like goblins might actually appear. But as soon as they reached the glass doors, a scream echoed out. The others saw the bloody scene outside and cried out in horror as the goblins regained their composure. "Though they may be many, we can handle goblins." But then a massive goblin foot stomps in its breath, heavy its face, a mask of bloodlust. Seeing this, the crowd screamed, "Ah, run an orc, why these things?" Just then, a fire erupted in the city, quickly turning the place into a scene of devastation. Kenta, clutching his head, lamented, "We're doomed. Why is the tutorial so hard?" Suzuki Gen looked around, thinking to himself that in novels, manga, and anime, people react quickly because they've seen similar situations in media before. But even if they react in time, the number of monsters is overwhelming. Monsters swarm anywhere people gather, and the more Suzuki Gen thinks, the more he grits his teeth at their predicament. Since the rescue team hasn't arrived yet, and this might not be the only place affected, we'll have to find a way to survive on our own. Seeing Haruka's endless sniffling, Kenta reassured her. "Haruka, calm down. At least he has a gene that chose a high-ranking profession. Gen has been handling most of the orcs so far." Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Suzuki Gen thought, "But I'm not sure I can handle what comes next." "Kenta, I had to use a dead man's sword, but it broke too. I can't use any equipment other than swords, nor can I pick up skill cards created upon ranking up cards that offer other benefits. But there are too many limitations. In this situation, the 5-star Sword Saint class is like poison." 5 days after the cataclysm, the city lay in ruins, bodies strewn about, monsters trampling them with blood-soaked axes. Seeing this, Suzuki Gen knew he had to make a decision. He struggled to breathe, knowing he had to make a decision quickly if he wanted to survive. Fast food wrappers littered the ground, and Suzuki Gen felt trapped. Everyone was sleepless, and their food and drink were running out, leaving them with nothing to sustain their strength. He quietly calculated that with fewer people the monsters had dispersed and there were fewer around, meaning he could leave without a weapon. Thinking this, Suzuki Gen gritted his teeth in frustration. But remembering the good times with his friends, he knew he couldn't abandon them. He had no choice. Just then, Kenta weakly suggested, "Gen, at least you should get out of here alone." Suzuki Gen immediately turned and snapped, "Kenta, what are you talking about?" Kenta quickly tried to explain. I don't mean abandon us and run." He gives a confident smile. Let's get out of here and find someone to help. Kent looked down at the monsters tearing each other apart. He voiced his theory since the monsters couldn't find anyone, they'd started tearing each other apart. Perhaps we're the only 3 survivors, so the monsters aren't coming here anymore. He sounded optimistic. If it were just the 2 of us, we could hold out until you returned, Haruka agreed. Yes, Len, do that. But Suzuki Genin understands the hellish situation they're in. He silently dismissed the nonsense, wondering if they could even find someone to help. With things as they are, where would we even find survivors, and if we did, would they even help us? This place is crawling with orcs and monsters, but Kenta places his hand on Gen's shoulder and speaks firmly. Gen, you have to survive. Suzuki Gen understood immediately. Kenta knew it too. Feeling Kenta's trembling hand on his shoulder, Suzuki Genin thought the plan was ridiculous, at least for now. He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of helplessness, unsure of the right decision. Suddenly a loud scream echoed, and all 3 turned to the window. Kenta frantically asked what was happening to the monster. Suzuki quickly grasps the situation, shouting that the monsters are running in one direction, they're being rescued. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 escaped the building only to halt at the sight of a thick cloud of dust obscuring their view. Suzuki wondered how many rescuers there were, and Haruka realized that all the monsters in the area were running towards them. Kent cautiously approached, careful not to disturb the monsters, and they witnessed the creatures being torn apart by sharp blades. Their fresh blood gushed out as each monster was eliminated. And the one responsible was none other than Suzuki Ren's father. He rushed over, calling out, "Father." The man responded with a slight tremor in his voice. "Ren, you're alive." But he reassured himself. "Of course not. How could I die at the hands of those 6 monsters?" Suzuki asked repeatedly. "Father, did you come alone? Where's the rescue team?" Behind him, Kenta cheered with joy. "Haruka, we're saved." Haruka was so happy she was moved to tears. Yes. However, only Suzuki Genin noticed the blood on his father's mouth, and he suspected a sword had pierced his father's back, and fresh blood was still flowing out. Suzuki Genin's father could no longer endure and collapsed, prompting the boy to catch him and cry out in alarm. Haruka gasped, equally stunned by the sight. Uncle Ken couldn't believe it, he cried out. "You fought monsters in that state." Genin's father, enduring the pain that made him tremble, struggled to reassure his son. "I'm not afraid." He stroked his son's hair, who was frozen in shock. "My only fear was that I'd never see you again." He hurriedly asked, "You're joking, right?" "But you said you were strong," Father Genin replies, as his father weakly answers. "No," he rasped wearily. "I'm not as well as I let on. Even when teaching you swordsmanship, I was always afraid. That was the only way I could survive, so I could only teach you swordsmanship. The world changes so quickly, but was it right for me to teach you the sword? I was always afraid I was holding you back." He reached out again, wanting to touch his son's face one last time. "But then I was relieved, so glad I taught you swordsmanship." Then his frail father spoke his last words, thanking the heavens, "You surely will." At that moment his hand fell limp. Gen's father left behind his final words about surviving in this world. Immediately Suzuki Gen's pained scream echoed through the area. Ugh. Sometime later, as he powerfully swung his sword cutting down monsters, Gen thought to himself, just like his father said, he was able to survive in this world thanks to the swordsmanship skills he had learned. He was also very suited to the job of Sword Saint. Gen looked at the cards in his hand. There were many obstacles before, but when he leveled up, his stats increased. Although he couldn't use skills, his extraordinary physical abilities compensated. By helping people, he's gained some notoriety, and people are starting to talk about him. Apparently, the Sword Saint rescued someone from the orc's lair, and I heard people in this building were saved as well. Gen remembers when he first met Okada Akira, who burst through the door of Kenta Haruka's building, calling out only to be met with laughter. "So you're the Sword Saint who saved everyone, but you're just a kid." The Sword Saint threatened, saying that now that everyone knew him, he should be more careful. With the world in chaos, the wicked target, the famous even more. Suzuki Genin witnesses his friend being held hostage, and his sword-wielding hand trembles with rage. "What do you think you're doing?" Sword Saint asks unconcerned. This, the old man smirked. "I just wanted to be his only friend." Gen realized he'd never considered the evil intentions of others. In this environment, how far can one really go? The next day, as he reached for his sword, a nearby rock suddenly exploded into pieces. That was caused by the ferocious monster's giant club, but in a second, Gen easily knocked it away. He pressed his advantage, excitedly shouting, "The last one," but the Sword Saint kicked him in the gut, stopping him short. He slyly drew his sword, pretending to be kind as he advised, "You shouldn't hunt bosses alone. I've decided we'll hunt together since you said you don't want to cooperate in harming others." With one strike, he decapitated the monster, even though I would have gotten more experience for landing the final blow. "We're friends, so you understand, right?" Suzuki Genin thought to himself, secretly counting the experience points. The hidden quest took everything, even his reputation, but the people who witnessed the Sword Saint slay the monster cheered. "It's the Sword Saint." He calmly took in all the praise. "Rumor has it he defeated a boss all by himself. I knew you could do it." It seems he started saving people after the collapse. Still, some whispered their doubts. But wasn't the Sword Saint supposed to be younger? The man beside him immediately waved his hands in denial, saying it was just a baseless rumor. The Sword Saint overheard the whispers and his face darkening called out, "Araha." A quickly responded. The Sword Saint spoke grimly, "I should probably say my goodbyes to that friend soon." Ending the flashback, Suzuki Genin still stood motionless. Li Hanho sighed. He did try though. Remembering how he'd attacked Jen, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Was I too cruel to him when he was just a weakling? Hanho whispered to Sanju. He may seem like us, but our lives have always been a chaotic mess. He remarks like a version without a happy ending. Sanju pondered the survivors banding together, and the vampire always targeting humans. Could that be us? Han recalls a shared memory, but instead they almost died during a hunt or in a dungeon. Sanji is speechless, hoping things will eventually be alright and they won't end up like that. At that moment, Gato Toma told Jen to eliminate the necromancer and return to the ninja squad. He frowned as he recounted his final order. He continued saying he would release the imprisoned Kenta and Haruka, adding that he could be found through the memories of the Ninja Unit 1 Commander Sword Saint Dang. At this, Hanho suddenly shouts, reporting to Song that the enemy is upon them werewolves. Sanji realizes they're evolving together as Hanho shouts, "Senior, look up there." He stares at the strange kites in the sky, confused. And something's in the sky too. Suddenly bullets rain down. Sanju urgently called out an airstrike as the familiars locked their glowing eyes onto the squadron hovering above. Evolutionaries below, ninjas above, were surrounded. Sanju and Hanho fought side by side, and he asked Senior, "What do we do?" They approached the soldiers, staring at them, realizing that with so many wounded retreat would be difficult. "Yes, we're blocked by buildings and mountains as well. Everyone stay close, let's see if there's a way to retreat, or a way to win," he thought. What if we hid in the buildings? No, we'd all be trapped and die a slow death. Seeing his expression, his thoughts betray his anxiety. This is a big problem. With a fierce look, Han shouts, startling Sanju. "Senior, can we use the demon realm?" Sanju firmly holds the dragon pillar, knowing that using it will keep them occupied. "But even if we survive, the warring guild members and the injured will die." He speaks, issuing his command. "First, prepare to re-engage and fight. There's no other way, we must hold our ground and find an escape route." Battle arrows fly, signaling the start of a fierce battle as figures leap from kites, cutting down the arrows. Everyone charges into battle. As the ninja team arrives, soldiers raise their arrows, and the archers on the fortress are taken down. He conceals his face like a ninja, performing some kind of technique, a ninja secret art. Pigeon bombs, they fly straight toward the archers. "Watch out everyone, it's about to explode in a blaze of red." Fire erupts as the stones fall from above. Min X is crushed by rocks, his face contorted in pain as he grits his teeth while his comrades fight on calling out his name. "Mr. Minx, don't worry, fall back. Everyone attack him at once, I'll take care of this side." Minok fights with all his might, unleashing a powerful aura. "Get out of here, you boneheads." The two clash, and a captivating battle unfolds, drawing everyone in as the others deal with the archers. The masked figure uses his power to try and defeat him, but fails. So he unleashes the chained dragon's head. "You are not allowed to enter here." Abyss shackles. Chains coil tightly around his body in the sky, as if trying to kill him. He glanced over, reminding his teammate, "Forget about them. We'll take down this fortress and move inside," ignoring the chained-up Lin Xiang calling for help. "Senior, it's spinning around like a top. Let's go." After being spun around and dropped, it ducks down and is flung far away, flying around and killing several soldiers in the process. He's flying back. The masked man taps the skeleton's head, returning it to the child. The masked figure raises his sword to fight, but a skeleton wielding a holy sword is no match for a single bullet, and he falls. A gun really. Now he's turned to shooting the rest, guns blazing and screams echoing. The coward actually used a gun. Meanwhile, the two are talking, saying they've stopped the attack on the fortress, but the first line of defense is almost completely destroyed. The leader looks furious. Things aren't looking good, and they won't be able to hold out much longer. One warrior's power is shattered, as a formidable army appears, led by a figure radiating immense power. Their main force has arrived. A powerful force emerges, and their commander steps forward to speak. Finally, we're about to face each other. Necromancers. The soldiers were startled and inexplicably panicked. To deal with countless corpses and still maintain such numbers, the kites are back, and there are more of them this time. "Don't hold back, fire everything." The soldiers scrambled, erecting a magic defense against the grenades. A cloud of smoke erupts from the pipe, and the soldiers scatter. "It's a smoke bomb. I can't see anything. Everyone be careful." The smoke erupts, killing the soldiers, as Han charges forward yelling, "Damn it, come and get me. You won't lay a hand on my comrades. If you're so tough, come at me." The two clash. "This is a message from the Holy Sword Necromancer. You will pay with your comrades' lives for daring to mock the Holy Sword." The three fought amongst themselves, and Suzuki Gen cut down his foe. "Suzuki, are you betraying us?" The two look at each other. "So we're with Zhong Feiha now." A savage laugh echoes. "If your two friends want to survive, kill the enemy quickly." The two are frozen in fear. "That's the enemy now, huh?" A gleaming sword suddenly appears. "You said something about surviving, but the Holy Sword ordered a complete massacre." With a look of shock and surprise, he replies, What elsewhere? The two are meeting, and the one whose memories I read was Gato from Team 1, right? The Holy Sword ordered him to kill them all as he didn't want to leash any more dogs. His whole body trembled. No more leashes, how could this be? A stiff, sinister smile spreads across his face. Your very existence offends the Holy Sword. Your pathetic job can't even use skills, yet it's called Holy Sword, so he's wanted to eliminate you for a long time. A surge of power awakens, and I think so too. Ninja assassin techniques, their powers clash, leaving them both unscathed. He dodged it. And now he's fighting back. How? And yet he stands here trembling. Kenta and Haruka scream in terror. Akila, the gang leader, was startled by the voice, a smile spreading across his face. So you're still alive, Ren. Now I have even more to enjoy. More smoke bombs fall. Han stands his ground, deploying another smoke screen. Len, I know you're angry, but we have to stop those ninjas. Where did he go? Sanju reminds them to stay alert. Don't lose focus. We're surrounded. I was saving the awakening and divinity for the worst-case scenario, but I can't put it off any longer. Together, the two of them possess terrifying power, and a fiery woman appears. Diyu and Ju face each other aggressively, as Songyu looks on sternly. Jisoo, how did you get here? The soldiers are preparing to charge the crossdressers ready for battle. This made him think. The Liberation Army. A sword-shaped light strikes the ground, and Yong-hoon launches the blade, sending it flying from the sword's body. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Tempo's territory had been declared lasting for 2 hours. All allies will receive an automatic healing effect, and all Crusader members will have their stats increased by 2% per second. Gongbi Ganghun orders them to load up and fiercely tells them to shoot them dead. Ju steps forward and looks down below. Good thing we weren't too late. Hanho saw her and leaned forward in surprise. Chi, how did you get here from Busan? She calmly replied, I completed a hidden quest. After discovering the fight took place in Busan, I asked Great Mountain King for help. He gave me something called a meteor. Hearing her words, Songwoo thought to himself that it was the same item that brought them to Busan. That demon is truly rich. I really want to befriend him. That item isn't easy to come by. He just gave it to her. Looking at the people on the ground, he wondered, did you bring the Crusaders with you? Ju replies, that's right, tens of thousands of meteorites are falling, and it seems you need reinforcements. We see an image of Deng Hun cutting down the monsters. Jisoo calmly explains that among those who could help, they were the strongest. He breathes a sigh of relief. Yes, that was fortunate. I desperately need troops. Heavily injured soldiers, a shortage of manpower, and the enemy attacking from both sides. Smoke billows from the ground, illuminated by the fiery red of the flames, as embers dance in the air. The system window reappears, signaling the end of the free-for-all. Please select the format for the third match against the Japanese server, 1 all-out war, 2 captures, or 3 one-on-one duels. Time remaining to make a selection, 0.45 seconds. A sinister smile spreads across his face. He finally slams his hand on the table. There's no escape for you this time. I'll crush you. Come on out. The system displays the names of the 2 players on screen. Both servers have selected option number 3, a duel. A representative from each side must choose a great warrior. If either side violates the rules, they will be punished. Upon victory, the winning side will receive 1, the Great Warrior BF duel of the Japanese server revealed by Team Yamato. The Great Warrior of the Korean server is still unknown. Jisoo turns, stating that this form of competition pushed the War Guild's president to his death. Songyu agreed, but remembering the massacre, he worried about a terrible outcome. She gets straight to the point, asking if I can compete, catching Hanho off guard. Jisoo, that guy's no joke, he thought to himself, ready for a fight. He said nothing, lost in his own thoughts. Clearly this format suited Ju better than it suited him. But based on my calculations, I'm not even sure Ju can win. There's nothing I can do but completely trust her judgment. Songyu worried if she would be okay, but contrary to his concerns, she was ecstatic. A duel against an enemy, no interference, a perfect situation for me. Jisoo stood powerfully before her opponent. She took a piece of jade, and slowly turned to him, and here's a gift that's sure to suit you. He accepts it, and his body emits a light. It truly is an amazing gift. He thought to himself as the system panel finally displayed the item's details. The Shadow King necklace, a legendary item that increases strength by +6 by controlling a shadow within sight. This item can gather visual and auditory information with a 5-minute cooldown. The Shadow Monarch's successor has collected Relic 4/4, completing the hidden quest collection. The Shadow Monarch's successor reward is being sent to player Crown of the Shadow Monarch, as Jisoo makes another bold declaration. Now choose me as your great warrior. I will end this battle. The two enter a true battle, a one-on-one duel. The Great Warrior of the Japanese server reveals himself as part of the Yamato team, while the Great Warrior of the Korean server is Ko 399. The Great Warriors from each side must reach the designated location within the next hour, and all other forms of combat are prohibited once the duel begins. Anyone who violates the rules will automatically be declared dead. A cloaked figure steps forward, engulfed in flames. Revered Sword Saint, the villain fumes. These wretched bastards. The masked figure stood by waiting. They all eagerly await the fight as green flames engulf Ju, illuminating the area around her. She looked at him with disdain. Who is this now? A red spark flashed in his eyes. How many times must I say it? I want the necromancer, not these small fries. The villain's taunts ignite his allies' fury. Does the necromancer not dare to duel himself? Is that why he keeps sending others to die in his place? Ju retorts that the summoner probably doesn't need to intervene in battles like these, angering him further, and adds that her abilities are enough to fight him. A gust of wind sweeps past as they begin their battle, and the villain slowly draws his long sword. What a crazy bitch. Can't you see how strong I am? In Ju's eyes, she sees the villain. I can see you very clearly. Those words truly struck his pride, driving him into a furious rage. She lunges towards the villain, swords in hand. But it seems you can't see me, can you? He didn't reply, but hesitated slightly as she charged, saying, Don't be scared, this is just the beginning. The system announces the duel has begun, and Ju slashes forward, activating her hunter's instinct. If the duel lasts longer than 120 seconds, the hunt will begin, and a tiger erupts behind him. Prey has been successfully designated. Warning, you have entered a state of disconnect with the predator. All senses are paralyzed, except for 50%. He throws a blow that sends chills down his spine. How dangerous. Thanks to your composure and determination, the system has partially restored your senses. All senses recover by 40%. Ju vanished in an instant. He's shocked, she disappeared. He swung his sword wildly, but she quickly jumped behind him, sizing up her opponent, a vicious beast that could predict her every move. He wonders if those are footprints, and witnessing this excites him. So she's not just some small fry. Alright, time to go all out. His sword came down on Ju, but she dodged it and immediately launched a counterattack. But as soon as that attack landed, the villain's problems began. Her strength, her physical stats were anything but normal. Before the villain could react, Ju struck him with a knee, sending him reeling in pain, giving her the perfect opportunity to mock him. Contrary to your arrogance, your body is so weak. The villain quickly moves behind her, tracking her footprints. Diu is completely focused on the fight, dodging attacks with ease. Seeing an opening, he roars. Now it's my turn, isn't it? Is that really swordsmanship? Don't just charge in like a wild bear. Meanwhile, as she struggled in the fight, a commotion arose outside. How dare you call her a wild bear? Even if she's stronger than a bear, she's still a woman. Her expression is sullen. Are you panting? That's a yellow card for you. Now it's your turn, the villain sneered, pointing his sword at Ju. Anything else? If so, bring it on. Something else, she asks with disdain. If you could, you'd see how you die. Hearing this, the villain burst into laughter. How venomous, just like the mouth of a loudmouth, like a madman. The villain just laughs, saying he can see right through Jisoo after just a few steps. All show no substance, strong swings, but no technique. In a flash, he darted forward. This will be your end. Jisoo quickly jumps high into the air. I'm actually quite surprised by your tracking skills. But he continued, saying her grip on the sword was terrible, as she lunged toward him, praising her nonetheless as he moved closer. Learning swordsmanship from Suzuki Genin was worth it. I can clearly see the fundamental flaws in those movements. That fiend is gaining the upper hand, and of course the North Star sword technique, with its fiery power, is closing in on Ju. He strikes, cleaving the earth in two with a single blow, but skill alone means nothing. Suddenly she declares that 2 minutes have passed, leaving him puzzled. She prepares to unleash her attack, initiating the hunt. It has begun, and she is thrilled. Ju retaliates, activating her hunt within 1 minute, rapidly increasing her stats by 60, and her prey's attack power by 50. A blinding light erupts, stunning even the Elder as he prepares his attack. What the opponent's attacks are relentless, and that light is growing even brighter. The Elder slashes repeatedly, barely avoiding damage. What is going on? What am I even dealing with right now? But I can't keep this up forever. He changed direction, flying away, but Ju followed closely. It wasn't her movements, nor was it her swordsmanship that had become more refined. Ju takes to the air, sword raised, and a light emanates from its blade. The Elder barely parries, realizing that her very essence has changed. This is sword energy. The Elder barely blocks the attack, his face contorted in a grimace. It's so strong I have no time to counter. As the blue light faded, Ju charged forward through the golden haze, and after a moment the Elder realized something. Her speed makes it difficult to analyze her movements. He swung his sword, and as soon as he saw her figure, he cursed. You bitch! The Elder's eyes locked onto Ju as she flew toward him, and he questioned himself. Am I losing to someone who doesn't even have a basic understanding of swordsmanship? Could one defeat an elephant? This question reminds the Elder of his previous confrontation with Suzuki, exhausted and covered in wounds. He was the one who asked if even a warrior who had honed his swordsmanship to its limits could defeat an elephant. The Elder frowned as he looked at Suzuki, his expression confident. What are you trying to say? Before them lay the massive corpse of a monster. We were lucky in this hidden dungeon, but what I'm saying is we should avoid opponents we can't defeat. With a wheezing breath, the Elder declared that this was the case for someone who only fought with original swordsmanship theory put into practice. The Elder unsheathed his sword, reducing the towering monster before him to dust, its body split in two, but it would be different if he could use skills with it. You could even defeat an elephant, he says, pointing his sword out again. The convenience of skills lies in their immediate usability, and their power is beyond even his wildest dreams, despite a lifetime of swordsmanship. So the elder's confidence wasn't just talk, he cackled, looking menacing enough to scare children. Thanks to the stats I've gained from countless dungeons, my swordsmanship is now unmatched. No one can stand against me. Suzuki, exhausted, sighed wearily. I'm curious. His downward gaze suddenly pierces him the moment he faces true power. Back in reality, Ju relentlessly attacks, forcing the elder to defend while searching for an opening to conserve his strength. I should fall back, escape this storm of blades first. But as North Star Sword retreated, Ju leaned in, pursuing him relentlessly. She relentlessly attacks, forcing the elder to defend, unable to escape. I lack speed, I need another way. Ju's attack strikes the entire body, forcing even a powerful elder to grit his teeth in pain. The impact is accumulating throughout my body. I'm reaching my limit. His sword slips from his grasp, slicing through something unseen. The elder trembles, clutching his bleeding hand as Ju approaches. Even the elder's mouth is bleeding, and though he's drenched in sweat, he refuses to give in. His voice trembling, he asks, "How is this possible?" She's overwhelming me with pure physical and brute strength, and Ju is getting closer. Her eyes were so sharp they could emit light. I told you that you would die if you saw the successor. Despite his injuries, the elder mustered all his strength to scold. Ju, you damn elephant with your brute strength. Enraged by his words, she charged forward, her blade descending faster than the speed of light. Who are you calling an elephant? The scene becomes a pool of blood. As her sword fell, the system announced that 339 players from the Korean server had won, granting the victory buff to Korea. Attack power is increased by 230%. The others are shocked, their tone becoming frantic. The Azure Sword? Impossible. Is the side that's happiest really the winner? The big guy jumps for joy, celebrating their victory. They've successfully defended Buan. And of course, Songyu's brothers wouldn't miss this, words that would make even the introverted Ju blush. Ju, I knew you could do it, and Han Ho was the loudest of them all. That damn holy swordsman, how dare he call Ju brat, I never thought of her that way. Just as Ju turned back, the elder's head was engulfed in flames, but a faint life force still remained. He coughs up blood as everyone watches the sword saint's head. His blood vessels and nerves are gradually regenerating. Someone shouts about the blood vessels. His body is regenerating, and two sparks ignite behind the elder. He summons fiery wings and takes flight, now resembling a monstrous eagle. You forced my hand to use my final option. I won't forgive you. Those below are bewildered by the elder's transformation. What is that? He's getting bigger. That's no longer a human. It slowly approaches Ju. Is it a skill or a multi-item mutation? A familiar voice draws her attention. Jisoo, I'll handle him from here. Songyu steps forward, golem in tow. He glanced back at her. Dealing with the big guys is my specialty. The puppet set vanished momentarily, and Songyu frowned up with a determined look. Come here, I'll tear you to pieces. Ju looks up intently, warning him loudly. No, Songyu, the problem is what's on him. Something behind the elder is glowing. Smaller missiles began to fly toward them and they panicked. What is that? The missiles are headed straight for us. Get out of the way. The impact caused a cataclysmic explosion, and his underlings were scared witless, on the verge of wetting themselves. With tears in his eyes, he ordered the others to retreat, as ominous spirits filled the air. A veteran like Song Yu knew at a glance that this was the breath of the abyss. The system announced that his mana had increased sharply due to the abyss's breath. The aura of the abyss surrounds Song Yu, and he reveals a secret: the Evolution Society. Why would they do this? What's their scheme? They should know this is giving me an advantage. Indeed, this is to his advantage. The abyss's breath has accumulated within him. A blue light surrounds Song Yu, transforming him into something new. I don't know what you're planning, but Song Yu in his death god form flies out to fight. No matter what it is, I'll end it today. The duration of his death god form has increased. Blue panels flash as Anubis's duration is extended, and Song Yu clenches his fist. His awakening time increased. This is an incredibly powerful abyss aura. They've created an item on a completely different level than before. Before charging into battle, he turned back to carefully instruct Jujitsu, gather everyone and get out of here immediately. Her eyes widened as she asked, what about you? With the staff of death in his hand, Soo-hyun glanced at the third elder and replied, I'll catch up while keeping an eye on things. If Song Yu is right about the Evolution Organization, they won't stop with just this attack. He watched the breath of the abyss emanate from the figures lurking on the nearby rooftops, the werewolves of the Evolutionary Organization. The werewolves, dressed in formal attire and gas masks, spread the breath of the abyss with reckless abandon as Song Yu surveyed the city, piecing together the puzzle. Are they trying to fill the entire city center with the breath of the abyss? But why? I don't think I'm their target. The werewolves don't realize I'm helping their enemies. The abyss's breath accumulates within him, reducing skill cooldowns as he realizes something around 5000 members of the Jamato Guild, their allies, are dying. The elder flew over furious as he questioned his subordinates. What in the world are you doing? Looking at the situation, Song Wu finally understood, and he was a little surprised. Don't tell me this crazy thing was their plan from the start. Seong-woo watches as a transport plane flies in, intentionally landing on the rooftop where the werewolves are. Unfortunately, neither man nor beast can fly, and they begin their final freefall. Someone muttered 2 words, "Damn it." The elder quickly flies over as the plane changes course, crashing into the group and sending rocks flying. They lose their grip and fall. The elder stops flying, realizing it's a ritual of forced evolution, meaning they've betrayed him. Thanks to the elder, the plane burst into flames, and something like an elephant's trunk emerged from the wreckage. The elder is horrified by the scene before him. What is that? What are these madmen doing? From that trunk, massive vines erupted, pummeling him relentlessly. A scene of utter chaos with enough blood to fill buckets. The trunk retracted the vines as Song-yu observed the unfolding events. What the hell? This feels stranger and more terrifying than a monster. What shocked him more was that it was absorbing the aura of the abyss, even devouring souls. Not just that, but the souls. Even Song-yu, who was previously calm, felt a sense of horror. It's absorbing souls. The monster's head emerges, swallowing the dancing elder whole in one bite. Walking through pools of blood, the long-haired man is protected by 3 magic circles. He's been greeting for a while now, and the necromancer, Song-yu, repeats what the long-haired man just said, "Long time no see." He smirked, rubbing his left breast. "This is probably the first time you've seen me like this. You've seen me in other forms before." He asks, "Are you the chairman of the Evolution Society?" The words echoed in Song-yu's mind, "Doctor." His name dominated the top 20 Korean servers. When he didn't answer the first question, he asked, "So what's your rank?" The long-haired man gave an ambiguous reply. "My rank, that doesn't matter." He smirked, recalling his past identities. In the end, they were all one and the same. The long-haired man recalls Song-yu once meeting him in another form, saying, "It's not just me, it's you too." He knows you're involved, even with the corpses lying around. The long-haired man raises a finger, a light shines, and they all become one. That is the end of this game. Song-yu pauses, then answers, "So this was your plan all along, to lure me into the Japanese server." The long-haired man claps his hands as if signaling something. "Why are you so testy? Another version of me once told you. I'm studying death itself, since he also reversed his aging. Since he couldn't find volunteers, he had to cast a wide net and forcibly recruit them, but to do that he needed a lot of test subjects. I need some easily expendable lives, which is why war is necessary." The long-haired man introduces, "And this is the result of that. That monster from before is the result." He proudly presents his twisted creation. "I present to you the Chimera, the ultimate being born from the study of death." Just then the system issued a special quest, the Erroneous Child of Death, a hunt to eliminate the player-created creature Chimera with a special personal skill as the reward. Those who delude themselves, performing rituals based on false beliefs about death and its consequences, have revealed themselves. If this threat isn't eliminated soon, they'll quickly delude others to the point of making death meaningless. Then no one in this world will be able to face death anymore. If the target isn't dealt with now, it'll be difficult to handle later. Your decisions will determine your fate. Song-yu looks up. Should he breathe a sigh of relief? According to the mission briefing, now is when it's at its weakest, and the beast's skin is blistered and grotesque. Claws sprout from the trunk. As Song-yu realizes, the longer this goes on, the stronger and more mutated, it will become, endlessly absorbing souls to grow in power. The monster grew, becoming a single entity. So Song-yu's deduction was correct. Humanity will be devoured by this beast. The long-haired man exclaimed with satisfaction, "This is a wonderful future, the pinnacle of existence. We're nearing the final stage, becoming one." His eyes were fixed on Song-yu. "I've been investigating the necromancer's power all this time. I'll end his life by absorbing him completely." Suddenly, a crown appears above his head, and Song-yu reminds him, "Don't mistake the system notification informing you of the Shadow King's crown, a legendary grade artifact, a unique headgear with conditions. You can only use the Shadow King's power when the player collects all of the Shadow King's relics. The number of Shadow Monarch relics collected is 4 out of 4. A blue light emanates from Song-yu. This declaration extinguished the long-haired man's newfound dreams. This isn't humanity's peak just yet. The system lends a hand, and he meets the requirements. You have obtained the power of the Shadow Monarch, and the undead are rising like a swarm. System announcement. Warning. The giant spirit's affection has begun operating in the vicinity. Warning. The death reverberation has begun to activate in the surrounding area. The long-haired man opens one eye. He remains calm despite the scene. Haven't we seen these effects before? A gust of wind blows, causing Song-woo's cloak to flutter as 2 boss-like monsters appear. Another warning appears, alerting that shadow soldiers have begun to emerge all around. Several monsters have risen from the ground, the earth beneath them like a swamp spawning creatures. He is an heir to the Shadow Monarch. You've learned a new skill, Shadow Monarch Power. The system is now complete. Skill information, name Shadow Monarch Power. Rank Special, type Active. Condition Shadow Monarch, Heir Shadow Monarch's Crown. Cooldown for all skills related to the Shadow Monarch's vessel is greatly reduced, -50% Shadow Monarch armor. You can transform shadows under your control into a shadow army, an effect that lasts for 1 hour. The shadow army possesses 50% of your attack power and 150% of your defense, and they cannot be defeated as long as you live. The cooldown is 12 hours. Song Yu points his spear. That's the real deal. Sweat beads on the long-haired man's face as he wonders. It's only now that fear dawns on him. His voice trembled. So we're not the only ones who've upgraded. Every time I see you, you put on quite the show. His eyes glowed with dark light. I won't beat around the bush. I don't know how long it took you to create something like this. But the two monsters charged first, and the long-haired man standing within the barrier snapped his fingers saying he'd eliminate it immediately. How hasty, he's summoning a magic barrier. Both sides threw a punch at the same time, the impact creating a deafening boom. The Twin Swords monsters combined their attacks against their opponent's beast. The long-haired guy's monster takes the full force of the blow, as other headless monsters rush to attack the elephant trunk monster. Just as chaos erupts, a helicopter appears overhead, and Fang Yuan startles the crew-cut man by opening the door. This is insane. Reporter Fang Yuan, be careful. She loudly replied, I'm here to film the battle, but instead a final showdown with a giant monster is unfolding. The remaining assassins watch in terror as the rocks fall and the buildings collapse. There's no time to argue about sides anymore, says the man next to Li Zhibao. The monster is sprouting legs, and even though the other monsters are drawing blood, they can't seem to kill it. The mutated monster's vines lash out, overwhelming Song Yu's creatures as he observes its constant evolution and regeneration through soul consumption. With so many undead creatures around, this could be a long fight. It turns black, and its eyes suddenly spew out blue souls. Song Yu raises his staff, and a skull image lights up. If his opponent wasn't someone who absorbed souls like him, that would be true. The system announces that a mana bomb has been integrated into your weapon. A sphere appears, causing the proboscis monster to scream. Magic bombs, though scorched, they only seem to illuminate it. Even after being slashed, it's still standing strong. Song Yu is shocked. Is it still alive? Can that monster really withstand such powerful attacks? This time he raised his spear as high as he could, and the light shone even brighter. Thinking it still has strength, he needs to strike harder. Song Yu grips the azure spear and flies after it, using every spirit, and the twilight assault begins. The proboscis monster is completely wrapped in cloth as Song Yu climbs onto its back, pressing into its blistered skin. It just keeps healing itself. There are too many dead around here, a plentiful supply of souls for it. Song Wu decides to unleash his ultimate move, calling out to see if it can withstand this attack. Song Yu's monster claws with all its might, but something bursts forth from Lopez toward the trunked monstrosity. It's been ensnared, Song Yu observes. The elephant monster is completely ensnared, lifted off the ground and raised as high as possible, ensuring it can no longer touch any souls. Its massive body writhes like a dying worm. It cries out in pain before Song Yu's crab monsters release it to fall. Its smaller trunk stood upright as it plummeted, headfirst, blood splattering everywhere. The system announced that you have received 1 million gold after experiment number 455. You have acquired Dina, the experimental processing manager, increasing all stats by 1. Its demise leaves behind a trail of blood as Song Yu stands on the rock lamenting. A mere million gold is nothing. But there's this too. The blue screen appears again. You have successfully completed the special quest. The misguided child of death has received a special skill reward. The system displays a complete description, including a skull icon, skill information, the title Necromancer appointment, a basic level, an active classification, and consumption details. 50 mana. When nurturing bone soldiers, the witch can grant them magical energy, transforming them into bone sorcerers. Up to 5 skeletal sorcerers can wield a variety of spells and enchantments, but to upgrade this skill they'll need a lot of high-level magic. A skeleton sorcerer can become a death priest under special conditions. A skeleton sorcerer can become a lich under special conditions. Looking at the 3 monsters before him, Song Yu finally had a proper warlock. After all the carnage, he couldn't find the long-haired guy, so he asked the system. So the doctor ran when he realized he was about to lose. As if on cue, he was thrown before him. Ju recounts that he left a helicopter waiting here, and I caught him just as he was about to escape. The long-haired man trembled on the ground, begging Song Yu. Necromancer killing me won't do you any good. He asked, why? Because you're just a clone. Before he could finish, Song Yu descended with divine punishment. So killing you would be a waste. System announcement. You have received 1300 gold after eliminating player, clone 001. Ju looked at his phone. Dr. 001 had disappeared from 7th place on the rankings. And Ye already had a plan. If that's the case, this won't be over anytime soon. I should capture a beastman from the Evolution Society and gather clues to track these clones. He tells Jisoo to end the war first, but the proboscis monster's intact remains suddenly burst open. From the skin, the old leader of the mercenary assassin guild emerged, covered in blood, grinding his teeth in fury. The Evolution Society's necromancer. You've used me to your heart's content, haven't you? I won't let this go. The Holy Sword, having finished his business, was about to leave but stopped in his tracks. He looked back at the exploding buildings, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn the Evolution Society. He knew they were evil, but to this extent, the Holy Sword quickly leaped between buildings and fled, muttering that he never thought they'd go so far as to devour both summoners and himself. It was truly unbelievable. Moments later, he stood with his arms crossed on a rooftop, gazing at the sea of fire. From the explosions, the tide of battle had clearly turned. The Holy Sword covers his mouth, wondering how to get to the central area. Suddenly, someone who had been hiding in the doorway behind him seized the opportunity to speak. "I see. So you were planning to run away by yourself." This man, cloaked in a long coat and gripping his sword, cried out. "Suzuki Ren." The Holy Swordsman speaks. "I thought it was strange you died, but it turns out you were waiting for me." Hatred burned in his eyes as Suzuki slowly replied, "Legendary rank can only be used once. Monster transformation skill. I knew a skill that could revive." He suddenly realized, right, we cleared the Monster City's hidden stage together. Suzuki stared at the Holy Sword. "Actually, that was my hidden quest." Hearing this, he sighed, realizing his mistake. "Oh well, why keep it a secret all this time? Why am I only hearing about it now? Didn't you say there were no secrets between friends?" The Holy Sword slowly drew his blade and asked, "So you're not going to let me leave?" Suzuki frowned and coldly retorted, "I can't do that. I'm about to end things with a bad friend." Hearing this, he tried to suppress his anger, thinking to himself, that annoying attitude, this is the perfect moment. The Holy Sword scanned his body, calculating that he only had enough mana left for 1 or 2 more skills after being revived. He glared at Suzuki, who was radiating power, knowing he'd appeared because of it. The fool who couldn't kill anyone before has become so calculating. He gripped his sword and charged at Suzuki, yelling, "You could have become stronger if you hadn't met me here." Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts from the Holy Swordsman, sending him flying into the air. 2 streams of light, 2 powers clashing in the sky. A beam of light flashes across the Holy Swordsman's face, and he lands safely on the ground, touching his face in disbelief. "You blocked it with skill, but you can't use skills." Suzuki raises his sword, calmly replying, "Light Sword, what a grandiose name, but it's just a quick slash." After Suzuki says this, the Holy Swordsman loses control and flies toward him, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. But with his superior skill, Suzuki dodges every blow. Enraged, the Holy Swordsman roars, "A quick slash impossible. What about the difference in level and power?" Suzuki, focused but calm, replied that a stat-boosting class trades skills for growth. "At first I thought it was trash, but it turns out it's the perfect class for me." The Sword Saint attacked with all his might, and though he couldn't avoid every blow, leaving him bleeding in several places, he pondered to himself. "A 5-star Sword Saint, are you saying your physique is equal to mine after I stole all your rewards?" He raised his sword high, and brought it down on Suzuki with a mighty blow. He quickly dodges the Holy Sword's attack, knowing that with the enemy's skills revealed he can now destroy them. Suzuki retaliates, "And I know all of your skills. Our friendship ends here." His eyes widened, blood vessels bulging, blood seeping everywhere. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Wait, your friend is still alive." Hearing that Suzuki froze, and sensing his opportunity, the man immediately turned to attack him from behind. Seizing the opening, he unleashed his technique, following through to strike the demon-faced man with a powerful sword, roaring as he did. "Fool, are you still as stupid as ever?" Before he could finish his taunt, Suzuki landed a fatal blow, sending the Sword Saint reeling. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Suzuki Genin glanced at him and delivered a hidden blow from behind. "You always use this skill." On the floor, a sword lay discarded in a pool of blood, marking his end. "This isn't swordsmanship. It's just an automated program yielding the same result." At that moment, out at sea, massive ships were engulfed in flames and sank smoke, billowing high into the sky. Even the general had to surrender, raising the white flag, as those behind him signaled their agreement. Sanji opens the system window, and a loud announcement rings out. The Korean server has won the first Korea-Japan War, distributing rewards based on contribution level. The rewards for the first Korea-Japan War have been distributed. First place contribution reward, 30 million gold, and the additional title of War Hero. Soon after, the system announces, "You have received the title of War Hero." All stats increased by 2. The anxious man asked Master Ju Ho, "Is it all over?" He calmly replied, "Of course not. Only the first Korea-Japan War is over. We don't know where or when they'll strike again." Lai Kang-hun then ordered all troops to search everywhere for any signs of the Evolution Society, saying sternly, "They're planning to hide again. After their mistake, we need to drag them out of their hiding places." Upon hearing this, the man quietly stated that overlooking them would lead to terror, and Lee Kang-hun added, "The U.S. Liberation Society knows better than anyone." The White Dragon soars above the helicopter, while a team of professional drivers is dispatched on a mission. Sanju stands before the system board reading the server's mission, the Second Korea-Japan War, a bloody battle of revenge. The victory objective and rewards will be announced, due to the Japanese server's attack. The First Korea-Japan War has begun, and the victor will raise their flag. Surprisingly, the Korean server is on the defensive, but now an opportunity for counterattack is presented. Will this long-standing animosity end in the digital sea or be forgotten? It all depends on the choice of the Korean server. If C-157's representative declines the counterattack, the mission ends. The system announces the Second Korea-Japan War, signaling an exciting battle ahead. A special rule will be applied, and its contents are as follows. The counterattack privilege is granted to the Korean server, allowing their representative to locate enemy forces and instantly teleport to their location. They can freely support the opposing server, and have the chance to switch servers with missions broadcast worldwide on official channels. Sanji stares at his reflection, contemplating location tracking and quick teleportation, both advantageous for a sneak attack. He stood before the grand map, the system relaying information and marking enemy troop locations. You can select one of the marked locations and open a quick travel gate to it, one chance remaining. He studied the map, wondering to himself, Tsusuma Island, isn't that Yamato Guild territory? Didn't they say their headquarters were in Kyushu? Sanju stared intently at the map before him, calculating in his head. Still, being able to move directly into enemy territory isn't bad. When their main expeditionary force is wiped out unexpectedly, they'll lose their defenses, making it the perfect opportunity to attack. He stared intently at the location marked on the map, but Sanju had some concerns about this place. The enemy Daejun army is marked on the Korean server. He silently stares at the map, lost in thought, wondering if that's where the Evolution Society is. They've been hiding all this time, but their headquarters has been exposed through this mission. Han excitedly asks, "What do we do, brother? Do we attack Tsushima?" Sanju firmly replies, "No, the troops there won't just disappear. All their ships were taken, making invasion difficult." But he recalls the image of those terrifying beastmen, and the Evolution Society is different. Those bastards are like cockroaches. Sanju frowned his face, showing determination. If we don't finish them off, we'll never know when they'll lay eggs and multiply again. We have to clean house first. As the group slowly moved toward the gathering crowd, Ronghun approached and spoke to him. "Sanji, weren't you going back to Su?" He chuckled awkwardly, seeing him behind him. "Oh yes." Suddenly Donghun clenched his fist, burning with determination. "Our Liberation Army has decided to focus all our efforts on finding the Evolution Society. We can't let them stab us in the back again and again." Sanji stared blankly at the man's fiery determination, thinking, we've already found them, but he couldn't reveal their secret, or the element of surprise would be lost. He secretly calculates that he can trust Yonghun, but the problem is the Evolution Society is good at gathering information, so they might find out. Sanji found a solution. Catching them off guard with a quick teleport was best, but he should save it for the future, anticipating a positive outcome. Then I can go to Tsushima Island for the Second Korea-Japan War. Sergeant Kim excitedly cheered, "Let's go home now." "Score," he says, and starts the helicopter. Sanji quietly tells Ju, "We'll slip away quietly when we get to Sugan." They slowly departed together, and he spoke of their plan to infiltrate the Evolution Society headquarters. She glances at Sanju, reminding her of their time at Gabo Beongai. "I hope we don't have to face them again." Just then someone cried out. Sanji Suzuki smiles, contentedly grateful for everything thus far. Han pops his head out, saying he was defeated, tied up and dragged all over the place. Unexpected. Suzuki forces a smile in return, admitting he's just glad he's still alive. He points to the white dragon behind him, lending me a means of transport back to the main area. Sanji watched him from afar, tilting his head. "Suzuki, you won't get many chances. But when you return to Japan, search for your comrades first. I'm not sure if the scene I saw from the corpses was before Busan or on the way there." Suzuki bows his head in gratitude for the information. As the helicopter starts up, Sanji reflects that even now they must hold on to hope that his comrades are alive and can contain the Yamato Association. The helicopter took off for home, leaving only the evolved horde to be dealt with in the mountains. Suddenly, an electronic map appears before them, and Sanju studies it intently, then points the way. "This way." Junjisu walked, grumbling unhappily. "Even this path is blocked because it's not maintained." Sanju marvels that the rabbit's den hasn't been discovered yet. After walking a bit, Sanju is suddenly confused, looking up and down, wondering why it should be here. Suddenly a hand gently pulls him down into the bushes. Sanju asks confused Jisoo, but she signals for him to be quiet. H crouches down and Sanju asks what he's seeing. "No, but there's definitely something here," Junjisu says tensely as a strange hand reaches out in a panic. Suddenly a notification appears. "You have entered a reality-bending illusion, unobservable from the outside." Sanju looks at it with suspicion. Junj suspects it's some kind of cloaking device. She surveys the area, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "This place looks like it used to be a camp with both beastmen and players present." A chain suddenly catches Sanju's attention. He wondered if the chain suppressed internal energy, Sanju speculated. Or perhaps even within their ranks there are those who make the rules and those who must obey them. Two figures lurk by the wall, looking incredibly suspicious. Suddenly Jisoo calls out, pointing to a grotesque monster, the very thing they saw at Pyeongtaek, the Evolution Society's experiment. Sanju bitterly laments how many lives they sacrificed to create that thing when Junj suddenly exclaims, "Look, it's some kind of machine filled with corpses." Junj curses in anger. These crazy bastards. Even after the world has fallen, they've crossed the line. Sanju dashes ahead, urging them to strike at the heart and finish it quickly. They have 1 hour to inflict irreparable damage. While the firepower was still strong, Junjisu froze tense. She looked towards the rooftop, reminding him that he could easily see the main base from there. She pondered how could she infiltrate such a heavily guarded area. Sanji thought to himself, aside from the vents, there were no other feasible entry points, except for the main gate. He said, if we approach, they'll detect us and attack with full force. Then with a serious look, he added, there's another way, some inspect. Outside, 2 guards shiver and complain. Why am I suddenly getting goosebumps? Me too. Inside the lab, everyone was busy with their work. One person speaks up, implying that even number 1 has failed this time as the girl behind them sighs, wearily looking at her phone. So that's why they issued the highest alert, the girl wondered. So is number 1, the one who stole Chimera. Is that monster dead? The man turned to her and continued, I'm not sure, but that's the rumor. None of the special forces we sent returned. So our world is at odds with the Beastmen leader. The man smirked and spoke with a hint of mockery. That guy, he didn't listen to Dr. Yu, so he ended up in prison. The girl surmised, I think Dr. Yu plans to eliminate those Beastmen. He happily exclaimed, good, I'm tired of living with those smelly creatures. A stranger stealthily sneaks into the hospital's secret location, thinking, not bad at all. Sanji turned to Junjitsu and said, I'm going in. Wait here for a bit. She nodded in agreement. Okay, be careful. Sanji went inside and began chanting some kind of spell, summoning the specter. Instantly, a dark ring appeared on his hand, surrounded by ominous energy. Sanji muttered that the ring of the Shadow Monarch could transfer mana from any shadow within a 100-meter radius, as he stood with his back to the corpses. As the door creaked open, a man pushed a rotting corpse into the morgue, only to be ambushed by Sanji, who clamped a hand over his mouth and spoke with chilling resolve. He nodded, answering yes. He asked his first question, is this the main research facility of the Evolution Society? The man answered truthfully, and Sanji wondered if Dr. Yu and the leader of the Evolution Society were also in this base. Tears welled in the man's eyes, but he nodded, trying to remain calm. Sanji smiled, knowing he was in the right place. He pressed further. Is Dr. Yu on the upper floors, or is he safely hidden in the basement? The man trembled and nodded, only to be violently thrown to the ground by Sanju. Sanju turned and commanded bone soldiers pile the corpses against the wall. He grinned, they need to know I've arrived. Corpse explosion. Immediately, a massive blast erupts, sending the room into chaos. Security personnel screamed in panic. There's been an explosion. Check the tower, Zuo Qin needs backup. Just then, Junjitsu appeared swiftly and decisively, taking them down. They panicked, unable to react. She's too fast. Junj approached Sanju and said, I'm here. You can send the announcement. The doctors below, seeing the ceiling ablaze, cried out in fear. What's happening to the ceiling above? One of them recognizes them and shouts, they're bone soldiers. Anyone who stands in their way will be sent far, far away to the promised land. As Sanji Ju unleashed his attack, he casually waved his hand in front of the 2 bone soldiers, saying, not this floor, huh? There must be more levels below. We'll keep going until we find something. And so they descended once more. Sanji exclaimed in surprise. So this is what surprised you, the words on the notification. The Durahan area boss has appeared. He wondered in a panic why a boss monster had suddenly appeared when Junjitsu suddenly shouted a warning. Seonggu over there, those white chains are emitting a white light that covers the entire area. The shimmering chains give off an aurora, leading him to a certain hypothesis. White chains, are they enchanted? The body within the water, bound by shackles, suddenly stirs. It strains, slowly opening its eyes. The system displays today's quest, a unique mission titled Corpse Brigade Rescue Type Objective, to break Durahan's seal, reward Durahan's loyalty. The Durahan boss, imprisoned in a distant place, has sensed your powerful death energy and seeks your rescue. Upon release, Durahan will willingly become your subordinate, swearing eternal loyalty. If you don't break the seal yourself, Durahan won't follow you. As expected of the summoning tiger, he's here to save me. The system warns that holy power will harm you upon direct contact. Sanji is frozen in stone, relieved he didn't fall into their hands. He suddenly called out to Jujun, annoying Jisoo as the chains remained unbroken. Helpless, Sanju thought, these chains aren't something you or I can easily cut through, so we'll have to try another way. He then noticed the chains led to another room. Let's go there. Before he could even enter, a horde of guards armed with crossbows advanced, aiming at him. There he is, fire. Meanwhile, Junjitsu effortlessly dodges every arrow, not letting a single one touch her. A panicked guard muttered, she dodged every arrow. Impossible. The Soul Eater is the intruder. Prepare the holy magic. Sanju looked up, puzzled by the mention of holy magic. It seemed this strategy was aimed solely at him. Junjitsu's angry eyes met his, amusing him, but Ju was even more terrifying in this alternate dimension, as footsteps echoed loudly. A monster spoke in a deep voice. Too noisy, it seems. We have an uninvited guest. Suddenly, a peculiar item appeared. The system introduces the item, Sacred Wood Power, H, 2-rank unknown classification, player-made. Effect Priest class players can use mana to recharge Sacred Wood Power, but Mage class players cannot. Once fully charged, this item can emit purifying energy for 90 minutes, requiring a full charge every hour, so please maintain a careful 24-hour watch in shifts, never neglecting it. A craftsman's skill unleashes a lightning-like explosion, and Junj wonders if breaking the chains will release the seal on the tank. Sanju suggests they return to the car to try. A sword violently strikes the iron chains surrounding the water tanks, breaking them apart. Junj is pleased. The chains are finally broken, it should work. Sanju rushes over to help her. A monster slowly raises its head from the broken test tubes, arches its back in comfort, and then stands tall before Sanju. Jun rushes up from behind, excitedly shouting, "Brother Songu, I'm so thirsty for blood right now." Sanju coldly replied, "Okay." He tensed, thinking to himself, "I don't like the system, but—" Sanju mused that it had never lied. The system then provided him with a series of new information. The dungeon boss monster Dunlahan has pledged loyalty to you. This monster will now become your kin, and you've successfully completed the special Immortal Cavalry quest, receiving a unique kin reward. The security team frantically rushes in, urging everyone into action. Second basement level crossbow unit, eliminate the intruder immediately. Sanji realizes the guards are running down here. Perfect timing, prove your loyalty to me. Outside, the guards cautiously approach the door on high alert. What is that sound? Something approaches. The system suddenly rattles off a list of combined strengths, those who are uninjured, and a breakdown of individual combined strengths. Condition: a creature that can move without a head, increased chance to evade critical hits, complete immunity to sudden death, enhanced damage mitigation, complete immunity to fainting, complete immunity to the effects of mental curses. Dunlahan has used a unique boss-killing skill. The first to enter were immediately taken down by the monster, but not before warning the others. Dunlahan's been released. Everyone be careful. This boss monster is something else. He annihilated them all instantly. Dunlahan continues his fierce rampage. Its foot crushes the duo beneath it, turning them into a pile of rotting flesh mixed with bright red blood. It stands triumphantly upon their remains. Sanju marvels a boss monster is different indeed. He wiped them all out instantly. He smirks, anticipating what's to come. Not bad. Now I'm looking forward to the gift I'll receive on the next floor. The 5th basement level, the Abyss Specimen Research Center. Standing before a door, Junj quietly speculated, perhaps they're discussing the immortal beings. Sanju agreed, that must be it. He thought to himself, if they catch me, I'll probably end up as one of them. I've mysteriously changed. Sanju Lee stepped into a dark dungeon. A sea of bones assaulted his eyes, and Sanju halted before a dungeon whispering the word, Soul Master. He wondered aloud, Guardian Archmage, as far as I know you shouldn't be trapped here. The man furrowed his brow in anger and resentment. They began to exploit me as I weakened, and I eventually became one of their hounds. Sanju asks, were you fighting for power? Power struggles in prison. It's not like that at all. He elaborated, for us everything is a struggle for survival, a matter of life and death. He painfully recounted. From then on, I became their prey because I didn't choose a card. Sanji frowned. Were the terrorist attacks in other regions, not just Gayun Dongpo and Beongai, all part of that survival war? He cracked a strange smile and said, do you believe it? What if I told you everything was part of the system's quests for the players? He recounted softly. We became monsters because we couldn't choose a card in the system. After careful consideration, I realized I had devoured 10 people. A look of unspeakable pain flashed in his eyes. So, for us, the system is truly terrifying, he says, with frustration and helplessness, even as it uses them as villains and constantly lures them to the dark side. But we can't resist the system. We have no choice, or we'll be punished. Sanji thought to himself in silence. From the start, monsters were meant to be the players' enemies, weren't they? Even so, you're the ones who accepted those missions, he explained quietly. Even as monsters, we still want to live, and we chose the easier path. His jade eyes gleamed as he spoke. I don't expect forgiveness. Nothing can change anyway. There's no reason. The system just wants us to be the villains. Sanju sank into complex thoughts. If it were me, would things be any different? No. In the end, the system is the greatest villain of all. The wolf monster suggested, whispering as if into someone's ear. Even though I'm stuck here, will you let me help you? Let me help you eliminate the leader of the Evolution Society. Sanji hesitated, calling out to Dr. Yu, but before he could finish, the doctor cut him off. I'm ashamed to say that bastard exploited us. The werewolf recalled with anger and resentment how he used them as his pawns, then pretended to help them. Those lowly werewolves exploited us, using us as lab rats. He paused, then continued. Besides, there were even those who didn't want to kill but joined because they wanted to return to being human. The werewolf recounted that they couldn't take it anymore, so they rebelled, which is why they're now slaves. Sanji thought to himself with determination, we have to catch him. He then asked, so where is Dr. Yu now? The werewolf surmises that he's in a secret room beneath the 8th basement level, and that he's prepared to face Sanji. Sanji asked suspiciously, prepared like another abnormal chimera experiment. The seer shook his head. No, this time he worships something else, not a superior race at all. He may borrow the energy of the Aurora. He said sincerely, I advise you to go down there quickly before he succeeds, but the 6th and 8th basement levels are restricted areas, so it will be difficult to get through. Sanji seized on a key point and asked, are you saying you have an easier way to get there? The seer nodded slightly. Yes, but I have one condition. He proposed with a stern and resentful face. You must promise that after you kill him, you won't kill the werewolves who have become slaves. They were the first to question the killing of players. Sanji glanced at the werewolf with a dark expression. Let me add one more condition. Promise me that from now on you will live in silence, accepting no more quests or anything from the system. With a sigh of certainty, the werewolf spoke, I promise we'll die by your hand if we ever try anything like that. The werewolf looked up, pointing in a direction. If you follow this way and break down that wall, you'll find a secret elevator, the only direct route to the 8th basement level. Sanju turned and walked away. I need to hurry. The werewolf hesitated. Hey necromancer, no one knows what Dr. Yu is plotting. His eyes grew sharp, but this monster possesses boundless power. You should be careful. Sanju, unconcerned, simply turned his head and replied, whatever the monster, it's nothing. Inwardly, she worried she was about to face an unknown entity, unmentioned among the higher races, when suddenly a massive hole was blasted through the doorway. Outside, Junj and Sanju stood silently before the door, and Junj turned to him explaining, this is the only way, but the air inside is too hot. She suddenly realizes something. Wait, the air temperature is rising too fast. Something is coming this way. She cried out in horror, fire run Jisoo, it's a bone dragon. The alpha bone dragon. Sanji shouts, Jisoo, get out of here, the fire can't burn me. He calculates that combining his dragon hunter title with the cloak and dragon skin could eliminate 70% of the flames. The system warns him to beware the rage of the basement's hidden boss, leaving Sanji frozen in place. The flames are hotter than the last inferno. Even I can't withstand them. The system displays a series of new prompts, item information, the Hellfire armor's name and its special rank. Item classification, a binding effect. You can equip the Hellfire armor after a successful equip defense power plus 50% fire elimination, 100% fire damage plus 20%. The armor will automatically adjust to your size upon equipping, binding to you, and becoming untransferable. Do you want to equip the Hell armor, yes or no? This is a soul-bound item, and cannot be transferred. However, when not in use, it's stored on the player's hip as mana as the system announces the equipment. The Hellfire armor has been bound to you. Junj frantically climbs higher. The flames continue to surge, and a voice emerges from the bright embers. Is this a trap? If this is all they prepared, the system chimes announcing the fire's eradication has reached a new level, 150%. He also gained an aura that suppressed flames, and all direct attacks would add a burning effect. Each time a fire attack lands, your HP will gradually recover, he said coldly. It's over. Hordes of beasts emerge from the shadows, radiating malice. Sanji thinks to himself that the flames have died down, but the heat is still too intense, lamenting that he can enter once it cools down. A dark voice echoes, Lord Songu, there's no escape that way. A beast with a fiery red mouth catches his eye, leaving him speechless. What is that thing? So this must be the thing that breathes fire. The beast replies. The area around it is charred and covered in soot. Sanju says softly, there's only one thing left to do. The sword flashes as he declares, destroy it. The system alerts him that he has eliminated an unknown entity, incurring the wrath of its kind. Sanji wondered to himself. An unidentified entity. He frowned, lamenting that instead of gold, he'd only earned himself more animosity. It's not even a superior race, and the system hiding its identity can't be a good thing. Sanji pondered for a moment, then secretly speculated. Is that the entity Dr. Yu served, the one the Guardian warned him about? A gate appears on this path, and the door before Sanji Ju slowly opens, revealing a boy who bows respectfully. Pleased to meet you. Welcome to the special organization under the Korean Ministry of Administration and Security, the Strange Phenomenon Response Center. Sanji asked suspiciously, is that kid a clone of the doctor? The boy answered clearly, taking the lead. I'll be your guide. He eyed the boy suspiciously, sizing him up. A young guide like this, you're planning to manipulate us and come up with some weird scheme, aren't you? It's obvious. The bone soldier wondered in surprise, really. The boy suddenly gives a polite smile, not manipulation, just a conversation. The doctor's clone explained, they sent a kid like me to try and persuade you one last time because you're too strong. Sanju thought to himself, this kid is no ordinary child. He cheerfully turned and walked away, urging everyone, please follow me. He thought to himself, this is one of the doctor's clones. Together they walked down a dark corridor when Sanji suddenly spoke up, questioning. He said this was the main agency. The Dr. Tang Tang clone calmly replied, we are a division of the government, the Strange Phenomenon Response Center, also known as SBRC. The boy suddenly spoke with a grave adult tone, saying the government foresaw this event. Some mysterious forces want to interfere and control Earth. Sanju clenched his fist in frustration. They knew about this and they hid the information despite the warning signs. Irritated, he retorts, even so it doesn't help. We can't even get past the first half of the game. The doctor's clone quietly recounts, the world has become a game. In fact, our researchers believe this and tried to warn them, but the higher-ups didn't care. Those with money and power hate change more than I thought, but I didn't expect them to risk their lives just to avoid facing reality. The doctor's clone recalled that at the height of it all, the center director Dr. Tu Hyung and the research team took matters into their own hands. We evacuated 4 chosen survivors from the area and created an independent system to prepare for the future. Sanji looked around in astonishment, realizing they were prepared all along to build such a large base. Everything was prepared to rebuild Korea, replace the incompetent government, and complete the game's final objective. Sanji wonders if it's about the Transcendent Ones, a new human species they mentioned. The boy replied honestly, exactly, it's the only way for everyone to achieve the best ending. The doctor's clone recounted with a knowing smile. Dr. Hyung drew the mad scientist and the archbishop cards. The boy admiringly exclaims that the two cards capable of seeking the truth resonated, allowing him to approach the solution sooner than anyone else, but Sanji doubts the solution to this game. The boy glanced sideways, replying that Dr. Yu believed the game was a test of humanity used to assess mankind's worth. The doctor's copy excitedly explains that the way to overcome it is to escape the limits of ordinary humanity and become greater beings, which is why he studies death, humanity's greatest challenge. The boy chuckled, beckoning him closer. What do you think? If we talk longer, you'll understand us. Sanji suddenly interjected, cutting off the doctor's clone. Wrong. He speaks his mind as a system notification rings out. What those transcendent beings look down on us for doing. It's not a test stop broadcasting, this is just a game for their amusement. His face contorted with rage, and the boy coldly questioned how these fanatical fools knew nothing of their disgusting amusement. In short, he vehemently refused our organization's invitation. Sanji repeated, annoyed. This is nothing compared to what's coming. The doctor's clone bows respectfully, as the door behind him slowly opens. Very well, I wish you all a safe journey. The boy flashed a sinister smile. Go to hell, the system announced, stating the Holy Spear contained divine power. An suddenly jumped out, annoyed, saying I knew this would happen if I refused. Sanji exclaimed in shock, Orin. The system displays an item description. Item mountain shattering shield, hero rank shield. Effect creates a shield that can nullify 3 magical attacks. Cooldown time 1 hour. Sanji wondered, what about that kid? An hesitated, it ran into the kitchen. Sensing something, he lowered his voice. There are traces of holy power above. Sanji exclaimed in surprise, it's a priest. He looked at the door, horrified to see it had slammed shut. The entrance is blocked. An looks towards the priests, speculating that they seem to be controlled by someone. Sanji urgently suggests defeating the wanted monster first before anything else. The system generously appears. You have earned 16000 gold from killing a player. You have earned 14000 gold from killing a player. You have earned 14000 gold by killing a player, Sanji thought to himself. Judging by the system notifications, they're just ordinary players unaware they're being manipulated in a semi-comatose state. A smug voice suddenly echoed from afar. We've tried evolving them. What do you think? Dr. Yu proudly proclaims, our long-held dream is to transform you into such an entity. The necromancer standing behind him irritably reminds him not to bother trying to persuade him as he's too stubborn. The doctor's clone stood nearby, arms crossed in annoyance, adding cutely, he never listens to me, it's so annoying. Sanji exclaims in shock. Wow, so you create copies based on age groups and there are even more. Why don't you bring them all out? He honestly replied, indeed there are more. A clone pushed a wheelchair forward carrying an old man. I'm glad I could meet your expectations. You've arrived. The specimen I've longed for has come to me. Sanju thought to himself that old man is the original body of Dr. Yu Hung, and he grins hideously with excitement. The only being who can complete my research, Sanju said coldly. Sorry, but we're here to eliminate your little friends, he says smugly, brimming with confidence. Don't worry, I'll take care of you just like your friends up there and preserve you well, Sanji sneered. Even the younger copies knew how to be polite. The original is just an ugly gourd. He laughed self-deprecatingly. The more I look in the mirror, the angrier I get. Sanji watches in shock as thousands of tentacles emerge from the old man's body reaching for Sajung. He transforms into a younger version of himself with countless hands stretching out as he laughs maniacally. Sanji questions bewildered. So this is the beautiful family bond you were talking about, this unbreakable connection. He clenched the wheelchair angrily exclaiming, this is evolution, as his body grew stronger standing upright without the wheelchair. He proudly boasted, isn't it cool? Though our bodies are separate, we share the same mind. A series of barriers are erected as he excitedly proclaims, this is the beginning of evolution. Sanji angrily shouts, you call that evolution, extinction is more like it. The old man excitedly replies, you have the undead and I have puppets, let's play war. Exclusive mission, eternal slumber rescue classification. The objective grant death to those who cannot rest. You've witnessed shocking things, those who've fallen into the clutches of evil, tortured for eternity, unable to die. Though they cannot scream, their bodies still feel everything. No one has the right to deal death, but some deaths can bring rest, the only escape from tragedy. The system gently appears, with a soft notification sound, you must help all those who cannot die find eternal rest. A total of 2,401 choices will now affect your destiny, as the old man unleashes a series of moves aimed at him. Sanju notes that the priests are high-ranking, and seem to have modified and enhanced the Celestials. The system then pops up warning of the use of large-scale spirit regeneration in the area, warning of the use of the Death's Reply in the area, and warning of the use of the Dark Legion in the area. He urged everyone to focus their resources on long-range attacks as much as possible. Then a notification popped up, skill information, Death Warlock title. The basic tier actively consumes 50 mana and skeleton mages can use various spells and curses. After upgrading their skills, they can use more powerful magic, and a skeletal mage can become a death priest under certain conditions. A skeleton mage can become a mummy under certain conditions. The notification then shifts to another monster and introduces it. Designated Death Warlock, a being of low intelligence with basic skills and a very low chance of skill upgrades. Sanji suspiciously assesses its intelligence and upgrade potential, like a soccer player without leg muscles. He suddenly wondered, Minok, you were a doctor, so you must be pretty smart, right? He asked again suspiciously. What was that? The system introduces another monster for the Death Knight to tame, one with outstanding intelligence and a professional level skill, possessing a very high skill level. Another important notification appears. A skill other than magic has been added, after combining with the Death Knight's original class card. The skill information reveals a master-level black magic sword, a passive skill that consumes no mana and can enhance weapons, increasing the Chaos Curse by 110% on a chosen enemy. Each time the skill levels up, the enhancement effect skyrockets, and a series of notifications appear. The beast turns to Sanji, speculating as the new magic skill continues to take shape. I guess you foresaw this. The cowardly Sanju shook his head, his inner voice screaming, no way. Terrified, the beast triumphantly lunges forward. I may not look like it, but I learned a lot back in school. A blurry figure begins to appear. He's thrilled. You were hiding skills. Sanju retorts loudly, this isn't a skill. Just then, Junju suddenly entered, sounding annoyed. Shouldn't you have contacted me when things got bad? He gently explained. The door suddenly closed, but I knew you'd come. The old man picked up his gun with excitement. Another prey is coming. I'll let my puppets continue to play with you. Sanji panics, recognizing the divine power from before. Jisoo, take care of them. Only you can stop it. Junjisoo rushes in like lightning, fighting, valiantly, swiftly striking and dodging their attacks. The man crosses his arms, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Damn it, just as I thought, the healer is the problem here. It's not easy to break through the magic barrier. Junu shouts out in worry while Seonggu, a mage on the right, nervously complains. He ordered Cho to stop it. Sanji looked around and exclaimed that it wasn't just the healers but other classes as well. At this rate, we'll be attacked from all sides. We need help getting to that bastard. He suddenly leaps onto the beast's head, shouting Imugi. He pondered to himself, if they climbed onto Imugi. Junjisoo suddenly warned him. There's a mage on the left, and a huge explosion erupted in the dark and gloomy room. He collapsed to the ground, marveling at how easily the man had defeated Imugi. Such high damage and thick armor. The puppets too moved with incredible precision, like he was playing chess. He frowned, puzzled. Why was he fighting like this? If he were in his place? He suddenly realizes that since they use mana, what if they drain it all? Junj objects. Their mana is constantly being replenished. They must have a source somewhere. The monster begins chanting again, blood arrows. A barrage of arrows flies towards Sanji and his group. He glances at Junjisoo, realizing the monster intends to eliminate the outside threat before Jisoo can interfere. Sanji realized that a direct confrontation wouldn't work, especially against an enemy controlling so many puppets with an unknown number still lurking. Sanji realized with a start, wait, how could he control puppets without tentacles, or was he even controlling them with tentacles at all? He gritted his teeth, finally understanding the old man's movements. He must be controlling them through some device, meaning there has to be a machine controlling everything. Sanji commanded silently, Spectre, find it. We need to find that machine and shut it down. He suddenly crossed his arms in silence, thinking, well, this isn't as hard as I thought. Analyze the opponent's actions with superior intellect and respond in the most effective way. My strategy was flawless. He lamented, I should have done this from the start, instead of sending clones. Sanju's eyes flickered. He saw a perfect and impossibly detailed structure forming in his mind. 6 rooms, 6 machines. Sanju hesitated, confused. How could he destroy them? The walls are too thick, and there's only one small entrance. What could possibly get in there? A hurried footstep approaches, and the figure darts into the room, leaving the old man astonished. Dunlahan, so you finally have a new trick up your sleeve. He shook his head warily. No, it's highly likely that Dunlahan is just bait. The reason he threw the summoning object was so he could escape. He stared at it in awe. Does Dunrahan have a brain? It sped past, grabbing Sanjiju and dragging him away. He shouted in alarm, don't tell me he's aiming for. A loud crash echoed with frantic alarms. Warning, problem with engine 3. He immediately panicked and shouted urgently. No, did he target the healer first? Oldla followed him, reassuring himself. It's fine. I still have emergency power. I just need to hold out for a minute before the power returns. The system announced that the factory was switching to 34% emergency power, and Sanji declared, 1 healer down, now we have more options. The Minok respectfully answered, yes. Sanji calls out to his crew, then turns his attention to Dunlahan. Dunlahan takes him down, laughing triumphantly. Bastards, I still have plenty of puppets. As the tug-of-war begins, Dunlahan uses his unique skill, Death Steed. The fatal blow aimed straight for his chest and he fell, gasping and screaming. He can't get in, Sangu thought to himself. The biggest weakness of a one-man army is that they can fail as soon as another enemy counters them. He muses that if he were in his place he would eliminate the opponent from the start instead of fighting like this chess. Match. Sanji frowned, his eyes filled with disdain. The battlefield was something he had never experienced as he had always used clones while remaining in safety. It's laughable to think I lost to a rookie. The system then popped up a notification. Rest in peace to those who cannot die. 144/240 Sanju orders the factory's destruction as the old man lies on the ground trembling and lamenting. To snip everything I've done and end it like this. Sanju looked at his pained expression, confused. I wonder where you get your confidence. While you hide in safety and get free experience, fighting a clone is harder. At least they have combat experience, he says sternly. This is the end for you, you piece of trash. The old man dumbly repeated the insult, his anger fueling his rant. You haven't lived half as long as I have, what do you know? Do you have any idea how long it took me to prepare for this? He laughs triumphantly. While fools like you knew nothing, I foresaw this situation. In pain, the old man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as Sanju clenched his fist, his voice trembling, deceiving survivors while acting as a ruler, luring beastmen by pretending to help them, and ultimately using them as test subjects. Enraged, he roared, is this what you do after foreseeing everything? Sanju spat out each word like a venomous barb. If you knew this would happen, and if you were the one to lead, you should have acted more responsibly. The old man trembled, yet remained stubborn. Responsibility is only for things worth being responsible for. Why should I be responsible for a world so messed up that it can't be understood even when I warn it? He smugly gestures around at the destruction. Look, this world is already doomed. Do you know what lurks behind it? That's what truly matters. You fool. Sanju frowned, questioning him. So what do you know? Sweat poured down his face as he smiled faintly and spoke cryptically. The real world. He suddenly scrambled up in a panic. Absolute entities will guide the transcendent, they're watching us. Even now, Sanju wondered to himself. Is something watching this place? Cut the signal. Is it different from the existence Imugi told me about? Sanju suspiciously looked at the old man staring at the ground. He wondered, confused. What's he looking at? Is there something underground? He trembled in terror. They're coming. We're all doomed. Junjitsu calmly announces Seongu something's coming. The surrounding earth crumbles as a round object opens its eye. Sanju recognizes it, and the system announces the presence of an otherworldly entity, suppressing him, reducing all stats by 60%. The old man's hands suddenly trembled in fear. A reality. The old man screamed, eyes wide with terror. No, his body suddenly exploded before he could even finish his plea. His flesh and blood explode into the sky, vanishing as if he never existed. Sanju frowns, his face paling. The system notification reappears. The mysterious entity is staring at you, and you have angered it. Sanju tensed, thinking this is bad. That power just killed Dr. Yu. If it hits me, how can I stop it? He frowned, gritting his teeth, hoping it can only use that power on Dr. Yu because of their pact. Suddenly the cosmic entity's eyes widened as it exploded into pieces, the system echoing its threat. The mysterious entity vowed to take your life one day. Junj is terrified, wondering what just happened. Sanju speculates that they'll meet again sooner rather than later. The system displays a reward screen with satisfaction. You've completed the unique quest to kill the immortals, and your unique fate skill has been slightly altered. He received the skill Death's Response and upgraded his master skill to Artisan, then breathed a sigh of relief, saying, looks like the danger is over. Junjitsu wondered, so we finally put an end to the evolutionary society, right? He nodded slightly, then curiously suggested. Indeed, let's go see what they're hiding. Outside, helicopters filled the sky, as Li Han cheered excitedly. So those trashy awakened ones finally surrendered. The guy with glasses in the back marveled that just 2 people took down the entire lab. Li Han asked curiously, so what's the Evolution Society's big boss like? Honestly, I should have landed a divine blow to his face. The two shrink back, comparing their faces, and Junis speaks up. Don't they look a little alike? Sanju nodded in agreement, especially when it came to the weird and disgusting part. The man with glasses held up a computer and announced that 1914 players were being held, and 491 beastmen were colluding with the association. Songu, we can't handle something this big. Contact the Liberation Army. They must hate them for the terror attack at the Gaon Dangbo station. Sanji turned, leaving instructions, speculating that even though managing the prisoners would be difficult, they probably wouldn't refuse, since they were the best production organization in Korea. Once this is all over, I'm going to Chuima Island, the bespectacled man hesitated. Tsushima Island. So you still don't know, Li Han announces, holding his phone up. Someone's already there, senior. Who does Sanji suspect? Elsewhere, flames erupt in a raging inferno and panicked screams echo through the air. The ship is sinking, it can't hold on. Escape and hide on the island for now. The crew member cried, tears streaming down his face. Not again. A bright light suddenly flashed. It struck the sinking ship, dragging it further beneath the waves, as cargo and debris fell into the sea. The doomed ship sank into the depths amidst cries of death as Lai Han held up his phone asking, "That's him, right?" Sanji frowned, wondering Han Guang Sekok. What's he doing on the front lines? With a dark look, Hangang Sok asked, "Hey Chief Necromancer, are you watching? I'm smiling so brightly it's me. Do you remember me?" He said jealously, "I heard about you. Seems you're doing well. I'm envious," Hangang said with a dark, annoyed face, "while I have to wander around these disgusting places." Sanji wondered where that disgusting place could be, then recalled that his final opponent was on a mission related to the gates of hell. Sanji replies that he has matters to attend to, and will contact him soon, offering a souvenir from Chuima Island as compensation. Hangang's attitude is indifferent. "Very well, it seems you're starting to get the hang of planting." An interested voice chimes in, "I'd like to see it someday, will you show me?" Sanji on the other end is lost in thought. Is he interested in the world tree, or is it just greed? He muses, unable to decipher the man's true intentions. He's not someone I can let my guard down around just because we've formed an alliance. Sanju clenched his magic-filled hand as he spoke. Even as I grow stronger, he remains number one, surpassing me, in both power and information. Is the world tree my only advantage? Suddenly, the system announced, the world tree has matured. Stage 1, complete. You are now connected to the world tree, and your stamina stat has increased. +1. The world tree's potent energy has greatly influenced the area, granting a chance to bestow racial traits, especially to those living nearby. He smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, "The growth stage, this is good news." But what does race even mean? Sanju wondered in surprise. He thought all players were human. As if understanding his doubts, the system sent a more detailed explanation. The world tree's owner can choose one of the following racial traits, and each race's branch characteristics can be altered according to the owner's arrangement. 1. The elves with heightened senses, dexterity, and intelligence. 2. The wood elves with vitality, regeneration, and sociability. 3. The giants with endurance, strength, and defense. Resistance 4. Unknown trait not found. You are too far from the world tree. Please continue your selection later. After he impotently sighs. First factions, now races. Will I cease to be human if I gain these traits? He pondered in silence, knowing this would be more advantageous than remaining human, but he didn't want to lose his humanity for it. Sanji was troubled. The fourth option was the problem. Surely there were variables, but how could he find them? He secretly decides to find the fourth race, before making his choice, and then Songgusuan sends them a message. The bespectacled man speaks up, saying that according to Kyungshu, the world tree is already enormous. That massive thing is getting even bigger, and it's producing 3 more fruits. Sanji was shocked. 3 more fruits to connect to the world tree. Prepare the helicopter for takeoff. We need to get there immediately. At the airport, the system displays the mission Sanju must complete. The Korean server was the ultimate victor in the Korean War, followed by Japan's bloody revenge war. Rewards have been distributed based on contributions from the Korean server for their victory in the Korean conquest. Second place went to Japan in a bloody battle of revenge, with a laughable contribution, a reward of 45 million gold and the War Hero title. The War Hero title has been replaced with War Hero LV2, increasing all stats by TR3. Lon excitedly looks up. "Senior, the official chat channel is going wild. It seems the war's outcome has shocked everyone in the world." Sanji wearily muttered. "This is even more shocking to me." The morning sun illuminated the silent city. Sanji sighed. All this in just one night. Junjae-do replied that the buildings had been uprooted by tree roots, and it seemed they would have to replan the city. The chubby kid next to him added that the shield's range had expanded to 2 miles, finally encompassing more of the town. "So the area you have to watch over is bigger too, Dad." The boy with glasses said softly, "We've contacted the War Guild to collect items from Tsushima Island. In exchange we'll take our cut," Sanji remarked with a smirk. "Rebuilding Sugon to protect DJ while transporting the Busan loot. Aren't we stretched too thin?" Kyungshu stands up, reassuring him. "No need to worry. Ganga has merged and reliable assistance will join us." She recounts how 256 players led by the Garuda Bride are headed to Sugon, prompting Sanji to express his satisfaction, saying that this many people should be enough to hold the line for now. Junjisoo chuckled. "Of course it's all thanks to you, Kyungshu." Kyungshu shyly brushed her hair back, modestly replying, "It was nothing." He mused. She seems to be enjoying being busy, so it should be fine, right? He patted the rock wall beside him, saying, "I'll find out the conditions for the World Tree's 4th race." The system displays a guide. The World Tree's master can choose one of the following racial traits. According to the master's arrangement, the detailed characteristics of each race can be changed. 1. A fairy race with sensory characteristics, dexterity, and intelligence. 2. A wood elf race with vitality, regeneration, and social characteristics. 3. A giant race with endurance, defensive strength, and resistance. 4. Not yet found characteristics unknown. You can make your selection by choosing a fruit. Sanji is surprised to see the wording has changed. He blankly reread the instructions on the guide, realizing the 4th fruit and its corresponding choice were yet to be discovered. He muses that the fruit must be hidden somewhere within this colossal world tree. 3 strangely shaped fruits are placed in a box beneath the ground. Sanji curiously asks Kyungshu, "Are those the 4 fruits we have?" Kyungshu, annoyed, shields her eyes from the sun and replies, I think so. I don't see any others around here. We'll increase manpower to double check, but the search team is in an uproar. Be careful, or I'll fall. Let me go back to the mountains. Sanji said suspiciously, I think I see Nini. He picked up a purple fruit determined to find out more about it, when a system notification popped up, revealing the item to be the second world fruit. Fairy Clan fruit, mythic grade, effect unknown. Description: a beast fruit, containing the mysterious power of the world tree. Eating it will cause a special change, and you won't be able to eat any other fruits after. He clenched his fist, telling himself that he could become stronger than others, because he always chose a different path. The undiscovered fruit may have a different growth pattern. He looked at the search party with disappointment. The system window said, the world tree bears 4 kinds of fruit. I still haven't found that branch. His eyes flickered, catching a crucial detail. Wait, who says the fruit has to grow on a branch? Sanju muses that the world tree isn't native to Earth. It has elements of fantasy and gaming, so he can't think about it normally. His eyes darted to the roots beneath the ground, growing under the base of the tree. Search carefully there. The roots were lifted by a great power, and an excited voice cried out, I see it. The system displayed item information, the name, 4th World Fruit, a mysterious fruit of mythical grade, edible classification, unknown effect. Description: the fruit is not yet ripe, still hollow and unstable. If it keeps growing like this, it'll become ordinary. But you can change its future by infusing special power into the empty space. The fruit's effects will change depending on the amount of power used as the 4th driver slowly climbs. Sanji smiles, contentedly marveling at the mysterious fruit so different from the Super Krypton or Super San. That's right, I'll choose that. Instead of choosing a specific race this way, I can decide for myself. A notification pops up praising you for completing the myth quest. When certain conditions are met, you'll receive the myth quest's unknown egg. The origin of the Dragonized race type, unknown objective, discover evolution guidance. Reward: evolve into a new race. You have received 2 ultimate seeds, one a powerful and evolving race, and the other a lifelong servant with transcendent power. If the 2 seeds combine under certain conditions, a new myth will be born. Evolution guidance will open when the unidentified egg hatches and the world tree reaches its final stage. If either seed is damaged, you will fail. Sanji, crestfallen, hangs his head low. I've obtained something incredible, but it seems I can't freely choose as I please. But he quickly regained his composure, reassuring himself that there was nothing to be disappointed about. Even Ween, who once dominated the Korean server, had never seen a dragon like this. Sanju turned and called out softly, Mach, we started when the system said there were 5000 days left, and now we've come this far. 1001 days remain until the evaluation. At this rate, the egg will hatch soon. Junjitsu calmly speaks. With the level of monsters we've been fighting lately, 2 bosses should be enough, right? He smiled faintly. Don't worry, let's just do our jobs and it will all work out. Suddenly, someone flew down and landed before them, stepping forward to greet them. Necromancer, long time no see. Is Sanju approaching their guest? Welcome everyone, you look different. Lee Han-ho suddenly held his phone to his ear and whispered. Apparently she's being called the Wado Gang Lord these days. Either go or freeze. My lord, we called them here because we need more manpower. Everyone's working so hard. Lahan stood up, pretending to wield a sword, all skills of a level 20 ranker's dagger. Junjitsu valiantly protects the group from the ferocious beasts, while Lahan happily monitors the mining progress on his phone. It seems a mining site has appeared in Ba Khan Mountain, a large one, so the Liberation Army plans to use it for their mana batteries. Sanji wondered, did they contact us because they think we're allies? Lihan replied. I had a big fight because they were on the side of the angels, but thank goodness we've maintained a friendly relationship. Sanji touches his hat deep in thought. Now that I'm stable, economic power will be key. Lihan sighed wearily. At this rate, we'll never catch up on our own. Just then, the voice of the bespectacled young man rang out. The dragon's long-distance support has arrived. Sanji instructs, don't open any sealed crates. That's the breath of the abyss. There are so many items from the Skull Mage Ogle. Are the workers going to cry and keep working again? Are you kidding me? These guys are too much. And now a system announcement. The area has acquired the World Tree LV, 2 buff increasing item crafting success rate by 60%. Upon death, item creation efficiency increases by 20%, item creation costs decrease by 30%, and the chance of finding rare materials in the area increases by 10%. The girl suddenly spoke up, saying, among Gangwat's talents, there's a player who knows how to build fortresses. The person behind her hastily chimed in. Even though it costs a lot of gold, the sturdiness is worth it. The system displays a schematic of the B-grade magic cannon emplacement, offering a bird's-eye view. Details: 15 meters long, 3 meters wide, common stone magic ore, magic shield effect, 5000 ranged player attack power, plus 10% cost, 30000, gold divided by 3m squared materials, not included. B-grade magic emplacement. Details: 17 meters long, 4 meters wide. Materials Mana Stone or Fire Core Magic Shield Effect, 6000 Mage Attack Power plus 20% Automatic Fire Turret, with 4 sockets cost 25,000 gold per turret. Materials, not included. Sanji excitedly shouts that it's amazing, and Laihan quickly orders them to proceed immediately. The builder is worried, saying they have the materials but the estimated cost is 150 million gold. Sanju patted his shoulder, reassuring him that they had enough gold. It's not my money, but I'll show you what I've got. Gold on hand 59988,484 gold. Everyone fell silent, looking up at the approaching helicopter. Sanju wondered if they were bringing more supplies. Suddenly Junjisoo descended from above in a frenzy, screaming. Zhegu asked in astonishment. Jisoo, weren't you supposed to be hunting in the Wundo gang? She urgently announces. The Great Mountain King asked me to tell you that he wants to meet you. Sanju blankly pointed at himself, looking lost. Huh, Junjisoo asked suddenly, her face serious. Do you remember the seer stone we saw earlier, the one Sergeant Kim gave him? He nervously replied, am I a ghost? It mentioned a Lik born in Korea protected by an Undead army, but Sanju calmly reassured Junjisoo. But I've already become LK, so that won't happen. She shouted frantically, it's happening. Junj urgently reveals, I don't know what other secrets there are, but it's already appeared on the Korean server. Junj feared they were flooding south as Sanji realized. Hell, Season 2, I thought I stopped it, but it's happening in the Korean server. He frowned, resolute. If another Lich exists, the best course of action is to eliminate it immediately, because that's like letting the enemy share our resources. Sanji pondered. The Awakening quest revolved around being the first to obtain the Reaper's Scythe. The Reaper's Scythe is his, but there may be other unique items. He's torn knowing he'll be at a disadvantage if his opponent gets to it first. Seongu, Junj suddenly interrupted his train of thought. Are you leaving right away? He asks, snapping his fingers in decision. Upgrade. We'll upgrade first. Junjisoo repeated in disbelief. Upgrade. He casually gestures to the 5 chests before him, 5 legendary chests obtained from the Amugi dungeon. Now, let's open them up. Gotcha. Item information. Special grade legendary item chest. Item type event. Effect. Upon opening, receive 1 random legendary item. Lihan, wearing a dark expression, tells Jisoo not to touch the chests, saying she has the worst luck. Jisoo retorts, asking if she's not allowed to open any, while Sanju is surprised by a system notification. You can exchange 5 legendary item chests for 1 mythical item chest. He turned and whispered, I'm sorry, but I'll take the mythical chest. Junjisoo exclaimed in surprise, what? Lihan chimed in sarcastically, you had such high expectations. The system asks again, do you want to exchange yes or no? Junjisoo, regretting it, wanted to rush over, saying I had a good feeling about that. At least let me open the yang lid. Sanju rushed to open it, reminding Lihan to hold him back. I'll open it right away. Hanho, hold him back for me. System confirmed, a mythic grade item has been exchanged. Bon Ion Hand Fan mythic grade staff increases magic resistance by 15%. Allows you to subdue the souls of the dead and demons. Shadowbind level 10. The power of the specter changes, depending on the harmony with the death attribute, described as carrying the consciousness of the demon subjugator. He despaired, marveling that Bai Hong was the child of a demon, and a human never expecting to wield such power. The system chimes in, stating the conditions are met. L Controller of Death plus Bai Hong's Fan Controller of Demons plus Unknown requires further collection. Sanju is shocked, realizing this is similar to when he received the Anubis quest, as he examines the fan thoughtfully, including the fan that makes 3 components. This might be even stronger than Anubis, but I can't be sure yet. He turns to look at the 2 people bickering nearby. So they're ready. Junju grumbled unhappily. I really had a good feeling about this one. Lai Hanho covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Sis, that's not going to happen. Li Han suddenly became serious after being slapped by Junj. The terrain is complex. Should we take a helicopter? She suddenly suggested. There's an easier way to get there. Junjisoo pulls out a shiny item and explains, the Great Mountain King gave me this item that can take us straight to the mountain. What a terrifying monster it seems, he really likes you. And so Sanju urged everyone onward, let's go meet the Great Mountain King. Their footsteps echoed together in the cold snow. Junjisoo excitedly says she must have been here before, wondering if Mount Sirak used to look like this. I don't remember. The landscape changes as we go deeper. And so they walked until the end of the path where a breathtaking vista left them speechless. I've heard about it, but this place truly looks like a fairyland. Sanji observed his surroundings and exclaimed, the atmosphere is strange, but all the changes are caused by the system. He reminded himself that this was the lair of an unpredictable demon king, and he couldn't let his guard down. Junjisoo then pointed to a small mountain village within the forest. Look, Sanju's powerless. It doesn't look like the Great Mountain King's residence at all. Li Hanho couldn't help but grumble in disappointment. I wasn't expecting a palace, but this is a bit underwhelming. Li Hanho then noticed something and asked, are those the Who people? Junjisoo explains, no, they're. But before he could finish, one of the Who excitedly ran into the house to deliver the news. Boss, Miss Dew is here. Is that hoe in his hand usable? The Great Mountain King wondered. Miss Dew, the system announced, a monster has appeared in the Great Mountain King's territory. Overjoyed, the great Mountain King shouted, "You've finally arrived. Welcome. A warm welcome indeed." Sanju stares at the farming tools in his hands, a hoe, a spade, and the half-dug sweet potatoes and potatoes. Growing self-conscious from their stares, Mountain King awkwardly explains, "Oh dear, I was just turning potatoes for dinner, and now I'm all dirty." He paws his hand to his chin. "But we have honored guests, what to do? The youngest broke the pot lid, so we can't cook rice." The Tiger Man weakly defended himself. "I only gently put it on and it broke." The great Mountain King angrily shouts, "That was a gift from the owner down the mountain. Control your strength." The fool then calms himself, thinking, "Never mind that, just lead our guests inside." The Tiger Man turned to Sanju and his group saying, "Yes, this way please." In a simple room nestled in the woods, the great Mountain King happily displayed a basket of potatoes and began to eat heartily. King Daishan wondered aloud, "Aren't these freshly dug potatoes tempting? I grew them all with my magic." The Tiger Man chimed in, "That's right, our leader put a lot of effort into growing these." The Bear Man also marveled as Great Mountain King puffed out his chest, proud of his potatoes. Sanju's eyes narrowed as he bluntly asked, "Are you really monsters?" His hand holding the cigarette faltered slightly. "Perhaps we are monsters to you," Sanji reveals. "You deny it, but before me you're clearly writing monster all over the area." Taking a drag, Great Mountain King explained, "It's not that I deny it, but I just want to reject the title." He recounted casually, "Only now is my mind completely clear. Born a monster, my will was always chaotic, yet I've come this far." Sanji is shocked, wondering if there's something different about him. "We are the fierce Tiger Clan," the Great Mountain King announced proudly. "We are different monsters, but we have all evolved. After many battles, we seized the Silver Corpse Mountains and stopped the Chungcheon Guild's attacks. They said they had a mission to attack, that much was clear." He sharply pointed at Sanji, stating that they were obviously like him, controlled by the system. Sanji asks if they can see the system window, but the Great Mountain King retorts that they hear a godlike voice constantly instilling purpose within them. The Great Mountain King recalled the purpose of those echoing words: seek out locations, attack certain people, and devour mankind. The pipe in his hand tapped lightly against the ashtray. The Great Mountain King's face twisted in frustration. "Everything's a mess. I just wish I could stop it." He pointed at Sanji Ju, "And the consequences are gradually spreading everywhere." "Are you here because of those damn things crawling out of the north?" Sanji Ju asked suspiciously. "What's happening on the North Korean server? It's collapsing." With a grimace, he furrowed his brow, explaining that unlike the players here, those people didn't have time to react, and the players were no longer masters of that land, the consequences of which were now spreading here. Not long ago, hordes of undead monsters began to invade this land, and the Great Mountain King's eyes reflected a glimmer of hope as he looked at Sanji Ju. "That's why we need you. You understand the undead better than anyone." Sanji wondered. "Those zombies are players," he answered honestly. "No, just monsters like us." Sanji was confused. "Then why don't you try to stop them?" The Great Mountain King cleared his throat. "You ask why," Sanju stated his thoughts. "If the undead are creatures like you, wouldn't you understand them better than us players?" He wondered if he could really trust this monster boss. The Great Mountain King exhaled softly, then gritted his teeth, agitated. "It's because I live here too. Some lunatics came in droves to destroy the surrounding area, so of course I have to stop them." The Great Mountain King composed himself. "Frankly, I understand your perspective. To you, we're monsters, you're meant to defeat, so discussing the future is impossible." But he hesitated, looking at the peaceful dusk sky with contentment. "We only want to live in peace here." These sincere words replayed in Daishan King's mind. "That's right, we don't like fighting, even if our appearance isn't convincing." He lamented with sorrow. "Are we truly different from the other monsters? Is this the intention of our creator? If it was all the whispers in my head brainwashing me." Great Mountain King gently picked up a small potato. Those questions of course also appeared in his mind. "But these are simply the things we want to do." He takes a hearty bite and says, "I just want to live a peaceful life." Growing potatoes is more durable than dealing with grumpy neighbors, Sanji wondered suspiciously. Is he serious? Sanji wondered. Was this his own will, or was he an NPC? Based on the game's elements, he could be both a boss and an NPC. He spoke softly. "All right, if you give me information about the undead, I will investigate and destroy it." Sanji suddenly felt something astonishing, and a new quest appeared. Chapter 41. The Spread in the Fallen World Across Countless Servers. The players of the Korean server always make great strides. For the first time in history, a third faction is established in the transcendent entity, the Growing World Tree. Chapter 4 pits them against two supreme forces, angels and the demon, alas. With their power relatively weak in Korea, the emergence of new story content is inevitable. It proves that in this endless hell, success is never a solo act in the Korean server, a place where exceptions constantly arise. A gentle system reminder, important notice: the monster army from the North Korean server, Sangha, is marching south. Their goal is to drain the life energy from the World Tree, growing somewhere within the Korean server. The event will continue until the Monster King of the North Korean server falls, or the World Tree of the Korean server is destroyed. Lee Hanho asks his senior in surprise as the Great Mountain King casually wonders, did something big just happen? Sanju said sternly, lowering his voice. You said you wanted to protect your home, right? This entire territory. Isn't it obvious enough, grumbles Daishan Wang. Sanju coldly stated, I still can't accept you as my neighbor. He suggests proving yourself as the situation grows more complicated. I'll use him first. If you want to keep your home, help us protect the Korean server. The Great Mountain King grinned with excitement and malice as he put the half-eaten potato back and spoke. Don't eat those. They're only half-cooked. Who boiled these anyway? Daishan King rose and turned to him saying, follow me, I'll lead you to someone who knows the details about the undead. In a frozen land, Li Han wondered, somewhere nearby, right? My king, are you sure you know the way? The Great Mountain King confidently replies, we'll be there soon. That expression is quite rude. I am Great Mountain King after all. Sanju walking behind him suddenly spoke up. If you know about the undead, does that mean you're a player from the North Korean server? That's right, it was about 7 days ago, Daishan Wang replied honestly. I saved a wanderer from the Orge brothers. It seems this man once belonged to an organization that served the undead, and they've come to a house deep within the frozen wastes. The Great Mountain King called out, boss, it's me, come out here for a second. An old man emerged, clearly annoyed. What is it? What did you bring this monster here for this time? Daishan Wang looked up triumphantly and said, what monster? I am the king of this land. Doesn't he know who's protecting him? A little boy suddenly ran out excitedly. Hey monster, wanna play? And where are the tiger uncles? Sanj remarked, noting how rare it was to see monsters playing with children. The boy excitedly approached Junjitsu, asking Ju's here too. How have you been? Lai Han exclaims, they're the ones who helped you out before. The Great Mountain King turned his head puzzled. But boss, where is Lai? Just call him a communist. Did you hang him on the mountain or something? Just then Lai Dong-ho stepped out, greeting him politely. You're here, I was working in the backyard and didn't know you'd arrived. The system notifies that excessive dialects are being automatically filtered. The Great Mountain King introduces Lee Sung-ho, the man from the north who holds this information. He chimes in teasingly. He used to be a selfish zombie servant, but he's reformed now, so don't turn him into a skeleton. Inside the house, Lee Sung-ho repeats in shock the situation in the North Korean server. Even without the undead, that place would have collapsed sooner or later due to the environment. He tensed up as the cards first appeared, and all the adults were told not to touch them. The government even went as far as issuing prohibitions. Dung was flustered. Wait, if that happened. To which his uncle nodded. Yes, the North Korean server. Lee Chung-ho recounts that there were more monsters than players there. Shung-ho lamented that a server with more NPCs than players was doomed to fail. With trembling hands, he continued explaining that the players who drew the reinforcement card tried their best to complete the quest, but failed to convince everyone to join them. He lamented with sorrow, branding small independent groups as traitors, making it impossible for everyone to unite and resist. Lee Sung-ho is tense. The monsters that were once ignored have evolved from raid bosses into overlords, and a demon king has appeared. These new creatures are leading the other monsters to invade our territory, Lee Sung-ho thinks grimly. That's right, Shung-ho thought grimly. This is the worst possible scenario, he thought to himself. Normal players aren't strong enough to fight the monsters, and the awakened have no reason to help them. It was up to the players to stop the monsters. Sanju surmised that the Korean server had been hoarding monsters all this time, leading to this grim ending. Finally, a warning message of impending doom spread across the server. Lee Chung-ho continued, the North is a monster hell, and one of its rulers is the Lich Lord of the K-Zone. Sanji wondered if there was only one. Uncle A nodded slightly. Only one Lich, but he personally commands thousands of undead. Sanji is alarmed. Even if they're just low-level undead, thousands are still a lot. What special abilities has the title of Demon King granted him? He laments that players have begun to worship monsters to survive, and Lich is already recruiting mages and appointing them as death priests. Sanji is furious, seeing the players as mere followers. The Seer Stone once showed him as one of them. These followers could also be controlling thousands of undead. Sanju wonders where exactly is the K-Song. Lee Chung-hwang answers, revealing a place called the Temple. He figures that's where the Demon L and the Death Priests reside, a truly terrible place. You should think twice about that. Sanju's lips curled into an excited smile. He's asleep. It seems even more frightening than I'd heard. Elsewhere, at the same time north of Kong Temple, a meeting of the Reds takes place in the shadows. Suddenly, one person paled and cried out, while another reported, Pastor, we've lost contact with the Southeast Zombie Squad. It appears they've been attacked. The pastor angrily ordered, there are still resistors, send a crow to investigate. The person next to him cried out in alarm. I've lost connection too. The pastor turned to another follower, pressing him for answers. Crow's Eye, can you see anything? The man replied, flustered. Not yet. I'll try to scan further. He shouted out, there's someone 20 meters ahead heading towards the temple. I suspect he's involved in what just happened. The pastor ordered a team of zombies to turn him into one of them, and to stop anyone from interfering with the creation of the bone golem. Another person then held a crystal ball in front of him, saying, Pastor, look. Annoyed, the priest asked, what is it now? The Wind Disciple reported respectfully, the zombies we sent out are acting strangely. Are they not following orders? The pastor wondered in surprise. What's that? The subordinate respectfully replied. The crows can observe the intruder's appearance up close, but they'll be manipulated or killed. Undaunted, the pastor commanded, no matter, it's probably just some item skill. When he gets close, detonate the ghouls and blow him away. He smirked, thinking anyone foolish enough to enter would soon be consumed by hellfire. Even a tank would fall in an instant. A sudden explosion erupts and the pastor laughs triumphantly. Is it over? The subordinate beside him nervously replied, no, he reported that it exploded before he stepped on it. The pastor cursed in annoyance. Damn it, he frantically shouts. Which idiot set the bomb off too early? Not me and not you either, right? The pastor reassured himself. Never mind, I still have poison gas. I'll release it and kill him the moment he steps into the temple. Outside, Sanju is powerfully wiping out all of his men. One man gloats, secret black smoke, it's the breath of the abyss. He laughs maniacally, yes, writhe until you die, but Sanju's body is unaffected, and a surge of energy seems to make him even stronger. Someone notices he seems to be getting stronger. The pastor panics, saying they're no match for him, and they must awaken that one. A man behind him worries, asking if they really need to awaken death itself. What if we get caught up in this? The pastor insists they awaken him. There's no other way, things will only get worse. A powerful light erupts from the small box, a fierce and scorching flame. An enraged El Victor growls, I am the embodiment of death, how dare you wake me at this hour? They all knelt down in fear, explaining, Great Death God, we beg your forgiveness. Growing impatient, he asks, what is it? If it's some nonsense, I'll throw you all into the bone golem. A burning castle creates a scene of heat and brutality. Sanji's face darkened, his eyes, murderous, as he glared in its direction. The priest hurriedly reported, From the divine land an intruder, please punish him and grant him a painful death. Suddenly, El Victor panicked, his eyes glazed over as he broadcasted a preview of Reporter Anne's episode 41 from the liberated zone to 34551 viewers. A faint, hurried voice whispers, Did you all see that? This is the Korean server, zombies piled high, an entire region overrun with the undead. The reporter exclaimed into the radio. Is this the first disaster in Korea? I'll head further north to investigate. The plane soars powerfully into the danger zone as the monsters scream relentlessly. Goblins. They roared with fury. The reporter zooms in, identifying it as the demon orb. She rushes out to report what she's discovered so far, but this is also a sign of a terrifying battle to come. Steel Shield has donated 1,000 gold, and the reporter excitedly flatters the donor. Thank you for your support. Even as the Korean server faces its end, we will record every moment until that day comes. Meanwhile, another man stood up exclaiming, Does it make sense that we can't stop this disaster? He then blamed Sanju, slinging mud at him. This is all the summoner's fault. Why should we the little people have to suffer like this? File a complaint. Proof of ID and discussions filled the screen. Necromancer 1015, take responsibility and cut down the tree. Written by Doi, 51453 views. No matter how much you cry out, this situation is beyond your control. Casualties are mounting across the Korean server. Can you take responsibility for that? Summoner, stop being stubborn, cut down the tree, and end this crisis. Broadcast the tree cutting process as soon as possible. Comment 13 joules bomb. If you want to fight, do it yourself. Don't drag us into it. Commander Shock, I'm with you. Let's hope for a wiser decision. We're all going to die, including me. Don't make things worse. Just stay quiet. I knew this day would come. He always played the hero and stirred up trouble. Now look at this mess. Have the Kimon ever fought before? This is a personal failing perhaps, but the system is what caused this situation. The red-clad girl shouts in annoyance, cowardly fools only causing trouble from the shadows. Clenching her fist, she firmly believes this chaotic world needs absolute power to establish order, but Kyung-shu frantically tries to stop her. Just think of them as children complaining, Honorable Ki-eung-ju reassured her with a confident voice. Negative opinions will never become mainstream. As long as we're on the right path, everyone will follow. 1,024 hunter guilds support the World Tree faction and Chairman B's resistance with 1,1,1,4,6,3 views. We will temporarily suspend all activities to focus on protecting the Korean server. Battle information will be reported transparently as one person steps forward to announce. The necromancer's value is rising, we must seize his attention. Another large sum of money has been donated, and 104 Warang guilds will join the World Tree faction, as reported by the War Information Bureau. Views are at 1,45551. Even though they're recovering from the Japan-Korea War and can't contribute much, we recognize the gravity of the current situation. People are excitedly shouting. This is our chance to repay the necromancer, for the entire Korean server must unite regardless of faction. Kyung-shu speculates that the Liberation Army will likely side with us. Lee Han exclaims, deeply moved. This is the great unity of the Korean server. Meanwhile, Sanju's followers groveled at his feet, one trembling as he whispered, Pastor, what do we do? He fearfully whispered, if I'm lucky, I might survive. Sanji coldly asked, what's your name? Victor answered respectfully and honestly, Victor, I am Rich Victor. Sanji continued, what are your powers? It spoke with pride. I can control 200 low-level zombies, death priests, and summon 50 more. The monster beside him gently stroked his sharp blade and said, young master, this one is intelligent. I will take his head. Let's end this quickly. Sanju covered her mouth quietly contemplating. Let's get information first. Since he's intelligent, we might get something useful. L. Victor is restrained beneath sharp blades. Sanju questions if the Demon King is the highest level, or if there are monsters above the king level. It answered respectfully, a level higher than a Demon King. The strongest of all monsters. Victor's answer left him in stunned contemplation. It's the Emperor. The Emperor. Sanju whispered, the Emperor. The Lich Vider trembled as he replied. He is the strongest of all monsters bearing the title of king. You could say he's the highest-ranking player on this server. Sanju questions. You used to serve him, didn't you, and now you'll follow me? It frantically replied, of course. Yes, sir. It smiled proudly. Serving death is my duty more important than anything else. Sanju marveled inwardly, recognizing the man's bloodline the moment he saw him. The system suddenly proposes, would you like to take El Victor, a similar flesh-eating monster, as your familiar? Because it has its own will, it can act outside of your influence. The subject will obey your commands. Sanju jumped down in front of it, impressed. The truth is, he couldn't escape Sanju's grasp. The moment he laid eyes on him, and Sanju offered him a surge of powerful spiritual energy. Lich Victor is moved, grateful to be his subordinate. Sanju coldly ordered, now prove your worth. In Paju's Mun, Sani UP, a panicked voice rings out, the northern barricade has fallen. We need reinforcements. The annoying barrier creator grumbles, damn it, I thought the zombies would come first. Why these guys? The red-haired girl reassured everyone, the Liberation Army and the Hunters Guild are on their way. Hold the line. From the lookout tower, a panicked cry rings out. Captain, a horde of zombies is approaching from the north. Thousands are rushing this way, she wonders in dismay. Why now helpless, she laments. We're done for, we can't stop them. Suddenly the lookout shouts, Captain, the zombies are acting strange. For some reason, a horde of them is attacking the monsters. Behind Kin, two soldiers discuss the unbelievable scene, zombies attacking monsters. Could it be? The red-haired girl excitedly shouts. The necromancer can issue commands without worry. It's time to attack. The monster's escape route is blocked. Surround and eliminate them. Suddenly, a massive beast charges forward, and both sides stand frozen facing each other. A guard hesitantly asks, are those things on our side? The red-haired girl mused. They look kind of funny as a summoner's familiars. Sanj flies over shouting, it's not over yet, repair the fortress. Everyone is moved to tears. He's a soul master, and we were cursing him without knowing. The red-haired girl urgently ordered the fortress to be repaired. She called out, are you planning to return to the fortress, Master Soul Warrior? He shakes his head, refusing. No, I'm heading north. Sanji is resolute. We can't win by just defending. We're going to end this. With that, he flew off into the distance, disappearing from sight as Rick Victor called out from behind. The Monster Emperor is in Pyongyang, though I've never actually seen his face. Sanji wondered why he served the Monster Emperor, and Rick Victor recounted rumors that the Emperor leveled up by devouring any monsters who resisted him. Sanju muses that it's just like the pack leader W. Ven. If left unchecked, they'll only continue to grow. Rick Victor hesitantly says that he used to be an ancient dragon, but now he's a salamander, breathing fire so hot it melts stone. Sanju smiles strangely, thinking to himself, a fire type, huh? This guy should be easy to talk to. It asked blankly, Sir, your warship is speeding off into the distance again. The Great Mountain King crossed his arms annoyed. Things are unfolding unpredictably. Good thing we sent scouts. The one who said they'd hold the Iman River area suddenly advanced north. He muses, isn't this the perfect moment for us to make our entrance amidst the chaos? Little Tiger scribbles notes, I'll rewrite it. Junju looked flustered, seemingly in a hurry. Should we go? The Great Mountain King sighed. Isn't this the king's first appearance? Shouldn't the script be perfect? Lihan said enviously. Sister Ju, I want to be the main character too. Annoyed, she touches her sword hilt, threatening them to shut up and leave to stop acting like royalty and start behaving like it, prompting the Great Mountain King to quickly mediate. All right, Miss Dai, Shu, Senior, I just lost focus for a moment. Thanks. In advance his eyes sparkled with admiration. He looked at her with admiration, thinking acting like a king was so cool. Please scold our leader some more. My passion is overflowing. Junju is annoyed, saying if they're late, she'll ride them there. Hurry up. This is even cooler. Little Tiger Ume, obeys your wish, is my command. The ferocious monster roars kya-ha-ha. It powerfully punches the ship as Rick Victor exclaims, oh heavens, to think this power truly belongs to the god of death. His eyes shone with admiration. A low-level zombie like me couldn't compare. Sanju, usually taciturn, voiced his concern. Master, if we keep advancing like this, won't our rear be exposed? Sanji smugly replied, I've already planned for that. Rick Victor flattered, of course, I've always believed in you. Master, a system notification suddenly rings out. L. Victor's abilities have grown slightly. He can now control small Scots. Sanji repeats in disbelief, as Rick Victor senses a surge of spiritual power within him. Master, I've grown stronger. If he's stronger and can control average Scotans, that would be a formidable army. He suddenly looked up in shock, as a panicked voice announced that a large army was approaching. 100,000, no, even more than that. Sanju estimates 100,000 soldiers from Pengjiang. Rick Victor pondered. It seems they're moving under the Emperor's orders. He gently picks it up. All right, it's time for us to split up. It's bewildered, Your Majesty. He ordered you to face 100,000 troops, Rick Victor King Inga asked. Me, he frowned, explaining more clearly. Specifically stall for time. While I head to Pijiang and strike at the Emperor. Sanju coldly tossed him away, saying in an icy tone, All right, good luck. He ventured deeper, and a blazing tower appeared. Inside the room, the two sat facing each other, drinking water as some disgruntled subordinates frowned. It's hotter than I thought. Watch your mouth, you damn fire lizard. The girl spoke up suddenly, referring to a notoriously disgusting monster. Don't forget that we are messengers of the true Emperor, I reminded my two subordinates. Our mission is to use the monsters in the Korean server and confront the necromancer, the one who has the potential to be the player from the Chinese server. A voice announces the arrival of the butler, as the shadow of a massive monster looms. The butler bowed, respectfully announcing that the Emperor had not yet finished coughing. I believe everyone needs to wait a little longer. We've waited 2 days already. Do you lack sincerity, even with the summoner heading north? The butler, still with that detestable look, repeated, Please wait a little longer. The southern necromancer won't be able to reach here. He spoke calmly with a confident tone. Even if he flies or runs, he can't stand against 120,000 troops, the subordinate doubts. You didn't send them all, did you? He asked, eyes wide. While the master slept, we sent a general to quell the disturbance, and learned the necromancer was routed and retreated south. She calmly cuts through the argument, stating they spoke up because they heard the enemy was approaching. The butler assures them there's nothing to worry about, recounting that while the Korean server has a king-level monster, they have 8 of comparable level and one nearly as strong as their master. Emperor. The butler uttered cryptically, for even though he was the strongest here, each server had different standards. The previously agitated man cleared his throat, finally understanding. Ahem, then we'll wait a little longer. The butler bowed. Yes, we will relay the message to our master. The flames on the other side suddenly surge. What's going on? One of them realizes and exclaims, Necromancer, he's forcefully approaching them. Sanji triumphantly shouts, I went through so much to get here. Come out, monsters, and greet your guest. The flame monument suddenly explodes into pieces, and the gecko butler cries out in alarm. Impossible. The dust cloud is making everyone cough, my lord. The girl is certain that it must be the summoning tiger. A subordinate wondered, how did he get here? She covered her mouth and whispered, that's not the point. She lowered her hand and said, I wanted to discuss how to kill him, but it seems you're already prepared to end him. We'll leave first. Sanji's footsteps grew louder, as he stood valiantly on the rocky terrain, gazing into the distance, while a dark voice in the shadows thought, he's here. He's alive at least. That man is smug. I'll take his head myself. You're right. My legs feel like they're melting. Sanji ordered the monsters to swarm in and protect him, saying Minok work with Oren to stop them. Everyone respectfully obeyed. I will complete my mission. On quickly flew over. The earth trembles, then explodes in a cataclysmic burst. A fiery monster emerges, roaring, who dares desecrate my palace like this? System alert, world boss Salamander has appeared. Sanji floated in the air, saying, It was too hot here, so I thought I'd ventilate the place. Who knew? He'd angrily shout, I don't care who you are. He gritted his teeth, declaring, I'll burn you to ashes and scatter you across my bedroom floor. The knight laments, lucky you're not as chatty as my king. And so a brawl erupts, while elsewhere a powerful light shines upon a group. Li Han gasped in surprise. A cave. Even Junju couldn't hide his astonishment. Aren't we moving to Korea? The great mountain king withdrew his magic, explaining, I don't have any magic that convenient. Little Tiger adds, unless there's a teleportation item. He continues, this cave is where the mountain's spirits converge. After a moment's thought, Great Mountain King exclaims, mountains have passages through which we can instantly travel anywhere within the Baekdu mountain range. Junjisoo suggested that one flame was too dim, so she would light another, and Li Han exclaimed with excitement that it was brighter now. Sis, I've been wondering what's up with that fire, she gently answers Li Han Ho's question. Jisoo proudly explains that the phantom flame she acquired from a quest in Mount Taebaek is a unique item. It enhances my chi-based skills and links to my other abilities. Li Han Ho, understanding the key point, glances at her, assessing, so you found a rare item. A massive lake suddenly comes into view, leaving Li Han Ho speechless with surprise. There's a lake this size in a cave, he excitedly shouts, eyeing the pile of equipment to the side. Are these all items? Daisen King looked around. This is where I keep my treasure. If you want, each of you can take one thing you like. I'm sure I put it around here somewhere, Li Han Ho asked, puzzled. Really, Li Han Ho muses. Good thing our senior isn't here, he'd be fighting everyone. Junjisoo chuckled, admitting, I have to admit that's true. The Great Mountain King had found what he wanted, happily picking up the axe. Good, it's been a while since I've held this again. Meanwhile, Li Han Ho was still carefully selecting items from all over. His eyes suddenly land on a small bottle of liquor, something to make him look cool. Huh, Little Bear immediately grabbed his head and threatened him. You mustn't take that wine, Li Han shouts in alarm. Junju guesses it contains the moon elixir, and the Little Bear confirms it. Exactly. The inner core that Guju brought. Suddenly, the Great Mountain King beside him grumbled irritably, saying that it was too much for humans. It stubbornly holds onto the mountain's increasingly concentrated energy as he casually says, "Whatever, Ju, pick something too." "Ah, you're that unlucky guy," Junjitsu angrily grabbed the sword. Who would do that, refusing a toast to drink a forfeit instead? The system introduces a weapon, the legendary Unf, a one-handed sword, that temporarily reduces an enemy's strength and agility by 1 with each strike stacking up to 10 times. When fully stacked, the Warsong effect activates for 5 minutes, granting resistance to stat debuffs and damage immunity. The system displays another notification. Certain conditions have been met. Resident of the World Tree, special status, legendary grade Vi Kin, sword, unknown warrior title, and other conditions. Her eyes widen in surprise. This is what Daishan Wang was talking about with a knowing smile. You don't know what it is yet, but you will soon. He turns to face Lai Han, asking, and you, Lai Han, is gleefully mocking him. Cracked metal helmet, how cool do I look? Li Han called out, striking a pose. Healer, thief, evil god, and, well, you get the idea. I'm a one-of-a-kind case, a powerless mountain king. Oh well, do as you please. He urges everyone onward, saying, let's go. The mountain path opens, and in an instant they're transported away. Inside a dark cave, they stopped in a strange place. The system announces their arrival at the Onryu Mountain connection point, prompting a gasp from Li Han. Wow, that was fast. We arrived before our predecessors even cleaned up the mess. The Great Mountain King warns, sorry for not mentioning it sooner, but we're not just dealing with a sovereign-class boss. He cast a sharp gaze and said, the primordial world. Junjitsu was stunned. The reality realm. The Great Mountain King then explained, that mysterious transcendent entity you saw. He stated with certainty that if anything happened this time, he would definitely come. Meanwhile, the stalemate on the other side continued intensely. Lich dodges the attack and weapon in hand, charges towards him with a roar. I'll tear you apart and burn every inch of your flesh. El marveled at the terrifying power. The monster unleashes a fire attack as the Lich calmly observes. Again, it calmly faces its opponent, and seizing the moment it lashes out with its chains. At that moment, the monster, its hand ensnared by the chain, panicked and cried out, huh. El takes a fighting stance, asking, like boxing. The system chimes in with another notification, item information, heroic grade chain link. An effect-type accessory upon colliding with an enemy's weapon 5 times the chain skill activates, sealing both your weapon and your enemies for 5 minutes. Lich powerfully lunges at the ogre's knee, throwing a punch aimed directly at its face. The punch was aimed squarely at the monster, but Lich calmly retreated, then spoke with admiration. I can probably still create more weapons after the seal, the monster angrily retorts. You coward. The system's notification rings out. Twilight annihilation. The beast struck repeatedly in the face. By El roared in agony. Lich was thrilled to blind the boss, feeling ecstatic as the exhausted boss complimented him. You're definitely not ordinary, the monster questioned suspiciously. What does a powerful being like you want to go this far, my land or my treasure? El casually replies, your bones. He was stunned. Huh. The Lich threatens him, warning him to die nicely, so his bones don't get damaged. The transformed man questions Sanju, you want my bones? Then a transformation occurs and he angrily curses. The brute threatens Sanju, who simply watches on. Fight me with your fists, he roars as he transforms. At that moment, a notification appeared, announcing the appearance of the Salamander area boss, and Sanju suddenly exclaimed with interest. Is that so? Salamander asked, confused by his words. What? Sanju exclaimed, not human bones, but those of a huge monster. Great, you should have done that sooner. But Salamander angrily growled. Don't you understand your situation? This is my true form. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of fire. So I can finally use my true power, unlike when I was in human form. Unexpectedly, Sanju calmly takes out an item information. Bai Hong's hand fan mythic grade staff classification effect enhances magic resistance, plus or minus 15% allows you to control the souls of the dead. Ghost number 10, Ampere's ghost's abilities change depending on the user's connection to the death attribute. Description contains the mind of the demon subduer. He stands tall as the system continues to announce that he can control the ghosts, having reached the highest level of connection to the death attribute. You are unaffected by physical attacks, and you can control weapons of any level, inflicting chaotic curses upon your targets. You can possess targets below a certain level. Sanji snaps his fingers, followed by a ghost command, and the system notification continues to display resonance effects and a resonance list. 6. An ethereal existence. Level 3 resonance attribute classification requires more than 12 types of souls. Effect movement speed plus or minus 30%. He muttered, and the skeletons began to gather. A spirit weapon for the soul to wield. A purple light emerges as another item is summoned. Item information, Layev Eva, an inactive legendary greatsword. Effect plus 5 to physical strength, plus 10% fire resistance, plus 10% increased fire damage. A surge will create flames cooldown 1 minute. Item description incomplete, requires other conditions to unlock its true power. Sanju read the information, muttering, as if speaking to Salamander. Sorry, but besides the weapon's essence, there's still something useful. It still seethed with rage, its body engulfed in flames as it uttered its threats. I don't know what you're planning, but it's useless. Everything will melt in the flames. But amidst the flames, it soon noticed something was amiss as attacks rained down upon it from above. It looked up to the sky. These fools. These words only brought more attacks upon him. Salamander, growing ever more enraged, declared, "Fine, then I'll just kill whoever created them, and this will all be over." Sanju slowly asks with a challenging tone, "You're just realizing that now?" He thought to himself, "It knows nothing about me." But just as Sanju thought that Salamander suddenly retaliated, pushing back the one before it. He then roared, enough playing around, and began his attack. Salamander, dinning, mouth agape, prepared to unleash his flames, unable to withstand the heat. "You're as good as dead." The flames erupted with incredible force, and only then did Sanju's voice echo once more. "You think I dodged a few times because of the heat," the salamander exclaimed in disbelief. And he seized the opportunity to retort, "Keep your mouth open like that." He used a magic bomb which the salamander swallowed whole, defeating it instantly. A notification appears: "You have earned 28000 gold for hunting the salamander area boss." Another notification appears: "You have acquired the Soul Hunter title with plus or minus 20% fire resistance, Soul Domination plus or minus 20% stamina -2. Though the attributes aren't as beneficial, Sanji is amazed as he reads this. Is it even stronger than the Great Mountain King? You have acquired the title of Slaughter Emperor King, granting -3 to all stats and plus or minus 10% damage to boss monsters. Chapter 4.1. The Depravity of the Fallen World. The latest announcement will be updated soon. He looked up and spoke. "Spectres." Then he reached out and commanded, "Go find our audience. Someone must be watching us." Sanji wondered who it was and what they wanted, thinking, "Besides the bone weapon, there's more." Item information: high-grade fire spirit stone, mythic rank material type description, a magic stone with a powerful accumulation of fire energy. He muses that this looks even better than the regular fire spirit stone he got from defeating the giant fire at Pontek. But then the surrounding space began to shift. Was that an earthquake? He pondered, calculating. No, this is the tremor I felt just now. Something is emerging from the ground. And in an instant, a strange black entity appears. Its eyes widen as it beholds the true world. A notification rings out: "An unknown entity is watching you." Overwhelmed by the extraterrestrial being, all stats are reduced by 50%. He stares in stunned disbelief at the creature before him. It could turn Dr. Yu into a corpse, and even that muscular guy. This isn't an enemy I can handle right now. A series of similar warnings blared: "The demon world has opened. Warning, the 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 demon world has opened." Sanji thinks in disbelief. What, it's already opened? Is the dungeon powerful enough to destroy the whole area? I can't stop it. I have to run. Then a system notification echoes, announcing that the area has been sealed off by a mysterious force. A directly controlled city. He looks around, contemplating. Sealed off. It can even do this. It definitely wants to kill me. Monsters relentlessly descend from above, and Sanju curses under his breath in frustration. Damn it, the gates, they're getting closer. Sanji braced himself, resigned to his fate, but then someone intervened, attacking the monsters and ensnaring them with roots. Sanu is shocked, thinking roots, and they don't stop there, continuing their assault on the monsters. Just then a human foot appeared from above and a voice rang out. "All right, I was wondering what you were up to. The Great Mountain King boasts, but arriving on time is my specialty. Today I'll play both host and king." He then looks up at the entity above, continuing to curse, "If only you had let me handle it and lived in peace. But if you're going to confront it, I'll have to put in some effort." Daishan Wang immediately attacked, saying, "You should be looking elsewhere, you nosy bastard," but his attack was blocked. Witnessing this, Sanji Ju was surprised by the defensive barrier. But the Great Mountain King wouldn't give up. His fist glowed as he gathered power, and he unleashed a full-force punch that vanished. Taking a direct hit, the plant being's expression shifts, and Sanji watches in disbelief. The Realmer is panicking again. He muses so it can't use its power on Daishan Wang like it did to Dr. Yu. But Daishan Wang valiantly attacks, following the king's command, and throws another punch. The system then announced that the power of the world had kicked the alien out of the dimension. Sanju exclaimed in surprise, realizing it had expelled it from the real world. His eyes then turned to the swarming monsters, but the gate to the demon world remained open. The system repeatedly announced that he had received 500,000 gold for hunting alien monsters. Low-level monsters. You've received 500 gold for hunting alien monsters, low-level monsters. Sanju devises a plan: they must deal with the gate to the demon world before the monsters flood in. He observes them, calculating that the higher the level, the stronger the monsters in the demon world's horde. If a horde of gatekeeper leaders appeared, we wouldn't be able to stop them. Our course is set. We must tackle each level one by one. As the monsters relentlessly charge, he overlooks one crucial detail: which monsters are emerging, from which gate. Sanju's thoughts race. Wait, at this rate, I don't have enough troops. I need allies to handle this. Just as he thinks of allies, someone attacks from behind, assisting Sanju. These members appeared with the announcement, "We're here, senior." Monsters lined up before them, but as a branch blocked the gate, a notification rang out. The power of the world had closed the demon gate. In the sky, several branches appeared, controlled by someone muttering, "Looks like my time to shine has come." Sanju was astonished. He can close the gate to the demon world so easily. The Great Mountain King explains that branches imbued with mountain energy can close the gate if the user is a guardian deity. "Hurry and praise me." Sanju was secretly wary. "Just who is this guy? Did you know this would happen?" The Great Mountain King turned to him smiling. "In a way, yes. I discovered a few things soon after receiving the title of Great Mountain King when I became Master of the Mountain." He continued explaining that through the mountain's aura, he discovered a creature corroding the spirit realm's land. His brow furrowed with each word, realizing their goal was to absorb all life in this land. They also want to devour souls. They're like ravenous demons. But the Great Mountain King added, "Since I know the mortal world doesn't favor you, I've been watching to see if he'd show his face." He wondered to himself if poking his eyes out was more accurate, and seeing the Great Mountain King's attitude becoming less serious, Sanji Ju interrupted. "So who exactly is he?" he asked simply. "Simply put, a god, more specifically, a god from another world." Sanju's eyes are fixed on the branch before him. "Given what's happened, we should probably consider it the god who rules the demon realm, since hell seems to be related to Han Gangshuk." He pondered, recalling past events. Was this game a battle of more than three, including the people of Earth Daishan King, then spoke again. "It's a world that wants to devour another. Is this some kind of causal link the system created?" He speculates that perhaps even the system wants a fair fight, as it has created rules to balance things out. As Li Han manipulated the branches and responded, "Suppose there's a power in this world that can prevent his direct intervention, then they'll do everything to destroy it." Hearing him say that, Jun Jisoo added, "Like the Evolution Society, that's why they want this world to submit to them." She explains that since they can't flaunt their own power, they'll have to use a lot of puppets, and even if the North Korean server collapses, they'll still interfere. At this moment, Great Mountain King, with his eyes half closed, spoke while reaching into his coat. "If this keeps up, the world will end faster, if I just show you, instead of explaining right." He quickly retrieves an item. "Do you know what this is?" the two others asked curiously. "The Philosopher's Stone." The system's notification rang out, connecting to the Philosopher's Stone, the tragic end of World 2. After the light faded, Sanju appeared in another place. He marveled at what was before him, the earth. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to assess. Even after the apocalypse, it remains the same except for the light that's isolated in the darkness. But then golden streaks of light catch his eye. Wait, something's at the edge of the darkness, and it becomes clear after a few moments. A smile spreads across the figure's face, and as its mouth opens wide, an announcement booms: the world has lost its initiative. The real world is approaching, and Sanji watches in disbelief as the earth is devoured. What in the world, he wondered. Everything that vanishes is gone forever. A light flashes again, along with an announcement. This is the future that awaits if all the world's scattered power is destroyed. Back in reality, Sanju's body still trembled. He clenches his fist, remarking, "That's awful. How can we prevent it from happening?" Another voice responds. "Try to think from his perspective. The Great Mountain King presents energy and life that spans this land. What's the best way to destroy everything?" He points to Sanju, concluding that the undead will spread a deadly contagion to fight that energy. He pondered in disbelief. Even the Evolution Society had researched it. While the Great Mountain King proudly declared, "But you risked your life to stop them." Well done, very well done. Another proposal is made. What is the second powerful entity that opposes the plant world, has taken root here, and could influence this land? Sanji ponders for a moment, then guesses the Great Mountain World Tree, and the king happily agrees. "Exactly. When I went looking for it, I found you'd taken good care of it. Now do you understand why the real world wants you dead?" He then explained that the World Tree had 3 branches in the Korean server, one of which he was protecting, piquing the man's curiosity. As for the other branches, the Great Mountain King sighed. "I don't know, but the World Tree you planted must be one of them." Hearing this, Sanju could calculate that there were both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he could keep it with him and protect it to the end, but the disadvantage was that it would constantly attract insects. And the Great Mountain King stared at him with wide eyes, urging, "Protect it well. It may save this world, but you could also destroy it." "Excuse me for interrupting, but I believe we have the rankings to announce." And Lick announces, "The required amount for the unowned sword is sufficient. The conditions have been met." Sanji immediately grabs the sword and the item information appears. Sword of the Ruler Mythic Grade, 2-handed sword. Effect physical strength, +10. Negates 20% of the target's defense. Description. The sword is the key to awakening the dragon and the symbol of the chain that controls it. You are the master of this sword, and it will be renamed based on your actions. He turned to his subordinates, puzzled. What about the dragon egg? An egg is quickly presented along with a notification. The unidentified egg is about to hatch. Sanju then asked, "Wait, what do we feed a dragon when it hatches?" The other person slowly replied, "I've never had a pet and I'm not a dragon knight, so I have no idea." He quickly came up with a plan. Hyan used to raise bird trainers, maybe she can help. If things go south, he should hand over the baby dragon to Doha, the king of Gangwa. But Liando objects. That won't work, senior. He insists we return to Suo. Jun suddenly wondered, Sanju, what should we do with these guys? She glanced at the man on the ground, an unidentified player stalker. Two of them got away, but I caught one, Sanju replied succinctly. Just tie him up and bring him along. We'll question him after we take care of more pressing matters. The scene shifts to a brighter, warmer location where Sanju surveys the landscape, remarking that it's a construction industry blockbuster. Gangwa's man is a senior architect, the person next to him says. That's a high-level job that can build automatically, so building walls shouldn't be a problem. Sanju replies that the project is growing every day. We have plenty of manpower, and this person's expression immediately changes as they recount how everything was fine thanks to the team we sent to help. So you're aware you have a lot on your plate, Sanju replied nonchalantly. He observes them secretly calculating. I probably don't need to interfere with the town's management. I should just focus on what I can do. At the World Tree, the mysterious egg rested near its base as Sanju observed it, lost in thought. If it hatches one of the conditions for the myth quest, the origin of the race will be fulfilled. A system notification appears. The World Tree's growth stage 1 is at 41%. Sanju continued to ponder, but the World Tree was still in its early stages, and he knew it would take a long time to reach maturity. From now until then I should focus on raising dragons. Dragon food, huh? He then stammered, I once fed it meat, chopped up monsters, please don't take our Stormy away. I guess dragons are the same. The dragon's hunger and nutritional status will be reported to its owner. That's how it is for me. Sanju listened intently, taking notes on this new knowledge, while he observed their destructive potential firsthand. Sai was a handful as a kid, but dragons, we're definitely going to need some experts. He then proudly boasted, so we brought in the experts, starting with Mayon, who will build the dragon's cradle. Mayon confidently added that having seen her raise Stormy, he would build a large and sturdy cradle. The second person, Hanho's mother, will cook for the baby dragons, promising to make soft food for their sensitive stomachs. I'll prepare soft foods for it, she continues to ramble on. I must raise this dragon hatchling to be well-behaved even if I couldn't teach Hanho. At this, Hanho looked utterly bewildered, while Sanju wore a sinister smile that even frightened the dragon egg. Now I've prepared everything for you, so hurry up and hatch and serve me. A crowd gathers around the World Tree, and they begin to chatter excitedly. Is it true? The dragon egg is about to hatch. Can't we watch from a distance? Ki Ung-shu quickly warned, now it could be dangerous, so everyone except those on duty, please step back. As the egg began to change, a system notification chimed. The unstable egg was about to hatch. 1 minute and 48 seconds, Lai Han muttered, feeling like he was watching a bomb disposal. Junjitsu chimed in. Hanho quit being so dramatic, and his mother added, so you did take my words to heart. Sorry, but are we sure we're going the right way? What if some high-ranking demon that looks just like me jumps out? A flash of light startled Sanji, who exclaimed, it hatched. He had to step back as the egg suddenly exploded. Lai Han exclaimed curiously, what did the egg just explode? The figure from within the egg now clings to a branch, and upon closer inspection, they realize it's a baby dragon. Those around them exclaimed in admiration, it's so cute, not at all what I imagined. Sanju is a little displeased. For a simple hatching it blew up the shell like that. Its temperament is a bit concerning. At this moment, the system continues to announce that the black dragon hatchling has learned magic from its master. This race has an incredible magical talent, with the potential to evolve to a higher level, and can instinctively learn stronger magic. He's shocked. Did it learn the magic he used? Does that mean they have 3 leaders now? Meanwhile, Hanho's mother quickly fulfills her mission, feeding the little one. She presents a plate of food, but the dragon flatly refuses. She sighed, oh my, look at that temper, while Lai Hanho retorted, looks like the dragon you were worried about being like me is here, huh? At that moment he offered another plate of food. How about this? It's fried chicken, no one can resist it. Lai Han asked curiously as she and Junjitsu watched the dragon cautiously examine the food before it. Is it eating? Perhaps because it's a dragon it likes meat like me. Then magic suddenly appeared before them. A system notification rings out as creatures of the dead succumb to the black dragon hatchling's power. Sanji is astonished. What Hanho's mother exclaimed, is that a new kind of deboning? It could revolutionize boneless dishes. As for Li Han, he was terrified and took back what he said. He's definitely cut from the same cloth as his predecessor as sunlight streams through the World Tree's leaves. Meanwhile, the dragon unleashes its magic, leaving Junjitsu in awe. It turned all the food with bones into dry bones. Is that your instinct? Li Han also wonders, what is it dancing? An exorcism dance, she continues. Thankfully, the little guy was tired from playing and finally ate, while Sanju smiled as it reached out to him. What's this? You want me to hold you? As he holds the dragon, its information appears. Creature file, species black dragon, stage infant phase 1. Owner Sanju. Number 150. 7. Status healthy. Sanji inwardly sighed, realizing this was harder than he thought, as he looked at the dragon in his hand, which was constantly laughing. He realized he didn't know what it wanted, or how to care for it like a child. and dreaded the thought that while it would be a powerful ally in the future, all it could do now was turn chickens and fish into familiars. I'm exhausted. Liand wondered to himself. By the way, have you thought of a name yet? He asked, having just been struck by the dragon. A name? Liand was speechless at his cluelessness. He really shouldn't be allowed to raise anything. How can he not even name this cute dragon he found? Sanju wearily sat down, suggesting, want to try. Hearing this, he promises, I'll give it a really cool name. But Junjisoo, who was nearby, stopped him, saying Sanju couldn't do that. Sanji was curious. Huh. What is it? Following the dragon's gaze, he quickly understood. Birds. So, that's what it was looking at. But then its eyes glowed, as dragon fear paralyzed the low-level, unintelligent creatures, and the poor birds outside all coughed up blood. Sanju watches, wondering if he unconsciously activated a skill. Then he unconsciously activates his passive skill, a wicked smile forming as he looks at the creature in his hand. This little dragon will be very useful. It's been worth raising it. As night falls, voices continue to echo. The hostage brought back from Pijiang is dead. Sanju sighs. He's dead. Kyung-shu added that he committed suicide, biting into poison hidden behind his teeth to keep any information from leaking. Sanji quickly heads outside with her, asking again. Was he a spy? Kyung-shu explained to him that Hanho had searched his belongings and found that he appeared to be Chinese. A sigh escapes her lips. So it can't be helped. Sanju casts a spell on the blinded man, intending to extract information directly from his remains to see the memories of the dead. A light suddenly flashed. When Sanju opened his eyes again, he had been transported to another place. A field of snow. Where is this? This can't be the Korean server. Just then, a voice echoed. Who knew I'd end up trekking all the way to Siberia of all places? What the hell are those guys doing here? She slowly spoke. Hunting. They are hunters' words that surprised the others. Hunt what? She simply replied, anything. A man wonders, does the emperor truly intend to go beyond the continent and conquer even these remote tribes? But he was met with a denial. No, the emperor has no time to concern himself with this. Their true goal is to conquer Server 2 and unify the world, a prospect that intrigues Sanji. The emperor's words gave him some understanding. So they were his subordinates. The self-proclaimed emperor has already invaded China's #1 server. And now she continues. This is General Sheng's order. He's mobilized the Manji to conquer the Korean server. This idea was blurted out by one of them using someone else to kill. She readily admits that not only the Russian server, but he also wants to join forces with the Monster King in North Korea. Continuing to walk and talk, she says that the Korean server has been strangely prominent lately, and that they need to drive out the Manji and overthrow Korea. Sanju listens from beginning to end, a little surprised. I foresaw the threat from mainland China, but I never imagined they'd start a global war. Now the group is forced to stop. Why a blizzard all of a sudden? Screams erupt as she barks orders. Hold your positions. One wrong step and you're done for. Through the white haze, dark figures emerge, beasts snarling ferociously. They were momentarily stunned, exclaiming bears. Then observing their appearance, they wondered, are they bear men? No, those two resemble evolved monster tigers, and a man has appeared with the bears. The others immediately recognize the man before them. It's the server's top player. They're surrounded by the bears of this man, the Siberian Devil King. Drit. He scoffed derisively. You wreak a stinging insult that clearly hit a nerve. What's that? You're losing badly. The lead girl spoke politely. We'd like to make you an offer. And immediately Drit smiled, his expression growing increasingly contemptuous. I knew it. These humans always have such ambitions. State your target and bounty, then get out. This one's memories end here. Leondo, standing nearby, asked curiously, Senior, are you finished? So the foreigners are trying to invade us again, Sanji sneered, certain. That's right, I know him well. Meanwhile, in a building somewhere, someone slams a table in anger, cursing. Damn it, try to keep it together. The screen displays the content, special personal quest, don't repeat mistakes. Assassinate target 157 for a reward. Fallen ranking points will invade the Korean server, and the arrogant demon target 157 will appear at the center of the chaos. Betray individual 157 when the time is right, and let him die at the hands of monsters. This is an order. If you disobey, your ranking points will be deducted. Repeated failures will result in a reduction of faction privileges. Furthermore, all members will suffer an additional penalty of -1 to all stats, and this penalty will increase over time. Several more notifications followed, declaring the special faction quest a failure. All members will be penalized for failing the special faction quest, incurring a reduction in all TR1 stats which may accumulate. Choi Dong-hoon's expression was grim. This wasn't right. I was wrong. I shouldn't have rushed into an alliance with them just because of that angel's holy appearance. The system window continues to display text. All members will be penalized for failing the special faction quest. Penalties can stack, and all stats are reduced by 1 point. Choi Dong-hoon shouts, I can't take it anymore. If this is how it's going to be, end the contract and leave us alone. But the statue opposite him remains still. Just then another notification appeared. A high-level player has been dispatched by the Angel faction. Follow orders and eliminate Subject 157. This is your final warning. If you don't comply, you will face judgment. He read it, and could only sigh. Commander, we have a situation. There are outsiders approaching the border. Choi Dong-hoon asked, what is it? The girl continued explaining that someone had approached the northern border. They're from a foreign server, most likely outsiders, according to the intel. They claim to be aligned with the Angels, the owners of the six-winged statue, and demanded to see him. Choi Dong-hoon's expression was grim, as he realized these players from the Russian server must have planned this in advance. Then the girl continued. When the border guards tried to search them, one of them created a blizzard and blew our men away. With a single attack, 50 squads and the entire garrison were destroyed. He asked in disbelief. They did that to elite troops, and I honestly couldn't gauge their strength. I think you should speak with them directly. Choi Dong-hoon's hand clenched into a fist. China, Japan, and now Russia. He bitterly thought, if I don't join forces, I'll surely be swallowed up by outside forces. At this moment, the girl's expression was as serious as his. Suddenly, the commander Choi Dong-hoon made a request, go find Sanju. She was confused, but Choi Dong-hoon continued, this is war, and he who strikes first should also bring the scythe. Back at the World Tree Key, Shu asked in confusion about the foreigners receiving a confirmation. The story is told. A black man and 2 white women claimed to be from the American server. The black man explained that they were from the America 1 server, specifically the East Coast. The Sanju members were stunned as they listened. So how did they cross the Pacific, and what are they doing here? Kyung-shu was even more confused. Shouldn't they be busy building their army and camps? The man continued. We arrived on the nearby coast 3 days ago. The World Tree faction has made quite the impression. A business card was presented as he introduced himself. We're here to meet and discuss a few things. I'm Jonathan Key, team leader of Foreign Affairs, Team 1 from Gupu, the vanguard of the America 1 server. Kyung-soo nodded in response. I'm the leader of the World Tree faction. Business cards. In this world, Jonathan politely replied, it's a pleasure to meet you before directly asking Necromancer. May I see him? Kyung-soo quickly explained. Unfortunately, that's not possible right now, and Jonathan couldn't hide his disappointment. He's not here, Kyung-soo continued. He's busy with some important internal matters, and I think it will be a while before he's free. Can you wait? But suspicion began to creep in. How did he know Sanju wasn't in town? If they were planning an invasion, they wouldn't miss this opportunity. Jonathan then offered, all right, we'll wait nearby. I'll check in every 12 hours. Kyung-soo didn't refuse, but couldn't help but wonder. All right, but what is your team doing here? I'll let Master Ju know, first he replied, getting into the car. Unify the world, establish an international organization to forge peace. We need to discuss this with Korea's renowned hero. Watching the car drive away, Kyung-soo's mind was still reeling an international organization. In this situation, they're still acting like Americans, easy to say, but impossible to do. She concludes that it's still too early for peace, as Sanju reads the news on his phone. A Russian team unilaterally massacred the guards in Undead district, and now he dares to demand negotiations. Across from him, Dong Minghua slowly explained. The commander refused. They called it negotiation, but they really just wanted us to surrender. She recounted that the commander and the guild members had been frozen by ice magic, the last news she received before coming here. He exclaimed in shock, frozen. What about their lives? Chung Myung-hwa's expression turned grim. We could only hope it was a temporary effect and not lethal. She continued to reveal information, adding that they seemed to be growing something on Mount Nam. Suddenly, the temperature around soon plummets, startling the Sanju members. They say Namsan Mountain has become Mount Everest, impossible to approach. He responds as their representative. Okay. After a moment of thought, he realizes who it must be. Russian hunters have appeared, and Leondo, standing beside him, begins to tremble. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Did you turn off the heater? I'm breathing out frost here, Chung Minhwa quickly explained. The temperature around Namsan has plummeted to negative 25 degrees Celsius, and seems to be dropping still. He turned to Sanji, a hint of panic in his eyes. Can our DF survive this weather with just the Firestone? Sanji asked him, sounding like a confused old man. What is it? With some pride, F-Ser and Leando hold up the dragon as they explain. It's the Black Fire Dragon. You told me to name it. Don't you think that name with unmatched power suits me? Seeing Sanju's speechless expression, Leando asked again, don't you like it? What about King X? Sanju questioned himself. What have I done? Meanwhile, Junj has an idea. Since it's a dragon, let's just give it the Korean name, Mir Yu. The plane lands in a snowstorm. Sanju speaks up, noting that everything is frozen. Chung Minghwa replies, it'll be hard to escape, they won't let us act. Daily Hando then exclaimed, I thought the Ice Age was back. And he couldn't help but agree, perhaps that was their intention. Chung Minghwa turned back, announcing Sanju, they know we're here, and it seems they want to negotiate. Her voice was a little high as she speculated, they're definitely planning something. Their goal can't be that simple, but he simply replied, we still have to go. Not forgetting to give Sung Minghwa a private reminder. When they no longer dare to kill her, check if the Crusader squad is still alive and send out as many scouting teams as possible. They're moving through a blizzard, and Leandro is increasingly doubting life. Was going alone really the right choice? This place is just full of ice statues. You could have at least brought Ju with us. Sanju retorts. The problem is that Miru doesn't want to leave me. Over here, everyone's trying to convince Junjisoo to change her hold or she'll become a dragon slayer. Sanji explains. Only Jisoo can control it. I figured if they found out we had a baby dragon, they'd target it for sure. Raising a dragon is hard enough as it is. Titania greeted them. Hello, welcome. Sanji thought to himself as he observed the group before him. So these were the Siberian hunters. Where was the leader he'd met before? His eyes scanned a bear, the red bear he once traveled with. That Skotan's frame is impressive. I want one too. This infuriated Titania. Hey, what are you staring at? With a beautiful girl before him, he asks if she's in charge, thinking her frail frame will break easily. But she immediately denies it. She then kindly introduced herself. I am Titania, president of the Eastern Association of the Siberian Hunter Association. Our czar has already passed. Seriously, the first emperor of China, the Japanese sword saint, and now even a czar. And then carefully he asked, so, what are your terms? Titania smirked. You want to get right down to business, aren't you curious why we're doing this? Indeed, Koreans have no patience at all. Her eyes widened as she declared this firmly. 200 million gold, that's what our client offered to take your head and destroy the entire Korean server. Sanju is then met with a question in return. And how much are you willing to pay to stop a war worth 200 million gold? His eyes still betray his shock. How much of that 200 million gold did they get up front? Asked Shung Minhwa. How much do you want? Sanju immediately reminded her. Minhwa Titania boldly offers 300 million if they want us to leave quietly, or 600 million total to take care of the guest targeting you. Silence falls over the room. Titania is a little disappointed. Looks like you don't have the money, so run before the Sand King wakes up, or else. Her eyes widened, and her aura became even more menacing. There would be a few more stone statues here. Sanji quickly deduces that she was the one who froze the Crusader squad. He boldly speaks, I'll make a more feasible offer, one that even Sung Minhwa will admire. Sanji then smirks. 200 million and I'll let you live. These outrageous words only fueled Tatiana's rage. What is this bastard crazy? Meanwhile, Sanju begins to reveal his powers, saying, if you still don't want to run, instead of an ice sculpture, I'll have a model of your bones. The snowstorm rages on, met by a blazing fire on the other side. Sanji enters battle mode, leaving Titania in shock. What, aren't you a necromancer? How can she emit heat? He wondered, observing her, was this a side effect of the Hellfire armor's fire resistance? It's spontaneously generating heat. At this moment, the system continues to explain that the high-grade Fire Spirit Stone is reacting to your power and emitting a special effect. Fire resistance increases or decreases by 10%, and fire damage increases or decreases by 10%. With this, I won't have to worry about blizzards anymore. Titania immediately turned to her people, saying, he's tougher than I thought. We can't let him do as he pleases. As if waiting for this moment, they smirked and quickly spread the word, there are too many small fries here. Wipe them out before the Serpent Emperor awakens. Meanwhile, Leon warned Senior these enemies look strong. But Sanju just smirked and asked, have we ever faced weaklings? Titania launches an ice attack, freezing one of them solid, followed by an explosion aimed at the same target. The big-nosed master of that attack spoke with arrogance. How refreshing. Sanju carefully observed the combination of ice magic and ranged attacks, realizing it was far beyond simple area of effect magic. He notes the bone soldiers can't regenerate because they're frozen, realizing they're not trying to assassinate him directly before turning his attention to the approaching enemies. This is a battle of strength. They want to take me down before I fully recover, Sanju declares. But I control more than just bones, followed by a system notification. From now on, you can control soulmates with peak death affinity, unaffected by physical attacks, and use weapons of all levels. The target has been afflicted with the curse of chaos, and you can use soul snatch on targets that have fallen to a certain level. The others panicked as they saw the weapons he summoned, and he summoned a spear to block them. One of them exclaimed, their trajectory is changing, as infighting immediately broke out among them. Alex, you idiot, it's your turn to do the dishes today, they bickered. Sega, watch out for the archers, there's a sneaky ghost somewhere. Just then, the figures of several dragons appeared in the sky, and the people immediately exclaimed, what are those? Something's falling. Thankfully, Titania quickly used her powers to block the attacks. That action immediately earned her praise. Titania was indeed reliable. The big-nosed man exclaimed as he was bitten. So the thing that fell was a zombie. Meanwhile, Sanju's subordinates announced, Master, your loyal servants are here. Victor has arrived. The Lich Victor lands and begins his report. As you commanded, I've turned all the monster remains on the Korean server into zombies. Sanju muses that it's faster than he expected. Meanwhile, Titania's group was shocked by the news. What? What is the detective agency doing out there, Nikolai? Nikolai, answer me. A sword already stained with blood. Junjisoo has begun to take them out. Jisoo was the last of the detectives. Titania, seeing the formation disrupted, panicked and shouted, Don't panic, they're just zombies, kill them all. Sanji observed the situation, annoyed that they believed they still had a chance. As soon as Salamander heard its name, it lunged forward, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames. Titania shouts back, "I'll freeze you and your flames." He calculates that its fire has weakened since becoming a familiar, but it's still enough to challenge a mage. The remaining problem is that drooling bear over there. A notification rings out. You've received 4.5 million gold for defeating the ancient priest's familiar, a level 11 ancient giant bear. Sanji smirked, finally obtaining the skeleton he'd longed for. Seeing the tide turn, the others played dirty, taking his women and children hostage. Damn them. At that moment, Daihando steps forward, unarmed, and clasps his hands together. An evil spirit roars to life, smelling of decay. Enraged, Titania cursed, remembering her warning to that mad emperor to investigate before attacking someone so infamous. And with that, she was attacked. "A scythe," she gasps. Titania reacts quickly, using her shield to block, but a fist awaits her on the other side. Titania is sent flying as the crowd looks on in shock. Titania. Sanju smirks. "I was aiming for a one-hit kill, but you're tougher than I thought. I take back what I said about your bones being too brittle." She was already bleeding on that side. With a grimace, Lambam says, "This is bad. Wake the Tsar. He's going to be furious, but we have to get him up before it's too late." Just then, Daedric and several bears aggressively approached, startling Tatiana. Did she signal him to wake up already? "Retreat, Bin." Drit grumbled, "I told you not to wake me before sunset. Now I can't sleep because of you." But he was met with her annoyance. "Your Majesty, we're about to die, look at my face." But after only a moment of observation, he indifferently remarked, "Well, you're bonier than before." Titania grew even more annoyed at his words. "You wretch." Then he looked over at Sanju. "The Grim Reaper that the Chinese talk about, he looks cool. I'll summon him and hang him in front of my room." Meanwhile, Sanju retorted sarcastically, "I think so too. But you're too small. Can you enlarge yourself or transform?" At that moment, Junjitsu was rushing over with bad news. Sanju Miru has disappeared. Sanji is stunned. Little did Miru know he would appear right beside him, looking excited. Sanji observed and remarked, "These photos are terrible. Can this kid copy skills now?" Drit asks, curious. "Huh, what was that dragon doing? Perfect size for me to trample and kill." The dragon's eyes suddenly turned blue. The system issued a notification as Dre's bears became the target of this creature, activating dragon control to paralyze beings of low rank and intelligence. A warning about the ability's limitations followed. The target's level and power stats are stable, so dragon control will only be partially effective. His entire body was paralyzed except for 60%. Seeing the bears suddenly freeze, D was curious. "What's wrong with them? Did you guys sneak some vodka or something?" Daily Hando smirks, demanding they drop their weapons and pray, confident that even these hulking beasts are no match for MU. He scratches his head, looking helpless. "What's with these hulking guys?" Then he loudly ordered them to crush those weaklings. The dragon's eyes remained blue until a voice called out beside him. The screen flashed red warning of a giant spirit rebirth, and Sanju exclaimed in shock. What it learned, giant spirit rebirth. But what does it have to summon? The answer came swiftly, as skeletal chickens flew in from nowhere. Chickens, Drit scowled in annoyance. What is this bastard doing? How did he summon chickens? Without hesitation, Sanju replied with an unreadable expression, "I don't know either." At this moment, as the chickens burst into flames, the system explains that the black dragon fledgling has absorbed a skill from its companion and created a new one, Hellfire Master level. Activation type on divided by off. Consumes 5 mana. A flame that can transmit hellfire to the undead under its command. This flame is not easily extinguished and will inflict fire damage on its target. L. Victor curiously asks about it. "Master, what is that? Are you a magic god?" But Sanji was speechless. "How should I know? Don't ask me." At this moment, the system continued to announce the achievement of a synergy effect through synchronized coordination, while his subordinate continued to chatter on. "Master, this creature is gnawing at my skull." But Sanji remained focused on what lay ahead. A synthesis effect. Synthesis list system guidance. 4 hidden combinations. Karma synthesis. The condition is 3 or more league players using necromancy, and the exclusive skill effect reaches the ultimate level. A random type. The master bone weapon crafting skill temporarily reaches the ultimate bone weapon crafting level. Dick was becoming increasingly infuriated by his attitude. "You little brat, are you messing with me?" He controlled a bear from above, creating a blinding explosion. "This is the Tsar bomb." Sanji watched as Drees's bear became a chaotic mess before his eyes, and he couldn't help but be amazed. He dared to do that to a summon. Is he crazy? It was then that Drit explained to him, "You misunderstand. These monsters only cling to me for survival, just like you in this game." He states that he can only rely on himself, unlike those who depend on their bone soldiers. He can get whatever he wants. Sanju points behind him as he responds to Drit. "So you want me to fight?" Jisoo take MU and fall back, followed by some comments that belie his appearance. "You're quite cunning using a summoned monster and a massive blast to catch me off guard." Drit yells as he charges towards him. "You're too arrogant. Do you really think you're worthy of my attention?" Sanju's men stand ready for battle as he leaps forward, still menacing. "Those are just words. Drit charged forward, weapons in hand, seeing him as nothing more than prey that had simply survived a little too long. The undead are instantly cut to pieces, and Sanju himself is blown away, prompting his worried comrades to call out to him. Damn it, he's inside, surround him, but Drit easily pushes them back. Get out of my way. Sanju unleashed a magic bomb attack, a massive explosion directed at Drit. Sanji retreated, surprised to see him unscathed after the explosion he had endured it. Sanji began to sweat. What kind of impenetrable monster is he? If a magic bomb didn't work, then normal firepower is like an ant bite. Drick then spoke with that same booming voice. Hey, you done pecking yet? Thought you were some big shot who could aggro angels and demons alike. He added, you get stronger by eating prey too, so why don't you try gnawing on my neck if you're so tough? Just then something suddenly flew by, forcing him to dodge an arrow fired by Sanju. Dry, in a fit of rage, says, how annoying, I should have just finished you off in the first blow. At that moment a warning is issued. The demon Sahuang uses the power of the Holy Land of Hell, retreating, without looking for a place to hide, leaving Titania in shock. The demon beast Sahuang, using the power of the underworld tide, retreats, not seeking a place to hide. Demon beasts appear one after another, growling menacingly. Sanji-ju looked up impressed, so that's why he's called a demonic cultivator. Then a notification appeared, adverse status. Your body is threatened by a mysterious energy. Two opposing forces collide, creating powerful shockwaves that reduce all stats by 5. Junjitsu laments his disadvantageous state as Drip speaks up. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Sanji wondered. The old man also possesses divinity, as the demonic beasts rush in. He proudly proclaims, now do you see who's surrounded? Sanju leaps to avoid the attack as Drit watches him get snatched away by a dragon. Think you can escape, it's too late. His undead beasts bite into the dragon, causing it to cry out in pain, as Sanju secretly calculates. He's found a weakness, but he needs a powerful blow to exploit it, so he scans his skills. Do I have any useful skills? Corpse weapon creation, supreme grade active skill. Costs 5 to 100 mana, creates weapons from the bones of corpses. Available weapons include 1 standard weapon, 2 enhanced skill items, 3 siege weapons, and 4 custom templates. Sanju's eyes land on the 4th option, custom templates. Drift remained menacing with the shadow of the bear looming behind him. How much longer do you intend to run? Is that all you've got? Sanju finally retaliates, creating bone weapons now. He muses that the old man can only use one form at a time, as Drift cries out in surprise. Sanju knows that this alone won't kill him before his hand strikes. He relentlessly commanded the creation of bone weapons, and the continuous construction enraged Drit. Stop, you fool. But Sanju didn't stop bone weapon creation catapults. He signaled, and a barrage of projectiles rained down on Drit. Then Sanju gave another order to his subordinates behind him. Unable to stop the tortoise, Victor unleashes his zombies. He's startled but quickly responds, yes sir. Drift was furious to see those zombies. Well, this is just great. This is not enough to break through my defenses. And he immediately changes tactics. Release summoning. A command is given as an explosion erupts. Undead. The necromancers are spamming their abilities. Corpse explosion. Corpse explosion. Zombie explosion. Sanju plans to use the explosion to deplete the oxygen around him to see if he can survive without breathing. Victor asks if he's allowed to, while Liando shouts from behind, you bastard, how dare you use resurrection magic? Junjitsu remarks that he's still alive, surprising Chung Myunghwa despite the explosion. At this moment she slowly explains, they often say when a hunter fails to hunt, they become the hunted. Drit's figure rises from the flames, even more powerful than before. I never thought I'd find myself in this situation, he scoffed. Now this is getting interesting, he taunts the soul summoner. At that moment, Sanju knew he was in trouble. The 3-headed black dog Cerberus was the old man's divine power, and as he sensed danger, he retreated as flames engulfed the area. Sanju struggled to dodge his eyes, darting below, unsure of the attacks, but knowing one hit would be fatal as he calculated his next move while keeping his distance. He must have taken damage from the explosion. If I can find an opening and land a solid blow. Just then, a pillar of light suddenly appeared. Sanju looked up in surprise as the pillar of light slammed into the ground, shattering the earth around them. A figure slowly emerges, it's Han Gang. He sensed the energy of hell and came to investigate, so it was just a holy summoning. While Sanji and the others were marveling at Han Gang's arrival, he continued to summon the 4 heavenly kings of hell. So this is the revolting stench coming from the north. Riz roars in anger. Who are you? But Hanseo completely ignores him. You're receiving support from the angelic faction, and wielding the power of the infernal tide, aren't you? Riss's eyes widen. What are you talking about? He cuts Riss off with a curse, telling him not to play dumb, then glances at the massive monster behind him. That massive Cerberus behind you, it's not just a normal divine being anymore. Driss's attitude shifts. How do you know, Han Gang X? Replied proudly. How could I not know I'm the one who will become the Lord of Hell? A demon king. Sanji needed a moment to process this information. Hangang X is a demon king. It all makes sense now. No wonder he's been having trouble with a bunch of quests related to the dimension of hell. It was all because of these guys, he thought, remembering how he gained the power to control hellish creatures. Daeris then spoke, I see you're the top player from the Korean server who destroyed the Japanese server island. His eyes reflected Hangang X's figure. I knew you were extraordinary when I saw you on TV, but seeing you in person is still surprising. Chi Bai and Hangang X scoffed. Instead of trying to save face, why don't you just run? But Riss remained hostile. I know you're strong, but you're not worth my attention. You're a fool to approach me without fear. Light emanates from him, and fire begins to erupt. Han then points his staff forward speaking, but to no avail. Too slow, you fool. I'm faster than you, even by a breath. These words only fueled his rage. How dare you look down on me? I am the strongest player in Siberia. Hangang Suk watched him charge, calculating that he was just a mage who could fall with a single blow. It would all be over once he blocked his magic with turtle formation and pierced right through him. The light from his weapon engulfed Drit, and as he slowly approached, Drit was soon nothing more than a smoldering black lump. You've been lucky to survive this game despite being so useless and foolish. Though I suppose that luck ends here, his eyes betraying no emotion. This is where your game ends. But Drit has no intention of giving up. It's far from over. Hangang Seok realizes it's an angel's fragment as a pillar of light flashes and Chibi cries out in anger, realizing they've lost him. Hangang Zeok casually replies, I suppose so. I didn't think he could teleport if he was electrocuted to death. He then